It's FYF, man. Man, we back, man. We got another live stream for you guys, man. It should be a good one today, man. Um, hopefully y'all enjoy this show, man. We're gonna have hopefully, man. Hopefully, we still gonna push. We hopefully we got a special guest that's gonna pull up to help us elaborate on this topic, to give us a perspective that we traditionally don't get, right? It's very rare that you get NBA players to step into these social media circles and then kind of talk to us about what they saw from their end, and then what these basketball talks in the landscape of basketball, how accurate do we talk the game based on what they experience. We're going to be talking about all that today. This all stems from a community post that I put out today. The community post that I put out today was basically Kwame Brown saying that LeBron James's entire NBA career was scripted. And when we talk about this is not necessarily to go to, this is not like, this is not for me. We not really in this to say anything about Kwame Brown. We know his basketball takes. We know the things that he says and he does. It's not about Kwame Brown, but it's just about how do people formulate these topics in their brain, say these things, where do they stem from, how are they created, what level of angst, anger, jealousy, envy do you got to have to formulate your mouth to say these things. And this is from a fan perspective, because we hear fans say it, we hear media on TV say it, and now we even hear some athletes say it. So this is what we're going to talk about today. We about to run the intro. We're going to go ahead and make sure we get GOAT James Kingdom back in here. GOAT James Kingdom is going to be back today, man. So a lot of you guys that was hiding from last time, y'all might want to avoid him, man. We about to get the show started. As y'all know, we're going to run this intro. And then after the intro, man, we're going to start cooking, man. It's FYF Sports. It's GOAT James Kingdom, man. We back live, man. Salute. FYF Sports, man. Look, man, we just waiting for GOAT James Kingdom getting here, man. We about to cook, y'all. We about to cook. Man, like I said, man, we got the topics, man. We be cooking. We got the topics. I felt like this, again, would be a great topic to help us understand where do these crazy takes that people be talking about come from. All these crazy narratives, y'all know the narratives that people say. And we always ask ourselves when we be having these conversations, like the people be talking facts and narratives. And the first thing I be saying when I be hearing certain people take, I'm like, that ain't a fact. Y'all be saying stuff like LeBron James don't take accountability. Y'all be saying this player choked, and y'all be coming up with your own narratives, your own craziness in your own minds. All right, hold on. Let me go James Kingdom at, man. Hold on one second, y'all. Let me get Go James Kingdom in here, man. Let me make sure he here. Salute to Sam King on TikTok, man. Appreciate you. Make sure if you're over here on TikTok, make sure you share the live, share the live, share the live, share the live. I always tell y'all that. Nah, he not running late, man. Y'all know how we do over here. We not running late. Make sure y'all all share the live. We trying to get this live today to over 10,000 likes. That's how we always do. We trying to consistently push these lives, pump them out. And we also, if you're watching on YouTube, so again, as I get through this stream today, you might hear me address some names that you don't see over here on TikTok. And if you're on YouTube, you might hear me address names that you don't see on YouTube. Right. So again, we are simulcasting this live on YouTube. So you can watch it on both platforms. But when the time comes for us to bring people up onto the panel, if you do want to join the panel conversation, what you have to do is you have to come over to TikTok. The link is in the YouTube description. If you want to join the panel and cook it up on these topics, when it's time to bring people up, make sure that you go to the link and make sure you go to that link in the YouTube description, click it, come over here to TikTok, right? You can hit the request button to join, or if we see you, we could just bring you up, right? Either way, man, we taking on, and remember y'all, the conversation is open to anybody, right? The conversation. I've already instructed my mods. I keep going through my block list. I've already instructed all my mods. Do not block anybody, man. We trying to hear everybody's opinion on this, right? We got no issues with nobody. And then the one thing that we have to do before we get started with today's show, as we wait for GOAT James Kingdom to get in here, as we wait for our special guest to get in here, the one thing, King Shai Solomon, can you be a mod? Yes, I'll definitely make you a mod. But the one thing that I want to do before we get started today, right? Because there's been a lot of people that haven't done this the right way. And we're gonna pay our homage to them. We're gonna pay our homage to them. But some of you guys may or may not know him, GoatCast Podcast, right? He did a lot of content here on TikTok. He did a lot of content on YouTube. I met him through King Speech Row on YouTube. And you know, good, bad, and different, whether I agree with his takes or not, he had some thoughtful takes, he had insightful takes, and he was a top tier content creator, right? He was putting out premium content. When I say top tier content, what am I talking about? It is him putting himself out there. He was doing film study videos, right? He was doing breakdowns, right? He was doing intricate takes based on how he saw the game. He wasn't running around complaining about what other people were saying about the game. He was putting his own takes out there, putting them in the fire so that his takes can be judged by the people. And when I heard the news that CW from GoatCast Podcast passed away, man, that messed me up. But what it also did, y'all, was it helped me refocus, because we got a lot of slander and we got a lot of chatter going on in the YouTube community right now. And when I heard that with GoatCast Podcast, I said, let me refocus, man, because it can all be gone just like that, right? And what do we want this lasting impression to be over here? Do we want it to be some BS, some fake beefs? No, I'm not entertaining none of the silliness, right? So we let the silliness be the silliness. We separate ourselves from it, right? And like GOAT James Kingdom, man, like we've been talking about, we just gonna keep kicking out this content. So look, as we get through this show, make sure we are giving a shout out to CW. I've already talked to King Speech Row, and I know King Speech Row was really close to him. So like I said, he said he's still trying to process it, and he was close to him. They was doing streams and stuff together. So salute to King Speech Row, y'all. No matter what y'all think about his basketball takes, the man lost one of his brothers, a guy that he was close to, y'all. So if there's any compassion to be given, now is the time to show a little bit of compassion to King Speech Row. I know it's a tough time, but salute. And we're gonna be doing a tribute for him. I meant to have his logo on our show all this week. I'm gonna make sure I have it up on the next show. But we're gonna represent him by putting his logo on the show for the next week, man. Because the man at the end of the day was a hell of a content creator, man. You gotta respect that. But and salute to everybody on the YouTube side too, man, for giving GoatCast Podcast his love as well, man. Some of y'all might have known him, some maybe heard of him vaguely. Like I said, I was introduced to him through King Speech Row. And, you know, like I say, I never had any issues with him. I loved his approach. He always gave me a fair shot to speak on this panel. And I mean, he even just did a video that I saw 2 days ago. And, you know, everything was untimely, you know, from what I heard. And so, man, that's just, it's tough to hear that news, man. So make sure y'all just, you know, when you speak to King Speech Road, man, give him a shout out. You know, GoatCast podcast was in our fantasy league. It was crazy because I was going against him head to head this week in the fantasy league. You know, I'm about to message him. I was just messaging him back and forth on YouTube about a basketball topic, and you know, y'all know that this springs up on us right here, man. So, you know, make sure if you see his channel or one of his videos pop up on your feed that you show respect, man. Show respect, man, because that's two. Some of you guys know LB from the Ticket TV circuit. He passed away untimely, unexpected. And then now we have CW from the GoCast podcast. So as I did in my as I said in my community post, there's a lot of clowns running around here wanting to be clowns. Let them be clowns, y'all. You know, it's real life going on. I'm not here to entertain it. I'm not here to entertain it. Salute to Mahari. Salute to Walking Bucket. Salute to everybody in here. Where is Goat James Kingdom? Man, is Goat James Kingdom leaving me stranded on this one, man? What's going on? What's going on? Let me reach out to this man. But look, as we get started, y'all, I'm gonna dive in on this topic myself, right? And I'm gonna give y'all my perspective on it because I already know that Goat James Kingdom has his own perspective. He's talked about it. I've talked about it. It's something that we've been talking about for a minute. Oh, salute Walking Bucket. You said, what's good, bro? Salute. That name sound familiar, man. That name sound familiar. Salute to Adrian Knight as well. Man, that name sound familiar. I don't know where I remember it from, but it definitely sound familiar. You must be a content creator. This is Ernest. Ernest from YouTube. I'm man, bro. I be hearing so many names. I'm losing track, man. My bad if I forgot who you was. Like I said, I know the name sound familiar for sure. But salute, man. Appreciate everybody pulling up today. We just trying to get everybody up here to cook. He said that's why TikTok and YouTube name this. Yeah, you got to keep them the same. Now I be getting confused, man. I be seeing so many people be coming in here. Like I be having people come up here. It was a dude in here last week. It was people in the chat saying, "Oh, that's T Perfect." The man on the panel said, "No, I'm not no T Perfect. My name is something else." It's like it's just all types of confusion all over the place, man. But we gonna dive. Let me pull up my community post so I can read this comment to y'all. We're gonna break it down. And then we, like I say, hopefully we get our guest up here and we're gonna cook it up on this topic. He says Kwame is a zesty. Kwame's basketball takes are very unique. I'm not gonna lie there. I mean, for somebody that played in the league and for somebody that also played against, I mean, remember, think about this, y'all. Kwame might be one of the only people walking this earth that was able to be teammates with Jordan and Kobe. Think about that. It's not too many people walking this planet Earth that can say they was in the same locker room with Jordan, Kobe, and also played in a league with LeBron James. I mean, just think about that. So this is why it surprises me, man, because Kwame Brown could be one of the he is one of the few people on this planet Earth that can give us perspective that no one else can. He says, you low, Lamont? I'm not low. What am I saying? What do you mean low? What does that mean? Oh, my mic's low. My mic's low. Hold on, y'all. Let me fix my mic. Yeah, I know I was having mic issues last time. Is that better right there, Adrian Knight? Should be a little bit better. James Evans Jr. says Kwame is jealous. I don't know what it is though. I don't know what it is. Hold on, y'all. I'm about to pull up my community post and read it to y'all because I want to read to y'all part of this quote. Bandwagon says Gil versus Viz. Come on, look, Bandwagon. That saga is dead, man. Look, Viz didn't want to do the debate. We only do basketball and debates. Here's the thing: we can't force nobody to debate. Somebody say no to a debate. There's only one option. Keep it moving. Move on to the next debate. I'm already talking to Herm about debating. I'm not here to force nobody to debate. This basketball talk is either with it or you not. It's like you at the gym hooping. You asking people, you want to run next? If somebody say no, all right, I'm going to somebody else. I'm not about to sit here and I'm not about to beg you to hoop. That's why a lot of us like these basketball debates, because it's kind of like hooping. When Willie come up here and we be going back and forth with Willie, it's like hooping, because when the debate's over with, Willie go do his thing, I go do my thing, and then we come back the next day and do it all over again. That's how anybody that hoops, this is why people that hoop love these basketball conversations, because we can argue, go back and forth, and come back the next day and do it all over again. I want y'all to be mindful, y'all. And Go James Kingdom knows this too. Be mindful of the people that walk away from these basketball conversations extremely emotional. Basketball ain't for you. It's not for you. If these conversations, you said, why did my mic do that? My mic I don't know, something's wrong with my mic, and it might be time for an upgrade, because I'm definitely about to if it keeps doing what it's doing right now, I'm definitely going to be getting an upgrade. And we got Go James Kingdom in here right now. And hopefully we can get Gil in here to cook. I'm waiting on Gil to join the panel. If any of y'all see Gil pop up in the chat, let me know, because we got to send him the request to join. So I'm texting him right now. So hopefully we can get him up here to cook. Go James Kingdom, you with us? It keeps saying that you're on coffee break. I gotta make sure. Oh, you must be setting up your screen. I'm trying to set up my screen. Hold up, man. Let me set up my screen. Somebody said Gil was in the chat. I didn't even see Gil. Hold on, let me see if he's still there. Hold on, is that Gil requesting to come up? Somebody requesting to come up. Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, that's King Shai Solomon. King Shai Solomon. Hold on one second. King Shai Solomon. If Gil was in the chat, man, I'm gonna try to request him. Yeah, man. Peace and blessings. Hold on. Somebody said, let me see. They said he was in here. Do I see Gil in here? I don't even know what Gil's name is on. Oh, I see it right there. Gil is in here. Gil, I just sent you an invite. I just sent you an invite to join. Let me share this with the people. Yeah, I gotta share it too, man. Everybody know. So hey Gil, I saw you in here, Gil. I just sent you the invite. All you gotta do is accept it. We're gonna bring you up. Yeah, automatically. Once he clicks it, should like send him something to say. This is his first time joining a TikTok live, so you know how it is. We struggling a little bit that first time, because it's so much different from StreamYard. Gil don't even know how to work a StreamYard. Nah, hey man, look, Gil done leveled up though. Look, I'm gonna tell you one thing though. The one thing I seen from Gil will ask questions one time, but once he figured shit out, bro, from where he was like almost a year and a half, 2 years ago to now, bro, no more struggle streaming. I'm talking about the man got the OBS studio, the gaming. I'm talking about it's damn near flawless. Hold on 1 second. Let me try to bring Gil up again. Man, y'all should have told me Gil was in the chat. I didn't even see him in there. I was looking for the name. Oh, it says invited still. Yeah, King Shy, if you've been watching Gil content, right, from, because he said, oh, hold on.
If he joined from his computer, I wouldn't know how to do it because I've never done TikTok on my computer. Kwame needs the views.
So Gil thought he had to do it from his desktop. Gil, if you're watching, you got to do it from your phone. Do it from your phone. And it's not like StreamYard where you got to get off your phone. You can stay right on your phone. You're going to be right in the app. So
but it probably won't let him join from his laptop unless he has like his camera webcam.
Oh, there he is right there. There he is right there. We got him right here. Let me accept it.
He's there. I see.
Gil, what's good? Yeah. We hear you, man. Yeah, this TikTok. You got an echo though.
Yeah, he probably watching it on something else.
Yeah, I seen that. He gonna fix it. That's better though.
On YouTube now. We're also on YouTube as well, y'all. What up?
Now, Gil, hold on. Let me bump you up here, man. I appreciate you pulling up too, Gil. We was talking about it for a quick second, right? And so first, we just got to start off with. Let me bring you up. When, like, as a player who, hold on, Gil on a coffee break. As a player, y'all, and hopefully he can still hear my question. Who we know had to get in the lab. You almost had to get your Bronny James grind on, right? As a second round pick. And when you hear some of these narratives from fans, right? The narrative talk from fans where and this, like I say, this is not necessarily about Kwame Brown. His sentiment seems like it's the same as most Jordan fans. They make up crazy narratives just to push a take because they don't like a player. And so where do you think this come from? Like why do the fans, why do players?
I've been out of the Mr. Brown loop ever since I squashed it on my side. So I don't know what the take is.
Yeah.
So what is the actual take?
Okay, let me read it to you. I'm gonna read it to you so you could be. Here's the take right here. And remember, like I told them before, it's not necessarily about Kwame per se. It's about the thought process, because we hear this. Me and Goat James Kingdom, we hear this from a plethora of people just here on TikTok alone. And let me read it to you right here. Kwame Brown said, every sportscast is talking about how LeBron made the right decision. He sacrificed. Who hit the shot? Did Rui hit the shot or LeBron? How did he sacrifice when he shot 17 times? Now I know 100% that LeBron's career was created. That he was talking about people giving LeBron James praise for passing up that last shot where he could have kept his 10-point streak alive, but he threw the assist to Rui for the game-winning shot. And basically, Kwame used that as an opportunity to say, by how the media is talking about that, he said this is how he knows LeBron's career was scripted, because people were giving LeBron credit for making the right play. I guess. And there was no fanfare around Rui hitting the shot.
You know, I mean, it's kind of hard to really gauge someone who, you know, who personally don't like the person, right? So, okay, what is the general?
The general take is, where do you feel, from fans to media to or even players, when they open their mouths and they to say something about like LeBron James, when you say something like his career was scripted, right?
And when they mean scripted, do they mean like it was given to them?
Essentially given to him. The league, like for example, there's this narrative that, you know, every time the Lakers play, praise, magnet balls, everything, give them free throws.
They basically said, yeah, every time LeBron prays, it's not because of anything he really did. It's just a script. It's just something that they put out there to make people think LeBron did something.
Oh, okay. So,
Oh, they saying they can't hear Gil on YouTube. Y'all can't hear him. We can hear him just fine. Hey, you better come over to TikTok because we can hear him just fine. Can y'all hear Goat James Kingdom?
I mean, Gil hasn't. They said too much, so I don't know.
Yeah,
okay, so
go ahead, Cook.
Yeah, perfectly fine. Like this.
what happens is this. What happens is this. You have two sides of fans. You have fans that praises the player that they're watching, and then if that guy gets too much praise, then you have a hate side that just hates the person, right? So you're gonna have the group that hates basically says you did right or whatever. This great player. It happened with Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Magic Johnson, Curry, Duncan, Shaq, LeBron James, Curry, Luka. It's the part of being great. Once you get into a certain category, that's what your career becomes. But you gotta. If we're gonna talk about LeBron James, he became an enemy when he left. They changed the rules of how they looked at players when he went to Miami. There was never no rule about if you won a ring in another city and you were the man, that was frowned upon. That wasn't created until he won when he went to Miami. Creating super teams. Like they didn't do that to Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen when they won a championship over in Boston. Right? They get full credit for that. But they got traded. You know what I mean? They say it doesn't. There's so many rules that's now being created because you don't like a certain person. So when it comes to somebody like LeBron, how do you script his career? Did the other players who were trying to stop him, were they part of the script? We're just going to let him score 30, 40, 50 on us? Like, I mean, where does the script start? Right? Because everyone has to be in on it. It has to be the Truman Show. We're all fucking actors out here now, right? It's no one, only hard work credits hard work. If you don't have the hard work, you're gonna throw shots at someone because you couldn't do the same things that they did to be on that certain level. So you pretend that it was all created out of thin air or it was helped. That's what happened with those guys. Michael Jordan, Cole. It was given to you, not the work ethic. And that becomes it.
What you got on that, Go James?
Well, I was gonna say that's the problem right there, Gil, is that it's like the cheating husband complex that Michael Jordan fans and Kobe fans have. They're blaming us for what LeBron's doing and how he's getting praised for it. But in reality, Jordan and Kobe got praised for not doing anything. They gave Michael Jordan all kind of praises when he started in the 80s. When Kobe got in the league, they tried to use the formula on Mike on Kobe. When Kobe was with Adidas, they were trying to feed us Kobe was this dude, and he wasn't that dude then. He eventually became that dude, but he wasn't that dude. So LeBron's been that dude since high school. That's what they're upset about, is that the hype around LeBron. That's why they say it's always about his expectations. They expect LeBron to win 10 championships. They expect LeBron to average 35 points per game. Like, it's the expectation because of the hype around LeBron. And the hype around LeBron is legit because he was just the greatest thing we've ever seen on the basketball court.
Listen, all hype, we got to remember, it's this simple. All hype around somebody is legit. Right? Especially if they establish, like the hype around Kobe Bryant was legit. He was the number one player out of high school. He was at 17, 18, whooping these niggas' asses in practice and in training and in the summer. That was all legit. Even though he's only playing 6 or 7 minutes in the NBA players who had to guard him could not guard him. So the hype was real. It just didn't, the rest of the world didn't get to see it yet.
Okay.
Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I got you.
And that becomes a problem. But now, when you're talking about certain fan bases, Michael Jordan fan base, Kobe Bryant fan base, LeBron fan base, they're arguing a rare argument. It's a beautiful argument, but it's an argument of who is the best of all time, not who is one of the best, who is the best. Like, do you know how great you had to be as a player to even be in this conversation? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about 3 people fighting for one title. There's almost 6,000 players who played this game, and it's then been narrowed down to 3. Some people say 2. Some people try to make it, but consensus, right? Consensus, there's 2 people fighting for the title. Right there lets you know how great these individuals were. And sometimes when we're having these arguments, we're pretending that one is actually mediocre. We're pretending one is fucking Gilbert Arenas' resume. Right? It's like you're talking about one as this, and then the other one, we make the other one seem like he is so trash. When no, this is a rule that there's only 3 of these niggas in by themselves trying to have a conversation. And we're pretending, and that becomes the problem. Where our argument becomes so detrimental to the player's legacy because we're not respecting 20 All-Stars and 21 All-NBAs. Do you know what fucking 20 All-NBAs is? Like, you know what I mean? Like
Magic Johnson and Larry Bird put together.
Yeah, yes, like 21 All-NBAs. This is not an all-star game. This is not, hey, fans vote you in. No. All-NBA is like being a wife. Girlfriend is all-star. When you get that ring, that's All-NBA. LeBron has 21 of those. That means he has been top 15, top 3 in his position for 21 years. That is, you can't script that. Kobe has been that 15 years. Jordan has been that 11 years, right? Because obviously say he retired, didn't play there. But you can't take away what these people done and say it's irrelevant. And we started depicting who they played against. They can't pick who they played against, right? So, if you drop, like, the worst thing to say is if we drop a Kyrie in the 60s, he will kill. No, he won't. No, he fucking won't. The reason he won't is because his dribbling package is not given to him. The rules is this: you got to dribble on top of the ball, pat, pat, pat. There's no tween in there. That's a motherfucking carry. You can't Euro. That's a fucking travel, right? So you can't take today's world and bring it there and say you're gonna dominate. No, there's rules there. You got to play by those rules. So it's irrelevant. Kind of like arguments in it. But look, Michael Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, Kareem. They're different people, right? You're going to argue until your goddamn pass, till they have you in your grave. You're not going to convince each other of none of it. If LeBron James wins 10 rings right now, if you don't like him, you don't like him. You're not going to ever say he's the best if you're a Jordan fan. If you're a LeBron fan, you're not going to say Kobe or Jordan's better. That's just fandom. That's what makes fans fans. But the argument that you're having with Jordan or LeBron, that's a beautiful argument because there's only two of them.
Well, they limited the two, though. They only limited the two. They won't
because they've narrowed it down and said these two are the last two.
You keep saying they, Gil. You know who they is, right, Gil?
The media world.
The Zesty Jeffries in the media.
No. You got to remember, the Jordan fans, they think they're one, right?
That's what I'm saying.
So look, this is what you have.
They try to bully everybody. They try to dictate what we can talk about.
So the Jordan fans is this. They know consensus, meaning media worldwide, Jordan will never get replaced, no matter what statistical number that you've put, no matter how you do it, because there's just things he has that no player today can ever get. Rules has been changed. So when you talk about just things, no one's going to get 10 scoring titles. That's just not going to get that. 10 finals, you're not going to get. 6 finals, you're not going to get that, right? Mm-hmm. Somebody could get 5 MVPs, but there's just things that he has that just won't be given out. So his resume is going to be spotless in that sense. And if you do get the rings, did you get that bitch 6 out of 6, right? So if you want to be better than Jordan, it has to be 7. You can't lose. And then if you did get 7 of them, did you go to a game 7? If you went to a game 7, it don't count, right? did you stay? Did you stay with one team? Because if you didn't stay with one team, it don't count. So, right? So if you want to argue, you're going to argue. That's just the point of it, right? But Jordan fans is never going to concede. You know why? If you grew up in the Jordan era, Jordan made you feel good. See, this is what people are missing. People are missing this aspect.
No, what I told you, Lamont. I tell Lamont that all the time. But go ahead, my bad.
80s and 90s was David Stern building. He was building the NBA. He was trying to build a sustainable league. So his first baby was Magic. So Magic and Bird, his first. So Magic was it was his gold mine because he had the personality. He was in the biggest market and his style of play was contagious. Magic was bringing Bird along. Bird had the game, but he had no personality. So they had to blend those two together, right? when Michael Jordan hit the league, they realized this is what mega superstar. This is what the world should be following. So yes, they crafted media to protect him because his game said protect him. A nigga come in the league averaging 28, you protect him. His second year, damn near 35, 37, you protect him, right? So what ends up happening is, yes, was there things given to him in 88? Probably. But the league needed it. And who else they was gonna give it to? Somebody with no name? Somebody that didn't move the needle? Right? If I got Michael Jordan with this many steals and he is him and him, I'm gonna give it to Michael Jordan because Michael Jordan winning all these awards puts money in the league's pockets. Right? When he went to
Gil, that sounds like Jordan's career is scripted the way you talking.
No, it's not. It's crafted.
Craft is a good word. Go ahead, continue.
So, because scripted means we let him score 30 every year. No. He scored 30 every year. We only highlighted what we wanted you to know about. We don't give two shits the nigga averaged 3-5 turnovers a game. That is not the point. We're highlighting the 32, the 8 assists, the 8 points, the 35, the 37, the 5 and 5, right? That era, 80s and 90s, only talked about the good they did, right? If you ask the consensus, who is the best Olympic player ever? They will say Michael Jordan. But if you actually look at Michael Jordan's stats in the Olympics, it was not very good. You know why? Because they didn't tell us it wasn't good. All they said was Michael Jordan, Magic Bird, and Jordan are out there putting boot to ass. 1 by 40. Michael Jordan, the captain, they killed him. That's all we knew, right? So we just assumed they all fucking scored 100 fucking points a game. We didn't know. Like, today is when we're finding out. When you look through the archive, like, damn, that nigga was horrible. But that was the point of media then. There was no negativity towards players. There was no, oh, Magic Johnson lost this many times in the finals. Kareem lost this many times in the finals. Bird lost this many times in the finals. There was no negatives that was put upon players then because they needed all the positive articles. They needed the league to look amazing because they needed to push money into the league. So when you hear Michael Jordan, all you think is positive memories. He makes you smile. Somebody say, oh, hey, the new mics is coming out. Niggas are like, well, which ones? The threes, the ones, you smile about it. Now, this generation, 2000s moving on, when what do they call them? When the reporters, the beat writers, when beat writers became TV personalities, they brought in the clickbaiting and that negative undertone towards players. Who's better? This person, this person. They brought that in. And now when you think about players, you don't think positive. You go for their negatives first. So if you ever hear like somebody talk about LeBron James and you say, all right, name me your top 10. One thing that is going to be consistent. They're going to say your Michael Jordans. They're going to say Kareems. When they get to LeBron James, they're going to automatically give you a negative on why he's there. Like you asked for it. Right? So they can say Michael Jordan, 6-0, right? 10 scoring titles, boom, boom. Kareem, leading scorer, got all of this, boom. LeBron James, yeah, he's 4-6 in the finals, right? He jumped teams. It's like they're giving you the excuse of why they have him third. instead of just having him third. Say they got 4 titles. They don't do that. They give you the negative on them, and then they go 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've never seen anything like it. And it's like, you don't have to convince. It's your 10. You can put Scooby-Doo in that bitch. Like it's yours. Right? So you don't have to convince me on why he's there. If you have him 30, you have him 30. If you have him 10, you have him 10. You don't need to tell me the flaws of him. Like you're like the way you sounded at 3, it's like you don't like this nigga. And that's the problem. It just became this hateful tone of a guy who's 40 years old. You're talking about the play he made, he got praised for today, right? He passes up the possibility of going 10 points, right? Passes to Rui. Rui hits the game. It's over. The streak is done. If Rui misses it, we in overtime, he can get his 10. He gets 5 more minutes to get one more basket. But he makes the right play. Now, what is the knock on LeBron James through his career? He wasn't a killer, right? Every time someone hits that shot, who do they blame? LeBron James. You blame LeBron for not taking the shot because Kobe's not making a pass. Kobe's going to take that shot. Jordan's going to take that shot, right? So when it doesn't work out, he gets killed and say, you're not like them. That's why you're not the GOAT. See, if Rui misses that, LeBron James, that's why you're not the GOAT, because you're supposed to take that game winner. You're passing it to Rui in a corner. So
they took it a step further. Yeah, one dude was saying how LeBron didn't even celebrate with Rui, that he was celebrating by himself. That's how selfish he is.
Yeah, but because that's what you're looking for. Because that's what you're looking for.
Of course, it's what they love LeBron. Trust me, they love LeBron more than JP ever could.
Remember, this is one thing that I've always noticed. A hater watches the person they hate more than the person who loves them.
Damn, thanks. But can you say that's something that Kwame Brown figured out? That it's not that he hates LeBron. It's just the fact that he figured out he can have people like him. So just saying he hates LeBron.
I mean, I don't know what his motives will be. That's something you got to ask him about. But generally, that is the thing, that you can get a fan base off of disliking just a superstar, right? Think about it like this. You have people who love Shador, right? If you hate Shador, you're going to get a lot of followers. You're going to get a lot of what's the name because you hate him. Because he's loved by millions. So that means there has to be a group that don't like the nigga. You can be part of that. Caitlin Clark, right? Angel Reese. It works, right? It's just these names are so big that they have a big love. That means you can make views hating them. Right? If you just say, if you a hateful person and you don't like people, here's your playbook. You don't like LeBron James, don't like Angel Reese. Well, shit, don't like Caitlin Clark, don't like Angel Reese. But if you had to pick one, pick Angel Reese, and then all the Caitlin Clark fans is going to fucking follow you just to talk shit. And don't like Saunders. You can make a YouTube career off of just hating those two.
It ain't gonna last.
Hold on, Gil, let me ask you one question.
It lasted for 20 years with LeBron James.
Only LeBron though, because LeBron's that great.
Gil, I'm gonna ask you one question. I'm not gonna say it's off topic, but it's basketball related. So, and this is gonna help expand it out, because I know some people up here they want to ask you some things, because a lot of there's a few people on this, just right here with us right now that are what you described, man. They but basketball wise, and I've always been interested in this right here. You was on the, see, this is the thing, like you was on the court with Brian against going up against this dude, right? And at times you was going up against Brian when he had teams that the narrative was he was kind of carrying this team maybe a bit farther than they should go.
Facts.
So from your perspective, are we wrong as like when we watch the game and we make that assessment from you being on the court as a player? And this is not to shade no players whatsoever, right? This is strictly about Bron being able to elevate other guys. Was that the sentiment that you guys felt when you guys went up against him, that he elevating the hell out of these guys and got them playing way higher than they supposed to be playing?
Okay. The question is, any of those players Hall of Famers? Any of those Cleveland players Hall of Famers on their own?
Nope.
No. Okay. Any of those players, were they all-stars?
A few
Only,
of them. A few
Without
of them.
only one.
Mo Williams.
One without LeBron James. No. Only big Agaustis. Well, no, Agaustis was like 05.
Big league.
Yeah, so yeah.
Hey,
none.
and you
Only
gotta
big league.
echo. Go James. You gotta echo too.
It's me.
Is it you?
Nah,
or
I think it's
Gil?
Gil.
Oh, it might be Gil with
It's
an
Gil.
echo. Gil got a little echo.
Me?
Let me see.
Yeah, I don't. I think Gil's listening to. If you even put some headphones on, it'd be better, Gil.
It's just slight. It ain't too
Yeah.
crazy. It's a little echo, but it ain't too crazy.
Mo Williams.
But let me ask Gil a question. We're gonna let all y'all get a chance to speak with him, and we're gonna rotate some people because we got a lot of folks who's trying to get up here. Again, be respectful. Gil is here to take his time out to have some fun with us here on FYF TikTok Takeover. Y'all know what we do here. We have some fun. Did Gil answer your question, Lamar?
I didn't even. No, I think it was starting to echo a little bit, but he was about to really get into it. But because I wanted to, like, because we as fans, right, and the whole purpose of the question, and I know as soon as Gil get back, he probably grabbing some headphones. The whole purpose of the question, y'all, is we talk about the eye test a lot. What are we seeing? Are we, like, when I look at that team, right, and when I see a whole bunch of guys who catch and shoot player here, none of them are really what we consider non-pattern
Good.
players. None of them really were built to go get a
You
bucket on
play
their
better,
own.
Gil. It's perfect.
Huh?
Yeah, that's way better.
good.
Yeah, that's way better.
Okay, so what it is none of the players on his team, we will say, would have been Hall of Famers or consistently all-stars without him. Decent players, right? Yes, that is part of greatness. Greatness is making the players around you look better than they really are, right? So while we're playing them and he's making this player, he's helping this guy score. We got to double him. This guy's hitting that shot. This guy, and they're winning games at a high level. And like, yo, these dudes is ass. That's how great LeBron James was, even at an early age. Was that team up and down better than us, the Wizards, individually? Fuck no. We had 3 all-stars. We had 3 all-NBA players. But he, by himself, neutralized the 3 of us, right? He averaged 36. I averaged 34 in that series. I'm only 2 points behind him. I have him. No, but he's making everybody else around him play at a certain level. So there was teams that he took to championships that wasn't that good. And then when you put his talent with other stars, just other stars, not regular ass players that was on his regular ass Cavs team, other stars that's in his category of a Hall of Famer without rings. That's what we call him. That you can have a Hall of Fame career without a ring because you're just that dude. You put him with Dwayne Wade and Bosh, look what happens. Injuries had the injuries hurt them, right? Outside of the first year. But that's what a superstar is. You give him the right pieces, he turns it into, greatness. Same thing with Kobe. If you look at Kobe's 2 championships at the end, no one can say that team on paper was good. Like you're like, Paul was okay. Everybody else, right? You take Kobe off, y'all getting smacked. But that's how great Kobe was. that you had to respect the other players because he put every player in their role for them to be good. Right? So he did the heavy lifting. Y'all bring in, I'm going to cook the meal. You bring in the soda, you bring in the napkin, you bring the music, and it became a festival. And that's what those type of players do. Right? So, like Tim Duncan, I'm sorry. Like Tim, if you're a Tim fan, if you're not arguing that Tim should be in this debate or top 3 to 4 greatest players that ever lived, something's wrong with your fandom. Because I don't give a fuck what nobody say. You're not going to convince me Manu Ginobili them was them dudes.
Facts.
I played them. You know what I'm saying? So when you're saying winning championships with the less talent, Tim did that shit. Because your third best player was a bench player. He made all-star games because y'all were winning, not because he was by himself out here mopping motherfuckers. He wasn't Austin Reeves in it. He wasn't doing what Austin Reeves. He was coming in, playing his role, and the record they had allowed him to make that team. He was good, but he wasn't by himself Hall of Fame good. Tony Parker was good, but by himself was not Hall of Fame good. If he didn't win, if he didn't have Tim Duncan, he could have been Michael Conley.
That's a hot take.
Damn.
But you can't see them outside of 5 rings because Tim made them guys look like they was on the same level. And that is greatness.
Well,
that's why nobody touched them. When they were free agents, nobody touched them. Nobody, true. If you look at San Antonio, Tony Parker was making, he won 3 rings. He's making $60 million. Because everyone believed, that's why Kawhi got bashed so much, because they thought he was a system player because the system made the Spurs, the Spurs pass look better than they really were. So when you looked up and down and you put them in their category, Tim number 1, Ginobili, where were you as 6 men, let alone shooting guards in the NBA? Right? Shooting guards, where were you? 6 men, where were you? Right? You're not in the top 15. Same thing with Tony Parker. Where were you in point guards? You're whoever the small forward, Bruce Bowen, where the fuck are you on the list? In your category. Where were you? The 5-man, where were you in your category? So when you look at this roster and you got one ranked 300, one ranked 265, you got the point guard who's probably ranked 11, then you got, Ginobili who's probably ranked in shooting guards alone 25. He has 5 rings with that. That's amazing.
And let me ask you, because we've had there's been somebody on the panel. He basically came up and said, because the sentiment has been opposite of what you said from certain fans, where we've had people come up here and say that because Ilgauskas was an all-star when LeBron James was in high school, and players like Anderson Varejao could at times get double-digit rebounds. That is what is considered elite help. What do you feel when you played against LeBron with these guys? Did you feel that y'all had to worry about Varejao and players like Ilgauskas, or was Bron always the primary threat?
Booby Gibson.
See the fact that that's what they even arguing is. So just because this nigga can get 10 defensive rebounds, he's a threat.
Like, you never average double-digit rebounds too.
That's not even an argument that you should be worried about that. We're talking about a guy who got 10 rebounds, or he could get them. Right? I don't give a fuck what you could get.
No, hold on. Let me ask you this, because you really broke that down. Let me ask you, because this is another thing I really want to know. Since you played LeBron in 06, 07, and 08, and obviously you guys didn't get a chance to beat the Cavaliers, do you think if you guys would have played off of LeBron and let him shoot, you would have had a better chance to beat him?
I can tell you this. What coach let Jokic score 50?
Oh, wasn't that man?
Was that Ty Lue?
Yeah.
Against the Clippers?
Yeah. Was that Ty Lue who said that? Like we wanted him to score 50?
It was one. I remember when it happened. I don't remember.
Yeah. Okay. So it was Ty Lue. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we played them 3 times. We tried everything. We tried. Okay. Look, because he likes to naturally pass, we're gonna just make him be selfish and score 50. Let him score as many points. Oh no, he did that. Yeah. Then we said, okay, look, we're gonna sag off of him. We're gonna let him shoot from outside. He does that. They make the screen a little bit lower. He turns the corner because the screen is lower, right? These niggas ain't dummies, man.
I ain't gotta tell me.
That's what we've been trying to tell him.
You ain't gotta tell me, Gil.
No, what I'm saying is, I think people think these niggas is dumb.
No, trust me. The people we talk to is dumb. They zesty and they dumb.
Right? It's like right now saying, all right, since Luka's averaging 10 assists, let him score 50. Oh yeah, the nigga's gonna score 50, and he's gonna still get 8 assists because that's how gifted he is. Because first, one-on-one individually, he's unguardable. So you're talking about let him go do something. He's going to do that at a high rate. Okay, we're going to let Kobe score 81? How many points you going to get this nigga? You know what I mean? How many points you going to give him before you be like, fuck?
No, because to them, the theory is LeBron James can't score unless he's in the paint. Like, so he had no post-up game. He had
and?
Shoot. So that means you just sat off to him and he was inefficient and you would be able to beat him like the Spurs did. That's what they tell us.
You mean beat him as a Spurs did when he was 22 years old?
Yeah, that's what they say, sir. They use that. The 4 games. Those 4 games means LeBron James never could shoot. He's never been a good shooter. He never knew how to shoot. He could never shoot. He put his head down and drive to the basket. That's all he did.
Okay. Now, if that was true, for the last 21 years, no one figured that out. That means we fucking stupid. We're that stupid that we couldn't sit in the lane with 5 players and let him shoot from outside. I'm pretty sure you think everyone's tried everything that y'all are saying. You don't think we sat in the lane and say, shoot, nigga?
Gil, I'm your age. I watched him play you. I saw how he played you. I saw him play against you. I saw what he did against you. I saw those games. I remember watching that. You were one of the most highlighted players at that time. You were one of the most watched players at that time. When you made the playoffs with Washington, everybody was talking about y'all. And we watched you and LeBron play, and LeBron lit y'all up. And y'all tried everything. I know. I got the film. It's
called a basketball game. This is not 2K. You can't set up every play and run the same play over and over and set your defense. No, this is called if the nigga can't shoot and this nigga's playing a passing lane and he gets a dunk and he got the crowd excited. Now he's pumped up. Then he makes a 3. Then you guard him and he goes by you. He windmills like this is it's called a basketball game. Right? It's. I remember we let him shoot. We said we're gonna let him shoot. Right? Nigga went 7 for 12 from a 3. The next game, the nigga shot only 1 3. Right? It's when he's on, he's on. When he's off, he's off. But he's not. This is why I say people think he's stupid. These players aren't stupid. Okay, LeBron James can't post up, right? Which means he didn't waste his energy trying to prove your point. Why would he go in the post doing something he can't do? It's called stupid basketball. Okay, he can't play one-on-one. What did he do? Stay away from one-on-one. What he could not do, he did not try to do it, right? Like Westbrook. If you can't shoot, nigga, you're not going to go 0 for 20 trying to prove you can't.
But that's the thing, though. I watched him play against you, and as soon as he saw you on him, he put you to the post quickly.
Yes. No. Yeah. Like you take advantage of the things you can take advantage of, but
yeah,
you put me in the post knowing what are we going to do defensively?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Double.
Collapse.
Double.
You have to double. You have to hurry.
We're going to double. Yeah. Now you got Mo Williams over there getting a fucking wide open shot, or you know what I mean? He's manipulating the game, and that's what the greats do.
Mm-hmm.
Like Kenyon Martin's team that went to the finals. They didn't have no shooting. So what do you think the plan was? Get them in the half court. Now, good luck trying that. When they were fast breaking off of layups, the timeouts, there was a fast break team whose whole idea was the fast break. We used to put, when we played them and we practiced, we put 7 players on offense to try to mimic how fast they was moving.
Damn.
You know what I mean? So the critiques itself is irrelevant because you're critiquing it because someone else did this. Oh, he don't post up, but these 2 players did. Right? Mm-hmm. And that's what it is. It's, oh, he don't post up. Well, it's not like he forced post ups. He didn't force taking these bad shots. He didn't force taking game winners that he shouldn't be taking, like the one the other night. He didn't force it. He made the right play to try to prove he can make game winners like MJ. Right? So that's one thing that you have to give him credit for, that he was smart enough to understand what his game was and what to stay away from. Everyone has their flaws.
Hey, let's go ahead.
Keep trying to prove that you don't have it.
Let me let Plato jump in here. I know he got a question. Plato, what you got, man? You got some interesting takes, man. Gil will give you an interesting answer, man. Talk to him, man.
What do I think about what y'all been saying?
No, whatever you got on your mind, brother.
Anything that you've been wanting to ask about basketball, you have a guy who is an all-star in the game of basketball that you can ask.
All NBA.
No, all NBA. Stop tripping.
Okay, my bad.
Hey,
by 25, which is I was the 9th. I'm the right now. I think I'm the 11th youngest.
Lord have mercy.
All NBA.
Hey, you got more all NBAs than Reggie Miller, correct?
Of course.
Oh yeah.
Okay, see, that's what we talking about around here. Come on, let's
talk to him, Plato.
Talk to him.
Plato, man. Don't be shy now. Don't be bashful.
No, nobody's shy. I'm just waiting on y'all to stop talking. No, I really don't have any questions. I have statements. When it comes to LeBron's greatness, first of all, I don't agree that his career was scripted. I think that's dumb. I think LeBron has done what he's done based off his greatness. LeBron has done what he's done because LeBron's that good of a basketball player. But as it pertains to people discrediting him, I've always said I think LeBron catches so much hell because you have a lot of people trying to put him on a throne that, quite frankly, the majority of people feel like he should not be sitting on. LeBron is great. There's no denying that. But when we compare him to the guy who he's in a conversation with, a la being Michael Jordan, I don't think there's much of a conversation when we're talking about the career that they've had. I think you can argue LeBron's probably just as good of a basketball player as Michael Jordan. I think that's a fair assessment. But to say that he's just as great, I think that's where the disconnect comes in.
Now, when you say they're not as great, what is the category of the greatness? Is it the players? Is it the accolades? What part is you're having trouble with saying he should be in the category of greatness? Because greatness first is you in your body of sustainability and work. What you bring to the game is your greatness. Mm-hmm. Now, the accolades that come with your greatness, if we remove all things that have to do with team success, right? Then what do you have?
Well, the point of the game is to win championships and be considered arguably the best player while you do it. So I'm not going to remove team accomplishments when we're talking about someone's greatness, because that's directly correlated to how great you are. There's a reason Allen Iverson isn't in these conversations. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason Hakeem Olajuwon, as great as he is, isn't in these conversations. It's because his teams were not as successful. Now, we can add context to that, but there's context to everyone's career. At the end of the day, we're still going to talk about the guys who got it done. So I'm not going to remove team accolades when I have that conversation.
Okay, then you might as well, then there's only, 5 teams that you can go to that you're going to ever be in this category of greatness.
5 teams or players?
Teams. Lakers, Chicago, Boston,
Golden State, maybe.
But that's new. They're new.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think there's that many. When we're talking about players who have a litany of championships, there's really only 2 where we're going to talk about that, and that's because these 2 guys have the most championships while being considered the best player in the league. That's LeBron and Michael Jordan.
So when Magic won his, he wasn't considered the best player?
Whenever he won his in like 87, 86.
Tim Duncan?
Tim Duncan's not considered the best player in the league whenever he's winning all those championships.
Because he wasn't in a big city.
No, it's just because he wasn't as good as, like in 07, he's not as good as LeBron James and Kobe Bryant.
So you said win the championship and be the best player in the league?
Yes, while being considered the best player in the league. Tim Duncan wasn't that for the majority of his championships. He just wasn't.
He wasn't.
Would you say he is? In 05 and 07 and 14, you think Tim Duncan's in the conversation to be the best player in the league?
In the 2000s, he's the only player that triple crowned, meaning 10 All-Stars, 10 All-NBA, 10 All-Defense.
That's cute. In 05 and
it's
07
not cute.
And 14,
that's amazing.
That's amazing, sure. In 05,
Bro, Plato, let him finish.
No, let him. Because what I just said, he's the only triple crown that did 10 All-NBAs, 10 All-Defense, 10 All-Stars. And he says that is just cute because most likely whoever his favorite player was never did it. So it's only cute because this guy did it. When you're talking about, he's the only one that's done it.
But hold on, before you go play though.
So what happens is you minimize the greatness of someone just to prove a point.
I'm not minimizing your
and that's what happens in the sport.
You're just not.
Let me ask you this, Gil. Let me ask you.
No. So the question is, you're saying that while he won a championship, being the best player in the league, so Jordan got 6 and 6. How many years was LeBron James the best player in the league?
How many years in all? I'd say probably a decade.
So you got him 10 years of winning championships. So how many championships does he got while being the best player in the league?
4. I'd say 4. Maybe 3, because some people might debate that Giannis is better in 2020. But I'm going to give him 4. I'm going to say he's still better. I'm going to say 4. I'm going to say 4.
So all 4 championships, he was the best player.
Yeah, I'd say he's the best player in the league on all 4. Yeah.
Who was the best player in the league longer, him or Jordan?
LeBron. I probably
Yeah. Okay, so while I'm asking this,
I'm not really sure. If I have to put a number, both of them have about a decade in the league as the best player. Jordan from 88 to 98, I'd say is the best player in the league. Bron, definitively, like I'm talking about like definitive years where he's definitively the best player, I'd say from 2010 to 2020. So they both have about 10 years doing that. Definitively.
Okay, but remember Jordan missed 2 years during that time frame. But my point is this: how much weight does the championship, winning it while you're the best player and being it, matter? Because championships is based on team and your franchise itself. So it's hard to knock a player because the team itself didn't want to win. Like for a Jordan fan, you watched it in real time on the document when they won their third or their second three-peat, 98, right? And that general manager said, I don't give a fuck what y'all do, it's over. We rebuild it. That's the night that should have been the next championship the following year, not the Spurs. That should have been the Bulls.
Yeah, I agree.
So you're using a team and a decision by another person that has his own motives that dictates your career, and that it just seems like it's unfair. Even on the Jordan side, it's unfair because we watched you. We know y'all was the best team, and y'all would have been the best team the following year. Reloaded, you would have won another championship. There was nobody built to stop you guys. And then one man decides, fuck all this. I don't like you guys. That happens all the time in the NBA. So you personally just can't use championships. Small cities, it's hard to be champions in those cities. What Jokic did is amazing. What Giannis did is amazing. What LeBron was trying to do before he left, he was trying. He was really trying to get a championship in there and move pieces. The city just didn't want to do it. Dan Gilbert bought the team. He didn't want to pay for players. Nobody knows. To this day, Larry Hughes is the highest free agent signing that they have. Everything else was trades, I think. So big cities have an advantage.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about who is the best of all time, you have to put the criteria and put points on what you think is important for your argument.
Yeah, and Gail, this is why I said there's context to everyone's career. Everyone has to deal with context. There's plenty of players that are in these small markets and all that stuff. And another thing, when it comes to Michael Jordan, what would you consider Chicago? Because Chicago wasn't this dominant market before Michael Jordan showed up, correct?
It's a big city.
No, yes, it's a big city.
But it wasn't a dominant market. They weren't doing anything.
No, the market is dictated by the city size.
Okay.
Throughout the 70s and the early 80s, the Bulls were good, big in playoffs. Nice.
No, what I'm saying is, so when the TV deals came out, it was three cities first. It was Boston, LA, and Philadelphia. And then when Michael Jordan got to Chicago, the Bulls became the fourth city that had TV rights.
And once Michael showed up, that's when they got in the mix.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they had Bob Love, they had Jerry.
But it's the city size. If Michael Jordan was in Charlotte, I don't give a fuck how big your city, how good he is. The market size is the market size, right? So the big cities, I think I have it here, but okay. So tier 1 cities are Lakers, Clippers, this is LA, obviously. Golden State and San Francisco, Knicks, and Brooklyn Nets. Those 5 teams are considered tier 1 teams. Tier 2 teams, Chicago, Boston, Atlanta, Miami, Toronto, Philadelphia, Dallas Mavericks. So those would be considered tier 2 teams. And then the rest of the teams don't even matter. So if you go back in history and look at the first top 50, look at all the top 50 look at those top 50 players and look at what cities that they set in or played through.
A lot of them are in big markets, yeah.
Yeah, they all came through big markets. Like right now in the top 10, there's only one player that never touched a big market that's in our top 10. And he don't even get the respect he gets. And that's Tim. Everybody else is a big market player.
Okay, so the guys were. Would you do?
Hold on, wait. Let me ask you this, Gil. Let me ask you this, Gil. Because this is the one thing that's big on TikTok. You heard him say that every player's desire is to be the best player while winning championships. Is that your desire when you played, to be the best player while winning championships? Is that what motivated you when you played?
Facts. Here's why.
Facts.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's this undertone between us players, right? All rings aren't equal. It's who were you when you won them shits, right? So Jordan's rings, his 6 aren't the same as Pippen's 6. They don't have the same rings. One is gold member. One is you're silver. You is option number 2. You wasn't the head of the household. Third option, you're bronze. And what ends up happening is when people talk about rings, your legacy between the players themselves, and we're talking about sitting at the tables. If you have silver rings, you're not sitting at the table with gold ring members. Unless you have a gold ring. You was the man when you won it. That's a thing.
What about Kobe's first 3?
Huh?
His first 3.
Blame the Jordan media for that. Because that's when it started.
No, but you just said the players. You can't blame the media for that. The players say those don't count.
What
You
I'm
said the
saying
players,
is,
Gil.
what I'm saying is that's
Don't do that.
That's when it started.
But no, see, that's what I'm saying, though. But that's what I'm saying. That's not when it started. Because see, the reason they say being the best player while winning championships is to defeat Bill Russell's 11 championships. Because to them, Bill Russell doesn't have 11 championships as the best player in the world.
No one. I'm gonna just be honest. When Stern became the NBA and merged, no one gave a fuck about Bill Russell's rings. Right?
So we can discredit rings then, right? So why do we have to praise Jordan 6 rings in a watered down 90s era under David Stern?
When you go back to 92, because here, Jordan, okay, let's remove Jordan 6 rings. Those 6 rings did not matter when Jordan was considered the best nigga that ever walked this planet. He didn't have 6 rings then. In 92, in 89, they were already saying, they was out loud saying this is the best player that ever played. Right? When he won his first rings, it was understood he was the second best. Only Magic Johnson was in front of him by the media standards. There was no Kareem. They didn't like Kareem as a person. So he wasn't even in the category. In 92, after the Olympics, and they won gold, Jordan is damn near the most famous motherfucker that's walking. Going to his 3rd championship on TV, Magic Johnson gave him the title.
Gil, there isn't a difference between being the best ever.
Denver, hold on. Let me. If we go,
but Gil, the thing is that they're not saying Jordan's the GOAT like you're describing.
No.
They're saying Jordan's the GOAT because he has the most championships.
No. Jordan was the greatest of all time as the GOAT. He is the GOAT ever. Was in 92 by the consensus of his peers.
I get that, but people like Plato wasn't around in 92. So that's what I'm saying.
He's talking about the guy that was just up here.
The guys on TikTok, people who are on TikTok will tell you Jordan's the GOAT because he has the most championships and the best player in the world.
But let me give you the reason. So what happens is when he retired, there was no question who the best player that ever played. It was Michael Jordan. 90, them 2 years he wasn't playing, he was the best player that ever lived. There was no questions about it. He was the GOAT. That means Kareem already played his career. Magic was already, so whatever rings they had was irrelevant to the conversation, meaning ring culture didn't even exist when Michael Jordan played. When Michael Jordan won his last ring in 98, and they said, this is the greatest. What they did then was say, hey, we have the standard for greatest of all time, right? You need 6 rings, 10 titles. So they used all of his resume to then say, this is the standard of the GOAT. So ring culture officially started 98. What happened in 99, 2000, 2001 was, or 2000, 2001, 2002 was, this is what happened. This is when silver rings became a thing.
Yeah, but then
by the name of Kobe Bryant.
But so when did the players decide that being the best player winning most championships is important to them? But that's what he believes, that's something that existed in NBA.
I don't know. It was just a thing when I played, but it might have been because of the Kobe Bryant game when Kobe was with Shaq and he won 3 rings. Shaq said, "You are Batman," because it was the rumbles of of the Robin title, which was never used before. And he won 3 in a row. So he's the next guard, shooting guard, who's compared to Michael Jordan since he came in. That actually is 3 in a row, going for the 4th. So the Jordan media started using sidekick rings because who was playing at that time? Michael motherfucking Jordan, and Michael Jordan was not listening to no comparison why he was playing in real time. So all that shit was shut the fuck down about Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant talk. So they named them bitches sidekick rings. You wasn't the main person while winning. Everybody's like, when the fuck did that happen? When the fuck did that? Now they're side nigga rings? Yeah. Didn't even know that was a thing. I thought rings was rings.
But that's what I'm saying. So that means people didn't think about being the best player to win championship. They just thought about winning championship. And whatever it took.
Yeah. So up until 2002, those guys, it was all about just winning a championship.
Okay. All right, that's all I wanted to make
Hold on, let me go to I want to get to a couple people that
it was never like when I got into the league, there was really never no if you was the second best player, your ring was frowned upon. That wasn't a thing. That happened like my sophomore or my second year, my third year, when it was about Kobe, when it was basically saying it was Shaq's rings, not his. When they were sitting there, and then that's what actually started the friction between them two.
And you believe that's them from the Jordan media?
Yeah, and that's when Kobe was like, "Oh, I didn't know. Oh, now y'all add new rules. Okay, get the fuck out of here. Let me show you I'm a number 1 option. I didn't know there was rules now." And that's where I came in at, because I came in the league when those got put in to now hear the rules versus LeBron and say, wait a minute, you changed this. You use these rules versus Kobe. Now you're changing it to go at LeBron. Now, if you use the same ones you used against LeBron, Kobe, you got to change Kobe's now. You got to go backwards.
Now, rings is rings to me, Gil. If you want a championship ring from the bench, at the end of the bench to the top man, you got a championship ring. What separates you is what you actually produce on the court, your stats. Facts.
And that's why, and that's kind of how our thinking was too. Like if you were a bench player and you want a ring, yeah, you got a ring. But when it came to player versus player, you being Allen Iverson, right? Let's say Allen Iverson, he has no rings. Everybody's ring don't trump Allen Iverson's career. Like if Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant is sitting at a table and Allen Iverson walks up, he will get a seat before a Derek Fisher or a Robert Horry or even a Draymond Green. Because before the ring, who are you as a player first? What do you stand on? Were you that nigga? That is a thing first. Right? If Cade never wins a championship, Cade stands on himself. Luka stands on himself first. The championship is the cherry on top. It's not the cake. The cake is your body of work.
And a lot of people make the cake the championships. And they try.
The cake is not the championships. Yeah. But with the same theory, the cherry on top is the ring. If you're Jordan, you both got the same big cake. Then who got the most cherries is the thing.
Mm-hmm.
How many cherries you got? I got 6 real ones. You know what I mean? I got 6. They put 6 on 6 stay. They put 10 of yours on, 4 only, but there's only 4 left. You know, some of them shit slid the fuck off. Like those are arguments. But those are not arguments that we get to argue. That's them niggas, man.
Yeah, man.
Okay,
You know,
let me
let's let some other folks speak.
let me go to
ask Gil a question though, but they gotta ask
Kalisha. Let me let
no.
Kalisha go, and then I'm gonna.
And look, the reason I say this is I when you go to the All-Star game, them conversations are there. You having a conversation of who is the best in the league, right? It ain't about your team record. It's about you. Like, okay, when T-Mac and Kobe was going at it, and T-Mac's like, well, shit, or Kobe's like, if I had all your shots, nigga, I averaged 30, I averaged 35. What you talking about? And, T-Mac is, shit, if I wasn't getting triple team and I had Shaq, I would do this. So Kobe's all right, we'll see. And then when that nigga averaged 35, he answered the call to show, okay, goddamn, this nigga is the baddest nigga on the planet.
Kalisha, what you got for us?
Yeah, night everyone.
What's good? What's the question?
Yeah. The question to Gilles was, who is the hardest player he ever played against between LeBron and Kobe?
Who was the hardest player I played against?
Yeah.
As an individual, I would say Kobe was the hardest to guard as just an individual. Like you had to double him or triple him. You had to. You was stupid if you tried to play that man one-on-one. Team concept, probably
LeBron.
Shaq LeBron was the hardest to team concept over.
Because with LeBron, you have to mark the whole team.
Huh?
LeBron. I see with LeBron, you have to mark the whole team, not just see alone now.
I can't understand.
He said with LeBron, you have to guard the whole team, not just him alone.
Yeah, you had the team. It was like a team. Like you guys had to work as a team to make sure you cut off lanes, cut off passing lanes. Like you guys had to focus on everybody because, like playing against Luka, one-on-one he's unguardable. But when you're scheming for him, you got to think about everybody he's going to try to pass to. So they didn't get open shots.
Thanks.
No.
Yeah, it's hard to double team somebody who can pass. Kobe ain't passing.
Yeah, but it was hard. But you had to double him to get the fucking ball out of his hand. Like I said, it's different schemes. But one thing you didn't do was ever try to guard Kobe one-on-one. Right? It was. There's just certain players in this league you don't even attempt it. It's just like Allen Iverson. We actually guarded him with 5 players. Like, fuck the other 4. We all 5 is paying attention to you. So when he's moving, the defense is trying to keep him from coming in the lane. So I got to add him to that list. I remember That's why I like to know scouting reports.
Yeah. King Shot, go ahead, ask Gil anything, please. Make it short.
All right, first of all, before I go, I just wanted to say I wanted to give my condolences to CW and his family. What happened was very tragic. And I know King Rose here, so you lost a brother and a friend. And even though I don't agree with his basketball takes, as a man, I just gotta, it's sad, right? Second of all, when I was 7, 8, 9 years old, man, this motherfucker Gil was one of the coldest niggas on the planet, bro. Yeah. Man, Gil was like, bro, that 60-point game versus Kobe, man, that's an all-time classic, man. But yeah, I don't. The one question I would want to ask Gil is probably when you were lighting up Kobe, what was going through your mind? As a Laker fan, who was watching the Lakers around that time, like, were you like, man, I'm really cooking this dude, or were you glad to, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, okay, so
what
I had 120 tickets there.
Yeah.
Wow.
So all my friends, all my high school, because we grew. Remember, I'm my basketball career is when Kobe came into the league. It's starting. I'm in high school, so I'm the dude. So when I had big games and Kobe's being mentioned, I'm in the same articles, right? So I had the mini fro trying to beat Kobe in high school. So every time we played Kobe, it was a big game for me and my friends, right? Because we're Kobe fans, right? We're diehard. All of us got LA and Kobe tattoos. It was a childhood dream, what I did. Like, the competitive part was competitive, but at the end of the day, it's in LA against our favorite player, right? That is the memory we're all of us still live today. Like, it's one of those things, right? So it was more of a dream that actually came true of, on that Laker court while Kobe Bryant's playing in front of my friends and family, like I played for the Lakers. So when I was bowing to my section.
But Kobe took that. You was disrespecting him. Did Kobe take that as disrespect? Did he ever
No.
They just dap you up and tell you like, hey man, good game. Like, you know what I'm saying? Eventually, just that that was like he appreciated it.
Oh no, Kobe knew I was a diehard.
Okay.
Like, I remember our first, even before that. So look, my friend was in Anaheim, right? I just got drafted. It was kind of in the middle of the season, and my boy was like, "Hey, Cole, hey, my boy's gonna bust your ass when y'all play this year." He's like, "Who's your boy?" He's like, "Gilbert Arenas." He's like, "Golden State on the bench." He was like, "Yeah." He was like, "Well, tell him to get off the bench and we're gonna see." So when I heard about it, I was like, he knew my name. He knew what team I was on. Oh shit! That's crazy. How did he know? I'm so far on the bench. How does he know me? Like, that was the excitement of it. I didn't give a fuck what he said. Get off the bench. The fact that he knew me and I was a bench player. I was like, that's impressive.
Hey, listen, y'all. We rotate people in and out, so it's quick questions. King Money Fly, what's good, man? Y'all make sure to check out King Money Fly. He does TikTok lives all the time. What you got for Gil, King Money Fly?
Man, I was gonna piggyback off what he was saying about the cherry on tops. I tell people all the time that you can be an all-time great because of your numbers, but just because you got championships, that don't mean you're going to be an all-time great without having to work back in it. But my thing is, my question, do you think the East was so weak when Bron was over there dominating? How do you feel about that?
The East as for teams, yes. So yes, the teams themselves in the East was weaker. The West was always stronger. But that's a team thing, right? Not a player thing. Right? You're talking about individuals like Allen Iverson or LeBron or D Wade, right? The individuals themselves is spread out on both sides. But team-wise, there's always, it's mostly weaker in the East than it is the West. Don't know why.
That would include you and your bum ass Wizards?
Yeah. You know why I think it's, I don't know if it's players. I think the middle of the road players, meaning all the players that glue teams together, that makes teams win, right? You have superstars, right? Mm-hmm. But it become those Jalen, the Brunsons, not the Brunsons, but the Josh Harts, and those type of players that conform teams, they all go mostly west. So your tier 3, your tier 2 and 3 players, it seems like they want to be more on the West Coast teams than they do than the East. They don't want to be in the cold.
And they definitely don't want to play with Pat Riley. What's good, Freddie Love? You got a question for Gil?
Huh?
No, Freddie Love. When we see Freddie Love, got a question for you. Now.
Like East, when I say East is weaker, it's a grind. It's a grind. It was like when I played, it was a grinded out. It was like grind basketball. The West was fun, up and down, trying to outscore you. So during the regular season, the West does have the advantage because the West is trying to run and, you know, trying to scout a team that wants to run like a Phoenix Suns and shit like that. They're going to beat you up in the regular season. You're trying to play grinded out basketball. These niggas are trying to, run the ball up the court, and they're going to beat a bunch of East teams. It's the playoffs that kind of like evens it out a little bit.
All right, so go ahead, Freddie Love. We got Freddie Love going to ask you a question, Gil. Go ahead, Freddie Love.
So basically, you guys basically saying that the better player is who moves the needle farther, not where the needle lands. So, for example, if you win the ring, you're not. Is there an echo?
Just disregard it. Just
Gil's the one
disregard
with the echo. Don't worry about Gil, though. Just keep going.
Okay. So, for example, Trae Young is always going to take his team to the playoffs as the first option, but they might never win shit for real. But Draymond Green will be the second option and be able to scale his game a little down and win. Why is Draymond not better than Trae Young if none of them are going to win shit at the end of the day? The game
Okay, one, you're not winning the championship, but Draymond is the second. I can tell you that for sure. Draymond's going to have to be third
he
or
was the
fourth.
second option in 2015. And
What? He was not the second option in 2015.
That's an embarrassing question, man. You just embarrassed
No.
yourself.
I know what he's saying.
He was.
No, he wasn't the second option. He was the second. Okay, so he was the third.
Like second most effective player.
Okay, no, he
The best
technically
player.
he was the first most important player. By betting odds, Draymond Green was a -9 to the books, and Curry was only a -3. So if Curry missed the game, if they was at 117, the line would be pushed to 114. If Draymond missed it, it was -9.5. So he led in every category but scoring, right? So deflections, rebounds, assists, but that's not an option, right? When we talking about option means we're going through these guys. So if Draymond is your second option, then you're not that good. He has to be what glues everybody together, and he was a great glue guy.
And the question for that is,
but the thing is, your question is this. No one is ever going to say Draymond is better than Trae Young because Trae Young is the main meal and Trae Young is coming to your town and that's who you are stopping.
but think about it like this. If none of them are going to win you shit as your first option, why isn't the better second option the better player?
Because who is the better driver, the driver or the passenger?
The driver. But if he
Okay.
ain't going to take you to the destination, it don't matter. Regardless.
Now, if you take Curry off and say Draymond drive this car,
You don't get nowhere. But
Okay,
same thing with the other dude.
but if he's not going to get nowhere, if they both not going to get nowhere as the number one option, who is the better player there?
The person that could be the better number two option and win you something.
No, because if you say, but one is only a number two option. He's never drove the car. We already know what he does when he drives a car. He's going to get himself kicked out of the game because he doesn't want to play if the number one option is not there. So Draymond is known for, he's not even the second. Draymond is known for being in the passenger, not even the passenger, the backseat driver. He's a great backseat driver. He's checking the windows. He's making sure everything is great with the car, making sure no one is going to side swipe. That's him. He's never driven the car to fail or succeed. So you can't even get the title of it if you've never even been in that position. So he can be compared to a Trae Young because when they both come to town, we know one thing. Golden State locker room is preparing for Trae Young. There's there's nothing on that board that's going to say, make sure Draymond Green don't score 20. You know what I mean? That's just not.
I got you. Let's let
But it's a like Jaylen Brown, right? What Jaylen Brown is doing right now, he has every player's respect because now we get to see you as a driver and we know you can drive the car. Now,
but I saw that before that though, Gil. You heard me say that. I've been telling
yeah. But as a player, nigga, we gotta see it. Because
how you ain't see it? You've been doing it 9 years.
Because we only see it. We only see you in the number 2 option because we're doubling number 1, and you get to play free basketball. So no one
take advantage of it though. He take advantage of it though.
But no one respects it until you become the double guy and you're getting double. Let's see who you are.
Meaning the game plan is to stop you.
When the game plan is to stop you first.
Yeah.
So now he is the game plan. Now we get to see him, and that nigga's balling.
All right, so let me ask you this. So is it better to say that a first option is not necessarily the best player on the team, but necessarily the player that is basically game plan to stop? So the first option player is the player that the opposing team is game plan to stop. That's the number 1 guy. That's the first option now. Would you say that?
Usually the game plan is around the best scorer who can change the game. See, the new school is kind of murking it up because they can do everything. So like somebody like Josh Giddey, right? He's not the best scorer on the best scorer on the team, but he's the most important player because he does so much. So you were game plan to try to stop his stats from piling up. Right? He's in that weird category. Same thing with like a Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler wasn't the leading scorer, but his impact he was the best player. So there's certain players that's their number 2 options moving like number 1s, and they have somebody looking like they're a number 1, but they're not. Like Hero's not a number 1 option. Jimmy Butler was a number 2 option, put Hero as the number 1 option. So you focus on Hero, and Jimmy Butler's doing all the damage. A number 1 needs an amazing number 2 always. So we can get that clear. A number 1 option needs a great number 2 to take him to the next level. And it only works if the number 1 is smart enough to realize he has help. That tells us how smart or great a player is. If when he's in a championship window, he sacrifices enough to win the championship. Like Cole when he won his 2. At the end, he sacrificed enough of his individual game to pull out those 2 rings. And I don't really know if anyone thought that they were as good as Boston. They knew they can compete, but they didn't think that they can just beat them because of how good Boston was with all the talent, and they were playing as a team. No one thought Kobe would sacrifice enough to win. And he did.
Exactly. Hey, New World, you got a question, New World? You there, New World? All right, well, we got to let you go, brother.
Go to King Rowe. I want to hear what King Rowe got to say. Rowe.
It's King Rowe's turn anyways. Go ahead, King Rowe.
Yeah, King, go ahead and cook.
All right, first off, man, thank y'all for the love. My brother CW, aka GoCast. We lost a good brother, man. I really count on that brother. He was a gentleman in this game, and his vision was for us to have these basketball conversations without the toxicity. You know what I mean? No matter which. That brother was a really good brother. No bad to say about him. We all dealt with him. I really appreciate y'all for condolences and the love out there. Oh yeah, I want to ask Bill. Do you think had a good chance at the first time All-Star this year? Which players you think got a chance to be All-Stars?
Your mic going in and out a little bit too, King Ro.
I think Austin Reeves will be a first-time All-Star this year. Shit, who else is balling?
What about Jalen Johnson?
From Atlanta? Yeah. What is his record?
They're above 500.
They're above 500. They're like 12 and like 9, I think, something like that.
And they're top 6 in the East, right?
Yeah, they it's either depending on what day of the week it is.
Yeah, it's always from like I think Jalen. So yeah, Jalen Johnson from Atlanta, and then Duran probably will make one if Detroit stays on top.
Yeah, I think Jalen Johnson's averaging like 9 rebounds and like 7 assists and I think 20 points per game. I think
he'll make it. So what they'll do is they're gonna pull 2 from Pistons. So Duran and Cunningham, they will make it. Knicks will probably get Brunson and
Powell is making it. Powell is making it.
Who?
Powell, Norman Powell.
From Miami?
He might make it.
From Miami. Stop hating, Gil.
If they stay where they are, he could, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we switching up our offense though.
Averaging 25. Yeah, he should. He's averaging 25, I think, right?
Yes, yeah, that's up there. 24.
Hey, Gil, I gotta ask you this because I hope that somebody else was gonna ask you this, and you might know some details, but what do you think happened with Chris Paul and the Clippers? What the hell happened?
Yes, I know. It started off with expectations. It's as a player, not knowing, not reading the room and understanding who you are at this point in time. And I don't know if they promised him a bigger role than he was getting. And when he wasn't getting what he thought he should, the questions and addressing those out loud becomes a problem, right? Like there's just certain personalities, right? And he is a leader's leader. Mm-hmm. But the problem sometimes with those guys is when you are, it's like a lion. When you are not fit to hunt the way you used to hunt, if you don't just chill and you still trying to demand the same kind of respect, the new lion, they don't want you there. They don't want to kill you because of everything you've done, but they don't want you there. Just go somewhere else. And that's basically what happened, man. Is he was talking as if he was still 21, 22, talking reckless to people, it's, undermining the coach, trying to be a coach while being a player. You know what I mean? So the coach is saying that we need to do this. And, Chris Paul he sees the game very different. Mm-hmm. And he's seeing it as, hey, don't double that, do this, do that. So he, just like he did when he played, change the defense, change the offense. And as a coach, if you and him are not aligned, you're not going to like what he's doing, because the last thing you want to do is have someone on the team smarter than you, but he's not out there playing it. See, I don't mind if I call a play and then that nigga go out there and change it, but he's all NBA first team and first team defense. Yeah, the nigga do whatever the fuck he want to do. Oh, okay, whatever. But when you number 15, you don't sit your motherfucking ass down. Wait till I sub you in.
Man, what's wrong with holding niggas accountable, though?
Because what happens with holding someone accountable is this.
That's your question, Herb. You should have waited your turn.
No. when you're holding somebody accountable, you have to make sure you don't fall under the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're saying we need to play defense, but when you're out there, you get blown by because you can't stay in front of these dudes no more, that becomes a problem.
Yeah.
We don't want to hear what you got to say because, one, we're respecting you because we know you can't do it no more. And then you get mad at us when we get beat. And as much as you want to say, nigga, if you don't get your slow old ass out of here. So what ends up happening is you're calling everybody out, but you're not playing to the standard of getting minutes. And that becomes a problem. When you get older and you become that dude that is, just be grateful you're on the team. You are a mentor, not a dictator. Don't, you know what I mean? It's one of those. And he was in the role of still trying to hold the people accountable, but you're not holding yourself accountable, shooting damn near 13, 20% from the 3-point line and getting blown by. But we're not going to call you out because we know physically you can't stand in front of these guys. We're just going to protect you as a team. And it's not his role, right? You just got here. Right, that's like me going to the Wizards right now and then trying to run that team and tell them what they need to do. They're like, nigga, wait, hold on, nigga. You just got here, bro. I don't give a fuck about what you used to do when you was here back in the day. Lob City, that ain't Lob City no more. You niggas is gone. You niggas is washed. That's how them young niggas talk to you. Play me one-on-one. No, that's the last thing you want to hear. You over there talking some shit, nigga. Like, all right, 1v1, nigga. like, whoa. I was just saying, get the fuck back on defense, nigga. I wasn't saying, nigga, let's play ones. Nah. But it's one of those things is he came in there and he's trying to be a leader on a team that already has leaders or people that they are crowned a leader. You can't make yourself a leader. So once they reject the thought of you being a leader, that's when you fall back and chill. Everyone's done it, right? If you think about Kevin Garnett, when he went back to Minnesota, he becomes a cheerleader to the team, right? Like we want the knowledge from you and the support from you and the game from you. We don't want we don't want the whooping from you. Right? We want you to be like your parents. Treat my daddy, treat me like you would treat the grandson, right? Right? You know how your parents become better grandparents than they were parents?
Yep.
They let this nigga do whatever he want to do. He get to eat candy anytime he want. He can turn on the TV. He don't got to go to sleep. He can be on the iPad. They whooped your ass for thinking about candy.
And I don't mean to cut you off, Gil. Hey, Lamar, these dudes are upset in the comments, right? Because they're upset that we don't take people in. And they don't understand that we can literally kick everybody off and this should be Lamar, I, and Gil. We just have a great conversation. We letting y'all up to have an opportunity. There's a lot of people here who want us to step up and speak to Gil. We're not going to have Gil always and forever, ladies and gentlemen. So please let us rotate some folks in. Herm, wait your turn. You stepped in out of place. So now we got to let Ray Sports come in. Thank you for joining the GJK FYF TikTok Takeover. We have Gil here. What you got for me?
How you doing? I know you're a big Luka guy, and I just want to ask you, from everything you've seen from Luka, from everything you've seen from Shea with the MVP in the ring in the same year, can you still confidently say that Luka's better than Shea without
Welcome to TikTok, Gil.
Yeah, okay, they're so different. They're both amazing at what they do. Right? They both take over games. They both dominate games. Shea, Shay's I gotta give him. I'm gonna give him his credit because of the cherry on top. And him sweeping all the awards last year. Right, you're talking about scoring title MVP, Western Conference MVP, champion and Finals MVP. I can't take that notion away from you, but at the same time frame, age, they're on two different planets. Right, when you're talking about like 25, 26 years old, like what Luka has done at this age, it hasn't been done. Yeah, it hasn't turned into a championship, but 25 and 24 don't win championships. That's rare.
Yeah.
A lot of people ain't done that as the number one option. A lot of people ain't done that in this league, winning championship, being in your early 20s. So as a Luka fan, I will give Shea his dues and say he's better out loud, but in my heart, no, because I'm a Laker fan and I'm a Luka fan, and the shit that motherfucker does is just unreal. But the shit Shea does is unreal too. Like stability and consistency. There has to be an argument of who is the most consistent player in history and who you give that title to when it comes to bringing it every night. It's unreal what he does and what he's done.
Yeah, he's nasty. Again, listen, y'all not come here to debate Gilbert Arenas. Please don't come.
It's just no.
I know. They think they're gonna come up here and debate you, Gil, and walk off.
Debate me on what?
Exactly. That's the whole point. They're gonna ask you a question and walk off and sit in the comments, just like everybody else. That's all.
No, you know the problem with debating me is I'm a basketball fan, not a player fan. But my favorite players are Kobe, Jordan, Penny Hardaway. Like LeBron is not my favorite. LeBron was my competition. And because I played against him, we schemed against him, and he did what he did against what we were doing, I give his fucking I cannot be a hater to what he is. I wasn't a LeBron fan when he played for the Cavs, neither time. If you look at some of my comments, I called the nigga a number 2 option while he was with the Cavs.
Didn't y'all hang out?
Hang out? Because of Larry Hughes, I gambled at his house.
Okay, no, I know.
I became a LeBron fan when he put on a Laker jersey. Just like I became a Luka fan when he put on a Laker jersey.
At least you got a team, Gil. At least you got a team.
So it was hate all Euros until I got one.
Hey, Olo's one of our favorite.
Hey man, they was trying to cancel Gil for that too, man. That was crazy.
Yeah, man. Olo, what you got for Gil, man?
What up?
Gil, man?
Big fan, by the way.
Thank you, appreciate it.
So a question I had was, and I had this conversation with Johnny. I didn't get a chance to have this conversation with Lamont, but I was telling him about the comments that I had trouble understanding about the guys taking advantage of the rules, the best scorers in the game. You got Shea, they called him the foul merchant, free throw merchant. You got James Harden, Chris Paul with the rip through move, Kevin Durant. All of the best scorers had their way of getting to the line.
Yeah.
And so my problem is, and I'm sure you've heard it because you know a lot of old heads and a lot of OGs in the game. My problem is what's with they're soft because of that. Doesn't that show? Because you praise this narrative of, okay, guys have to have the killer instinct, your will to win. You don't have the will to win, you're not great. Doesn't that show in the way of the will to win? You're willing to score more. You're willing to give your team a better chance to win the basketball game. Why does it matter how you do it if you really praise will to win and that killer mentality? It's hypocritical to me.
No, it is. The job is to, win, and your job is to take advantage of the circumstances of the game. Every great player has dictated the rules because of how they played, right? From Kareem to Wilt to MJ to Shaq, like there's things that you're taking advantage of in the rule book that has to now be altered because it gives you such an advantage. And that becomes brilliant players, meaning this. And this is why I say you can't diminish an offensive player for learning the rule book to the point where they can dictate and penalize a defender who don't do the studying. So let's say who's the best? Who you say is the best defender in the NBA as a guard? Who do you give that title to? Kid in Atlanta.
Well, I mean that's tough right now.
Let's just go with Kamari. Let's go with Kamari from Portland.
No, let's not do that. Let's not. You said Kamari from Portland. Did you say that?
Daniel's first name is Dyson. Okay, let's
Amen Thompson.
Dyson. It's Amen Thompson. Amen Thompson or Dyson Daniels.
Okay, let's say Amen. So now this is what a player will do. Let's say a very skilled player. He plays against Amen. Amen contains him. A James Harden, a Shea, a Luka. Well, I don't know if Luka, but I know a Shea, James. They will look at this man's tape all summer and find somebody with his build to practice against, to see his mannerisms. Okay, he reaches every third reach, right? So then they perfect their skill and update their bag to that player. So whoever they think is the best dominant player in the league at that position, they're crafting their offense for that player. So now when you see a player like James Harden dribble twice, he knows on the third dribble, Amen reaches, he pulls up, catches him, got you, right? Because the object is get this player off the game because defensively, he's a game changer on this side of the court. I want him in foul trouble. I want to get him out of the game. Just like someone taking charges because they know I put my head down and I just run over people. He's going to take charges to get me out of the game. So what happens is you penalize the offense for just being smarter than lazy defense, right? Your top tier defensive players, they don't get flopped against like that because they know you're flopping because they study you flopping. And you can't flop against them, right? It's the average defender that gets fucked up by offensive players. But it's studying. It's people understanding rules and understanding, right? We go into the summer, offensive players go into the summer, reading rules, talking to refs with our new move that we're trying to bring into the next season. We're sitting with a referee to say if this is legal. So what James Harden brung, he's sitting with referees, NBA refs, and practicing that move, and they're watching it in real time. So when you see a ref not call it, they probably was watching him all summer. So a defensive player ain't working on his defense in the summer. He's handicapped by just law and rule and it's outdated formula, right? If it's in my left hand, below the free throw line, push me baseline. Shooter, go over the top. Or are we going to switch to pick and roll? So it's easy to craft an offense against players like this. So when you have somebody like Austin Reeves that's doing the bump and throw, it's no different than Lou Williams. Stop, go. I'm going to go real fast and stop you running to me, throw it up, foul.
That's interesting. Black Sonic, you got a question for Gil?
Yeah, we appreciate y'all for having me up and giving me opportunity for Gil. But the question was about Kobe. In 2002, after they three-peated, Gil, do you know if the league, or have you heard in like during the league at that time that Kobe was even mentioned in top 5 conversations? And if he was, what was your perspective be on it, or why do you think he was mentioned?
Top 5 in the league at that time?
No, all time. If there was conversations between him and Jordan,
like not top 5 player of all time. Like he didn't have his accolades yet up there. But you know, when you're saying you're the next Jordan, it's not your accolades, it's you. Your playing style, your attitude, like who you are as a player. You're compared to this. You know, like right now, Shea is Kobe Bryant. Not Kobe Bryant, the 5-time champion guy, just the tone, how he talks, how he approaches the game, the mentality of it, right? If you go back and look up in basketball references and look at even after the championship, I said this to Stephen A. Smith because I know what he voted for. And I said, how can rings matter if when Kobe had 3, going into the next season or after that season, y'all was comparing who was better between him and T-Mac. That was a real thing. If you go and look, they had T-Mac voted in front of him. T-Mac was in front of Kobe in MVP votes. Right? This was real time. So top 5 ever? No, that wasn't even a conversation because his career just started. He was only 24 when he won his 3rd one.
I like that take. I like that take.
But I can tell you this. But as a basketball player, remember when we talk greatest, if we're just talking like the baddest niggas we've ever seen, you top 5, as you know, the best niggas we ever seen play. That has no rings or accolades attached to it.
Okay. All right, let's let Jalen in. Somebody dropped out, so we letting some more folks in. Again, y'all, we having Gilbert Arenas here with us. It's the GJK.
FYF. What's funny is
Takeover.
In the 2000, in that time, Shaq was so dominant. He was in the sense of saying he was the best player that ever lived. And then he started changing it to the most dominant. When he didn't finish the career the way he finished it, like, you know what I mean? Like around that 2002, it was the best. Like, I'm Superman, meaning I am not human. I'm not a regular nigga that just puts on a mask and got these little gadgets. Nigga, with the mask, without the costume, I'm still Superman. So if I'm wearing my glasses and I'm Clark Kent, nigga, if you try to shoot a rocket at me, nigga, it ain't hurting me. I'm still him. And that was his mindset. Then when he started dwelling down and he didn't get all those rings he should have, it became I'm the most dominant. Ring coach. But if you don't have no cameras on and you ask Shaq, who's the best player that ever lived, he's gonna put himself top 3 for sure.
Of course he is. Of course he is. Of course
he only plays the political game now.
You got to. You're supposed to. That's what you're supposed to do. But let's let Jalen in. What up, Jalen? Thanks for joining us again. You got a question for Gilbert Arenas?
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me. Gilbert, thank you so much for being up here. And I didn't believe Lamont at first when he was bringing all these NBA players, but bro, it's crazy. It's almost like Gilbert. It's almost like you're breaking the 4th wall because we all have to be honest every time you talk. So it's insane. So anyways, the question is, you played LeBron 29 times total, is what I just looked up. Your last game against him was around, I think, 2011, March, around there. When they say, the narrative people, the narrative media, when they say LeBron doesn't have the killer instinct, he's soft, he's this. Obviously, everybody knows he's great, but they say he's soft, he's killer instinct. So when you played him versus Kobe, you played Kobe 16 times total, played LeBron 29. So when you played them both, did you ever say to yourself, man, LeBron's soft, like he just doesn't have it in him? Did you ever say that to yourself, or were you like, no, they're the same cut? I just want to know your opinion on that.
No, I've never heard. There was no talk of LeBron James being soft. Like I don't even know where that came from when you're talking about soft. Like, you got to remember his body size and he driving. Like, he was dislocating shoulders and fucking people up back then, right? Like, he's coming in a league where it was still group basketball, right? When you're talking about the Ron Artest, like, these are the guys who's guarding the Ron Artest, right? You're talking about going up against the Pistons. Like, even when Paul Pierce and them talk, the conversation they're having is delusional. It took all three of y'all to team up to force that team to beat him, and he still put you guys to the bricks by himself, right? That is tough. Now, I think what happens is this. When we talk about him versus Kobe, that becomes soft compared to Kobe. Not soft compared to everybody else. If you comparing him to Michael Jordan's mentality and Kobe Bryant's mentality, then yes, he will be considered soft because the other two are psychopaths in thinking. Meaning, all three of you guys, like let's call it like killers, right? Mm-hmm. If these three people walked in the room, only one will see a baby in there and say, you know what? I'm going to let the baby live. That's LeBron. Other two don't give a fuck about none of that. I said everybody must die in this world. You know what I mean? So it's that thought process of it, where you have two people who are just pure assassination guys. They don't leave witnesses, right? So if LeBron shows compassion to how he kills you, hey, you're soft because you're comparing him to the two psychopaths in this game. If you compare it to Magic Johnson, then you're like, hey, shit, LeBron's fucking tough as shit compared to Magic Johnson.
So Magic Johnson's soft too then.
But he wasn't. But he smiled.
No, I'm just saying compared to Mike and Kobe.
Compared to Mike and Kobe.
Okay, yeah, that's what we're saying. Yeah.
You know how, but like this. You know how heartless you have to be to try to score 81, 63, right? You want to win.
You being hard to score 60. Like,
yeah,
right?
you scored 60 on Kobe.
Yeah, like you did Kobe. Yeah.
One is named Black Cat, meaning when you cross it, it's bad news, right? It's don't look him in. Like, think about it. What did they tell Kobe when he came in? Don't look him in his eye. Mm-hmm. What did Kobe do? I'm gonna look that nigga in his eye, let him know I'm the same. Like it's like the story of Kobe is this. This is how, if you want to know a Kobe mentality story, here it is. This is going on during a trial. Tiger Woods just won the Masters. He tore his meniscus, I think. Mm-hmm. So this is like 04, 05. He tore his meniscus. And he won the Masters off a meniscus tear. So on the bus, all the players was talking about it. They were like, damn, he's the most mentally focused athlete ever. They said Kobe took his earphones off and said, mentally focus on a meniscus tear? He said, try scoring 40 every night with 5 years sitting on your head. Now that's fucking mentally focused. And then put his earphones back on. Then they sat there and thought about it like, yeah, I'm just scoring 40 every night and they're trying to put you in jail for 5 years. Nigga going from court to the game, from court. Nigga, that's mentally focused. That's his mindset.
The Black Mamba. The Black Mamba.
But you're not gonna be a champion in this league is being weak. Now, even with someone like Gasol, right? Mm-hmm. What did they say about Gasol?
Supposedly he was weak.
Weak-minded.
Soft.
Who is Kobe's best friend?
Paul Gasol.
That means when Kobe tests you, and he's tested every player that has ever played with him, meaning there will be things where he'll do 3 a.m, he'll call you, let's go work out. 4 a.m, if he heard you just landed from a 10-hour trip, he's going to call you, let's go work out. Let's go blackout. Blackout means we're going to keep working out until one of us pass out, right? That means if Paul Gasol is his best friend, that means that man passed every single test Kobe had to put in front of him. You don't get the title of he's your best friend, he is the godfather of my kids, if he didn't respect your work ethic. So if there's players that he don't respect, that means he called them, they leaving the club, he called them at 3 a.m. and they fail. Oh, I'm gonna be there, and didn't show up. So that means Paul Gasol was the strongest mental person that was ever with him.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Let's let Cody in. Cody, you got a question for Gil?
Yeah, all right. Gil, if you dropped Eddie Jordan and that roster when you were all NBA in today's game, let's say you're playing the OKC Thunder, this year's roster in a playoff game, Game 7. How are you attacking that defensive lineup? And it's a must-have bucket. We'll even say it's a game winner. We'll say the lineup was Casey Wallace, Shea, Lou Dort, J-Dub, and then Chet at the 5. Are you half-court set? Are you going 5 out with a bunch of player screens? How would you attack that roster to get the bucket? And
see,
I'm going to hand it to you.
The one thing that I was fortunate to have was offense, right? So I played in the Princeton offense, which was cut, backdoor, slash. So their pressure of Lou Dort, he would have been backdoored a lot, right? Handoff screens, backdoor, back picks, right? Which this generation don't know a lot of. So basically, if you look at how Curry plays the game, right? Backdooring, screening, that was our offense. So I had the same offense as New Jersey, but they didn't know how to use it right because they didn't have a lot of shooters. But the 2002 Sacramento Kings. So I just manipulated it more for the guard than the forward. So with them, it would have been more of a bunch of backdoor screening. But see, this generation actually, they just switch everything. So I created the 1-4 offense, 1-4 flat, is because back then, before they changed the rule of I can't torpedo, so they changed the rule from torpedo jumping for me and Dwayne Wade, meaning if you was inside that key and there was contact, it was automatic foul. There was no jump straight up thing back then. That was created in 08. 08, 09, because we was just torpedoing if you stood in that lane. So if you think about a key, right? If I'm attacking at the top of the key and everybody's flat, the next helper is going to be a big man, right? Now, for your big man, once I take off on whoever's guarding me, if your big man is going to take a charge, think of how far he has to come to get on top of that circle line, right? So depending on what guy it is, that is a long distance for someone like a Chet. So that means Chet will have to try to meet me at the rim, which then becomes my advantage because I'm coming full speed at him from the top of the key at an angle, which then is not even about the layup anymore. It's about jumping into him and let his momentum push me back towards the rim. So I'm jumping basically to the baseline for him to push me back to the rim. So if you kind of look at when I backdoored Kobe in 60, and then I torpedo into a player like who's back there, Bynum. So look at how I jumped into Bynum, and he brings me back even to make my layup. But with that group, because they switch everything and they're docile. I mean, they're very active defensively. I would want Lou Dort on me all the time, or whoever's the best help side defender.
That'd be SGA.
So they
usually use Dort and Casey Wallace for the on-ball defense when they really want to have as far as the on-ball.
See, so with someone like Lou Dort, I would do the pick and roll with Chet or Hartenstein, whoever the best rim protector is. I will pull him out, and whoever the other one's guarding, he will be at the top with me. So I would do a pick and roll to get Chet on me, and then call for a 5-man who has the other big, and have them both pulled, and then reject the pick and just go to the basket, which means the rim protector at that time is only guards. So the only person that makes me not just jump recklessly is Caruso, because Caruso would take a charge. And that's the only thing I'm worried about is someone.
Yeah. And he's not on the floor at this time. He didn't say Caruso, so Caruso's not on the floor right now. So.
Oh, okay. So at that point, then from there is I'm going to play recklessly, just jumping. I'm going to be free willed to jump because there's nobody taking a charge. Those guys will be trying to block me. Same size, same height, no advantage for them because the two big guys that I am worried about is on the top of the key.
So you win the game 7 versus OKC Thunder with your Washington.
Do I win? No. No. So they remind me of so I would treat them the same way I treated like a Detroit Pistons. Right? Where all 5 guys played 4 played extremely great defense. 1 who didn't play defense at all, you just couldn't take advantage of it because of the other 4, which was Rip Hamilton. So you can't attack Rip because everybody else was elite and they understood the assignment. Just like you couldn't take advantage of Curry because of everybody else. So even though our team was offensively sound, because all 5 played defense, they probably would have neutralized us in winning. So if I had 30, it would have been a bad 30. No, I'm not gonna lie. It would have been them that 9 for 32 type of nights.
Yep. That was a great question, though. Shout out to Cody for that question.
That was a great basketball question. You know, it's easy to say, nigga, I would have beat the shit out of them. I would have been, but no, because.
You're gonna be like the 80s players. You're not gonna act like the 80s players act.
Nah. It's you don't have like slow-footed big men like the McGlures and shit like this. You got right. You do have wings that play big, and then you got bigs that can play small, but they also know how to play deep. So it's a well-rounded team. So the only thing that compares it to that I've seen would have been the Detroit Pistons team or that 2001 Spurs team with Duncan and David Robinson back there. But this team is a little bit more mobile. So they would have been a distraction against us back then.
Yeah. Dream Dust, you get your question. Before you do that, though, let y'all know, man, we are also honoring a fellow content creator on YouTube. He had a channel called Cast Hoops. You can definitely go check out his channel. He passed this past week. So we are honoring him we are honoring him for he's a good dude. He was a Jordan fan, and he used to have all types of folks up. He even had your favorite guy up, Sports Fitness and Brand, Nikhil. So he definitely shout out to him, man. And we support him. We actually collaborated with him on play-by-play or playback with other content creators. We always support real content creators in basketball, and he was one. So we definitely want to say our prayers to his family and everybody who was a supporter of his channel. So that's what you see we doing here. That's why you see GoCast. But let's let Dream Dustin go ahead, Dream Dustin.
So thanks for having me up, though. By the way, John Wall, one of my biggest inspirations, one of my favorite basketball players of all time. I like to say that all around he was better than all the guards that came into the NBA with him. Because you got to be around him, I want to know, like, Do you think if the injuries didn't happen and maybe the situation was better, John Wall could have been better than Kyrie, Russell Westbrook, Derrick Rose, Tyreek Evans, all them? Kemba.
Yeah, okay, so what ends up happening is this. The elements of outside the NBA takes more hold than the NBA itself, right? So it's never about the player's talent when you're talking about elite like that. It is the discipline. What do you want when you get into the league? Are you going to be disciplined enough every day? And here's why I'm saying that. Our NBA schedule back then was this. We come to practice at either 10 to 11 or 11 to 12, right? So most every team on the East Coast was done by 12 noon. Now, what are you going to do from 12 noon to 11 a.m. the next day? Is who you are and what your career is going to be. If you're going to drink, fuck, and party, eventually it catches up with you, and that's where injuries, that's where, your game starts slipping.
Inconsistency starts coming in.
Yeah, so if you don't have your own routine outside of that 1 hour or 1 hour and a half, you're never going to scale up and be at the top for 18, 20, 17 years. So looking at a Curry, looking at a Shea, shit, even a James Harden, a Maxey, you can look, if I'm telling you, this is the window of their workout as a team, to look at how great they became or how good they are every year. That means, outside of team basketball, they put in a lot of work to stay distracted away from the elements of regular life. So if your favorite player can't shoot, and it's been 8 years and that nigga still can't shoot, this workout is from 11 to 12. That nigga don't go back in that gym. I'm just saying, like, because
that was the second fact that you said about Kobe. Yeah, that's that. But let me ask you this, and I'll let Derek say. Let me ask you this, because I always tell people Kobe changed the work ethic in the NBA by being that type of player, where he didn't just go by 2 hours. He went 3-4 times a day, where he had workouts. Am I right by saying that?
Fun
to 365 measurement.
Fun fact. The 90s.
Okay. All right.
There's a clip. Can you hear me? There's a clip of Grant Hill explaining a workout he had with Kobe. I don't know if you ever seen it. He said it was after his rookie year. They're both at UCLA, and he's working on his new form, Grant Hill. And he said Kobe was down on the other end working on individual stuff. And he said, I've never seen that before. I've never seen a player working on skill development like I'm working on this new thing to add to my game. He said, because all we did was play basketball. Whatever our talent was our talent. We never said, okay, look, I don't do this. Let me work this summer, all of it this summer to get better at it. So he said, so I'm watching him like work these moves. And then we had the conversation. Then he basically said, yo, play me one-on-one. And he said, this one-on-one with this kid, this 1 year player, removed 1 year, bench player, gave me the work of my life. He said, I beat him only because being a veteran. But he was whooping my ass and he gave me the best workout, the hardest workout I ever had in the summer. And it made me change the way I approached the summer. Because I knew what was coming. So when you say Kobe changed it, he came in with skill development workouts. They didn't do that before. They just played. The 90s just played. Just go in the gym. We're going to play 20 games, get in shape, and do what we do. And then we'll work out during the season. Because look, when I came into the NBA and I retired, there still wasn't, maybe when I got to Memphis, there wasn't necessarily skill development guys. Meaning, I can't shoot, we're going to work on it. Right? There was never, those guys wasn't in. When I was at Golden State, Jason Richardson couldn't shoot. All we did was sit on the gun all day. Just sit on the gun 2-3 hours. That's all we did. There was nobody there teaching us how to play the game or get better. Work on our weaknesses. Kobe did that because if I didn't hear Grant Hill say that, I would have fought that a little bit. But I did see when I used to go to the gym and go early, he was working, but it's not like the guy was a skill development guy. It was just a trainer that just rebound and just play defense on him. Like, I'm going to do 500 off the left shoulder. And Jordan gave him that.
Yeah. No, I just know that a lot of those guys just take the summers off and they didn't.
No. Listen. The majority of the players back then, when season was over with, they didn't touch a ball till training camp. Training camp was October 1st. So they didn't touch a basketball from April or June, July, whenever they finished, and then October 1st, because back then there was 30 days of getting in shape. So we had training camp, 2 weeks of real hard training camp, and then so basically they kind of got in shape in that 1 month. So most of those players didn't do shit in the off season. So they wasn't accustomed to working on their flaws.
I got you. No, I'm with you. Let's let Darius in. Go ahead, Darius. You've been very patient. Go ahead, ask your question. Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. My question is, so Gil, how y'all, the NBA guys, view efficiency, right? Like, do y'all value it? Like, is that something that's very top tier? Because having these debates on TikTok, people will underestimate or undervalue guys like Allen Iverson, Cade Cunningham, Russell Westbrook without Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
Like how do y'all value that? Because I think it's relative to their situation without having like a legit second guy. So like, how do y'all look at that? How do y'all view that?
Really
yeah,
good question.
we look at it the same way you're looking at it. We are going to look at who you was and what was that game plan against you. So I seen something that had, it was Maxi stats versus AI. That is not even a comparison. I don't give a fuck if Maxi shot 75% from the field. From three is not a comparison of the two players. What was done to Allen Iverson, if he's at 40%, God damn it, that's amazing. Because all 5 players was defending him. When he did his Allen Iverson loop, the whole defense shifted for him. We didn't care what Aaron McKee did. Nobody cared about any of those other players. We guarded him. So he was going and trying to score on 5 defenders at all time. That is very different. So it all depends on how you're being guarded, right? If it's like today's game, you should be more efficient because you have better surrounding casts that are better threats, right? So you don't have, let's say, Eric Snow who can't shoot the ball, right? I'm not guarding Eric Snow. I'm just gonna help double you. You can't do that today, right? Like Caruso is a better shooter than Eric Snow, right? It's like, how hard was it to score when Ben Simmons was on the court for some of those players? Because I'm not guarding you.
This is a better shooter than what you just said.
In a sense, in a sense, yes. But think about having, like, you got Ben Simmons. Think about having 2 or 3 of those on the same roster. Right? Now you shrink the floor so much that the star player is shooting on 4 or 5 defenders. Right? It was just especially early 2000s when they put the zone in and did all of that. Though I'm pretty sure those percentages are probably the worst percentages. Right, the Kobe's, the Allen Iversons, those guys
T-Max
will be a lot worse than the 90s who had open space, and then today's game.
Yeah, the way shot like 47, 48%. That was really good.
Yeah, shit. Tony Parker shot damn near 50%. That was fucking amazing. And that nigga's God.
Let's let Hot the Press in. Hot the Press. What's your question for Gil?
Appreciate it for having me up. Gil, much respect to your career. It's kind of a 2-part question that I got though. I'll make it short. First part is when you're looking at SGA, do you think he's entering, or if he's already in, that all-time player, whether it be player or scorer, do you think he's in that all-time player or scorer conversation? Because I had dropped a video one day and I got a lot of like flack for it because a lot of dudes were saying that SGA wasn't in there yet. And the second part is, why do you think NBA fans take so long to accept someone when they're entering that all-time great conversation?
Because
great question.
Because no one ever likes to put someone in that category who's still moving up, right? Like, it seems more disrespectful, right? So if you're saying that these GOAT debates are LeBron, Kobe, these guys are finished careers, or like even LeBron, like at this point in time, you're 23. Yeah, you're in that conversation to argue because you have enough body of work. What ends up happening is they will throw a SGA and an Ant-Man in there that's starting a career, which becomes disrespectful to people whose legacy is done. They got in that door. They're not trying to get in the door. They are in the door. So you're putting someone in the same breath of us who probably won't even be here. What he's doing today, this year, or the last 3 years, we had to do that for 18 years, 12 years, 15 straight years. So don't disrespect our legacy by putting them in the same category. Right? So with someone like Shea, right? You have 3-time All-Star, 3-time All-NBA player, right? I think he got 1 scoring title. You got an MVP, Finals MVP, Western Conference MVP. Like last year kind of helped him because he got a lot of accolades.
Yeah.
Right? You got to remember that just last year he won 1 more All-Star, 1 more All-NBA, a scoring title, an MVP, a Finals MVP, Western Conference Finals MVP. So he got 6 awards out of the 10 he had before. Yeah, the conference. So that's what I'm saying. He has 6 awards. So he has 10 total awards of accolades. 6 of them came last year. So no one is going to put him in that category yet because it was 1 year of dominating. Like last year was dominating, right? That can be that last year can be arguably one of a season great. That should be considered top 10, top 15, one season greatness. Those categories of cleaning up, all awards. But when you're talking about body of work, as of body of work right now, if they never played again, yeah, I don't know. He will.
Longevity matters, Gil. We all know that. Longevity.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. I will want to believe he is a first ballot Hall of Famer still. 12,000
right now.
Yeah.
He got a little bit more, but we don't expect him to stop now. We expect to see this for the next 3, 4, 5 years.
Yeah, see, like Luka has 5 All-Stars, 5 All-NBAs, Western Conference MVP, a scoring title, Rookie of the Year, right? So his resume, some will put him in front still. Some will be fair and say, it's maybe equal, maybe give Shea half a step in front of him. But nobody's gonna be like Luka's a guaranteed, like he's way below him because the All NBAs, the All Stars, the scoring title thing. So the Western Conference MVP. So all Shea has really is 2 MVPs in the champion or regular season MVP because that's record. That's cute. That's a team thing. That's record. No, it's not cute. It's good. It's good. It's good.
I'm just joking.
But you're talking about a guy who's averaging 30 also every year. So there's top tier stuff. You know what I mean? Like Luka might edge him if the career ended right now with 13,000 points. 3,800 assists, 4,000 rebounds. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's really close. You're gonna have to look at the percentages to see who they have in front right now. But I know last year what Shea did was remarkable, bro. And I think that kind of helped his career. Now all he has to do is just stay on path.
All right, facts. Let's let JJ. I got so many questions. Yeah, so does Lamar. We're gonna let y'all have it. It's a great time to have conversation with you. Man. We appreciate you guys taking your time for having come up here with us with these guys. So go ahead, JJ. What's your question for Gil?
What's up?
What up?
I got a question about Kawhi Leonard. So obviously, he's a 3-time champion. You got 2 Finals MVPs. Where do you think he ranks all time? With, how his career is now? He with all the injuries and how he's been out.
Shoot.
Where do you think he ranks all time now?
I think he's going to be the biggest what if story. That's not going to be talked about because he still played enough games to still get his accolades. He is one of the weirdest careers that has gonna go down in history because he's missed half of his career. He's literally missed what is the possibility of games he should have had, right? 14 years. 14.
He should have played at least 800, 900 games.
No, he had so for his regular season, he should have played about 1,200 games.
Damn.
So he's played 774, 75. So he's missed almost half of his career and still has a Hall of Fame career.
Thanks.
Right? You're talking about 6 All-Stars, 2-time champ, 2-time Finals MVP, All-Star MVP, 6-time All-NBA, 7-time All-Defensive, 2 Defensive Player of the Year, steals champ. He's still a first ballot Hall of Famer and missed half his career. And it's the weirdest career ever because nobody in history is going to realize he missed half his career and this is his accolade. Like, if you made, I know it's all these what ifs, if this man played 75% of his career, meaning if you gave him another out of 1,100 games, if he gets to, let's say 1,000, he could be arguing top 10, top 15 player all time. At least for sure, top 15. Because that means you're going to give him probably, 4 or 5 more All-Stars and All-NBAs. You're going to give him but four All-Defensive, probably 4 or 5. I mean, it's a super weird career that became 25, 5, and 5, and this man missed half his career. That's fucking insane. I don't know. I mean,
it's crazy.
A Kawhi fan is going to argue he's probably the 4th best small forward, maybe. Accolades-wise, he's better than. I mean, accolades-wise, he's better than Carmelo, but he wasn't as dominant as Carmelo, especially in the offensive end. But defensively and everything he brought, he can say he was more important than Carmelo Anthony. As if 2-way players, if you're going to say, I need someone who's going to play on both sides. So defensively, you're going to stop Carmelo, right? And you're going to play enough offense to make Carmelo play basketball. Right? It's like he is the ultimate 2-way guy, right? Meaning he is a defensive specialist that actually can put the ball in the basket, right? To look like an offensive player, which is weird. Like, I mean, at the guard position, I don't know how many players were defensive juggernauts. That was also a number 1 option. I guess Michael Jordan. No. Because Michael Jordan and Kobe was offensive players that were juggernaut defensively. Like who in history was defense first? Ron Artest, but he wasn't this good offensively.
Nah, that's tough. You would have to go to Big Ben.
Yeah, we gotta go to a center.
No. Center. Rodman didn't put the ball in the basket.
Yeah, you have to go to a big man. If you took them out, their staple is being a defender, but they're just really good on offense, like Kawhi. Then you would definitely have to go to a big man.
So like David Robinson, Hakeem.
Yeah. Because Pippen's offense wasn't caught up like Kawhi's.
Kareem.
Okay.
But I didn't even say Kareem, but yeah. But
they're saying in the chat, Paul George. But he didn't.
Paul George was an offensive player.
Yeah, his defense wasn't.
No, we're talking about a guy who was, like he says, an elite defender, supreme defender.
Giannis. Okay, Giannis. I can give you Giannis.
Yeah, Giannis was considered a defender first.
Is he as I guess he was. I mean, the awards don't say, but he was an elite. He's an elite defender.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an elite defender for sure.
He's an elite defender
for sure. A rim protector on top of that. A rim protector, and he can play on the court. So, yeah, without a doubt. Yeah. Go ahead, Aline Keith, get your question off.
Or shout out for Gil. Impossible Zero. I remember that in a commercial many years. Yeah, my question is going to be centered around LeBron. I want to get your take on this because I know you played in the league and you were there firsthand, and this was something that was all the topic. So I remember, like, when the whole Jordan and LeBron debate started coming up, you mentioned how Jordan was 6 for 6 in the finals. And I believe at the time, LeBron had been to the finals like 10 years in a row. And there was, there was a very conversation. You got something to talk about. Even if you didn't win as many, that is, something to think about. But in in your opinion, as far as LeBron's 10-year run going to the finals in the East, do you see that as like smart career movement, or like kind of like a chink in the armor? Now, what I mean by that is that everybody needs to play with good players in order to win. But is that the case for LeBron, or did he choose the best situations? And when I say the best situations, it's like he left the Cleveland Cavaliers when they were out of cap space. He went to Miami. Obviously, they had cap space at the time to take on him and Chris Bosh. They finished that run. He goes back to the Cleveland Cavaliers, but they had like 2 number 1 picks, a top 5 pick in Deion Waiters, and they have options now. When you go back, of course you can make trades to make the team better. So it seems, pretty good in his case. And I always felt like the West was going to be the gauntlet. Like I always felt like that was going to be his weakest link. And when I say that, when he goes to the Lakers, we see him not go to the playoffs completely. So just in your opinion, how do you see that?
Now, when you're saying he's going to the West, are you factoring age?
Yeah, because I would say he was still pretty dominant.
No. Dominant is still last year at 39. When I'm saying age, are you considering the age of the person when they're going there? See, there's this big illusion because he is still dominant. You're penalizing him against people who wasn't even playing anymore at those ages, which is unfair, right? You don't even consider him not making the playoffs at 40. You penalize him from there. But if Jordan is this comparison, one by one, there's no reason, right? So where's Jordan's playoff breach where you can depict at 40, 39, 38, right? So you can't. Okay. Here, Magic did this. How many times did Magic make it to the championship?
9 times.
9 times, right? He has 5 rings, right?
5.
Mm-hmm. Now, do it how they did it back then. This is how they did it back then. If you put, like they do in the Olympics, you get an award for first and second place, then you will see how important players are. So Michael Jordan will have 6 gold medals. The nigga never placed second, okay? Magic will have 5 gold medals and 4 silver medals. LeBron James will have 4 gold medals and 6 silver medals, meaning they were good enough to get to the second place. You can't penalize someone for getting to the championship and losing 6 or 5 more times than someone else. Because now there's this mindset, and Draymond Green said it. I would rather lose in the first round than go all the way to the championship and lose. Nigga, what? Huh?
We've heard him say silly stuff, but that question he gave you was really disingenuous, Gil, because what he's basically saying is if LeBron played in the West, he wouldn't have been as successful as if LeBron wouldn't have been on better teams. If the better teams are in the West, then LeBron's going to be on a better team as well. So why wouldn't he be just as successful with a better team?
But the reason you don't do that is this. What team can you put LeBron James on that they're not instant favorites?
None.
Right? Let's put him with this. You see, so if you can't even put him with the Suns, the number 1 team in the West, right? If you put him, if when Shaq left and you put LeBron James with Kobe in 05, 6, 07, what the fuck happens then when you got LeBron James and Kobe?
He plays on Denver.
07 to whenever, they're winning championships. No one's stopping them. You put them with Dallas, you're in trouble.
Shit, you put him over there with Boozer and them.
In Denver. You put him with Denver.
You know what I mean? You put him in Denver with Carmelo. It's a different argument because you put him with Kevin Garnett. Right? Because you're literally putting him with a genuine superstar in the West.
Thanks.
Right? This is not a pretend superstar in the East. You're putting him with a dominant stud in the West. There wasn't what teams in the West that did not have superstars?
Wasn't many.
Right? So you know what I mean? So basically anywhere you drop that motherfucker in 1 through 8, it's a big advantage in the West. Right? It was just the West was just a different beast. But remember, he's by himself taking that team to the Western end. But when it comes to rings and losing, you have to put it in a factor where you can't say second place ain't worth shit. Right? And that's why Magic then was always in that, you know, you got 5 rings, I got 4. I went there more times than you. That means I like, even when we wasn't good, I at least got us there. There was when he played the Spurs, he don't get no credit for that. 22 years old, getting them to the
Spurs. If he's on the Spurs, they actually get a chance to repeat.
No, what I'm saying is you don't give LeBron James credit for being 22 years old and getting that sorry ass team to the championship. Like think about what I'm saying. It's his 3rd year in the NBA. Like getting them to the championship. That's not at 22 years old. How many players have done that in history as the number 1 option? Was they supposed to win? Fuck no. There was nobody having that team win. Think about in 07 who he had to beat through in that time frame to get there. Detroit Pistons.
Thanks.
You know what I mean? So you can't.
Your team don't count because you already said your team was a bump team. So don't count your team.
But what I'm saying is, think about it like this. The excuse? No, it's not an excuse. Think about this clean, no crown. Michael Jordan rookie year was 22 years old. Now you're saying LeBron James at 22 got his team to the championship, losing that series at 22, the best player on the team. His whole career against Jordan was already dismantled because he already lost. He already lost the championship, meaning no Jordan fan would put him over because he can never be 6-0. Because in basketball, you penalize the youth for being great early. So it's better to do this. It's better to be, let's say we're going to take Cade, right? It's better for Cade's career to not make it to the championship until they are ready to dominate. Right? Do not make it there until everyone is prime players and they are ready to dominate and go. Because Luka, you can never be Michael Jordan because when you was young, you made it there and lost. Tatum, you made it there a couple of times and lost as a young guy. And that's the problem. So some of these guys who are making it to the finals at this age is discredited when Michael Jordan didn't make it to there until 28 years old. So Michael Jordan's championship run starts at 28. Those guys are now all old enough to dominate the game. 28. Most of the guys, their argument against LeBron or against Michael Jordan has already been defeated because they've already made it to the championship and lost at 23, 24, 25. 27. Who's 27? Michael Jordan's birthday is in fucking February. The championship is in July. In June, I mean.
In June. Biscayne in
So
June.
he's 28 years old when he wins the championship. Don't do this with me. He's 27 when he starts the season. When he wins the championship, he's 28.
And I mean, again, you brought up some great points there, Gil. So let's listen to other folks. We got Nard's Life. Go ahead and ask your question, Gil, please.
What's going on, people? How y'all doing?
What's good, man?
Doing great, man. Doing real good.
Great stream.
Okay, so I got a question for you, Gil, about Kevin Durant. Right? Why is it that when the general idea amongst most basketball players when I watch these interviews is that he's one of the all-time greats, top 10, right? So why is it when you get on TikTok, these fans, they like to put him in the top 15 to 20 when he's clearly on top of being out top 10 scorer, he's one of the most influential basketball players now because everybody from Giannis all the way down to the new generation say KD was their favorite player. You know what I mean? He was in the West and he was going against that tougher competition that people talk about, bro, when he made it through. So why is it that the fans say KD ain't as great as the basketball players that's playing the game?
Because in the generation of today and TikTok and media, they've changed the rule of how you're supposed to think, right? Winning a championship was all that mattered, right? So if you left a team and you were Dennis Rodman and you went to the Bulls and you won rings, those rings counted as rings, right? Now, someone like Kevin Durant, career gets negative marks because he left and went to someone else's team where he was still the best player on the team and won a championship and a finals MVP. His 2 rings get but the other players on that team, legacies got sealed because of him coming there. His career gets looked down upon while their careers got heightened, which that is a media tactic because they didn't like the move. They thought it was weak. I always, and my argument is this: who is weak? The person making the phone call or the person picking it up? Right? And, you know, I said, if you getting your ass whooped and then you call me to come help you, how am I the bitch? Right? Like, and you the hero. That's just a weird thought that Golden State lost to LeBron James. And then they call Kevin Durant and convinced him to come there, and they're heroes, and he is the one that get his career frowned upon. But the NBA players know he's godlike. The players know who Kevin Durant is. A ring or no ring, we know who you are as a player.
Facts.
Right? The ring, the way the NBA players use rings is this. You have 2 groups of players. You have players who stand on themselves and player who stands on team success. Right? So you have the Carmelo Anthony's, the Allen Iverson conversations. Those guys can sit anywhere with anybody, right? If you got these goats sitting with rings and you got Allen Iverson, you got Carmelo Anthony coming in that room, they get to sit, they won't be able to sit down and have a conversation because the conversation they're having is being the number 1 option and being individually dominant. Then you have award winners from team success. They think that their ring is the cake, not realizing when we're saying who is better between let's say a Luka and a Shea. If their careers are right here, the winner becomes Shea because he has the cherry. And that's what we do. If you use the ring to break up a tie, that's how it's supposed to be used. You know, there's I don't give a fuck how many rings somebody from the Spurs had outside of Tim Duncan. You're never gonna say that you're better than Allen Iverson. Sorry, that's not there. No one's picking you better than Allen Iverson. I tested the couch and said, hey, who's a better player, Ginobili or Jamal Crawford? They picked Jamal Crawford.
They picked Crawford. They go pick Crawford.
Right. So, you know, the ring, like, because we don't know what they look like outside of, and that's a flaw against how we think, because we didn't see you guys in those situations to be an individual player. And
you're judging him as a player. You're judging him as a player.
Huh?
You're judging him as a player. That's what you're judging him as.
Yes, and we don't judge. And the one thing that we do as players that's a fault to us, we don't judge your sacrifice because we don't know it. Right? And that becomes the thing. We don't know your sacrifice to help that team win. And that becomes the issue with someone like a Jamal versus a Manu. All we're looking at is, okay, this is who you were. We didn't game plan for you like that. We game plan for Jamal. We see what you look like without Tim Duncan and Tony Parker. We seen when you had the team by yourself and you was the number one option. You only averaged 13 for your career.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I just saw Low in the comments. Yo, Low, you still here? Request to bring you up.
Yeah, I just texted.
So it's kind of hard to judge people who sacrifice. You know they sacrifice and you know they better, but it's hard to equate it because we don't get to see the full element of your game when you're playing team basketball. So you really got two sides, even with the Kenyon Martin and Draymond, right? Mm-hmm. We don't know who Draymond is by himself. And it's unfair to say, well, when Curry's off the court and Clay's off the court, this is your numbers. Well, the offense is made for Curry and shooters. It's not made for Draymond Green. So we don't know what, and the same thing with Ginobili. The offense was surrounded by Tim Duncan and Tony Parker. We don't know what a all Ginobili offense and the players that's picked for his talent will look like. So it's kind of hard, you know what I mean?
Boy, we cooking, man. I ain't gonna lie.
But we hate
you on that. Let's let Tony and Demar. You got anything to say before anybody else saying?
Nah, I mean, everybody. I mean, other than the one question with the dude asking about.
Yes, we all cooking. This is the GJK. It's an answer for y'all.
Yeah. Other than the guy asking about it, Draymond better than Trae Young, man. It's been all solid.
No. I mean, no. What he was saying is, I know what he was saying. He was kind of saying,
I get what he was saying though. If he's talking about greatness, but
no, he was saying like for a number two option, right? If you're a number two, I mean, okay, him putting him number two is option versus player is very different. Like an option is someone you're going to. Right, being the second most important is a very different category. Him and Trae Young, right? If Trae Young was if Draymond Green was on the same team as Trae Young, Draymond Green is not the number one option.
But he would be the most important player, possibly.
He will be exactly who he is to Curry. Okay. Trae Young will be Curry. Trae Young is Curry without fucking Draymond Green, in a sense. You give him someone who's going to pass it to everybody else. See, that's the key right here. Who is the guy? The Jordan is Jordan, right? Who is getting everyone else the ball? and making everybody else play team basketball. The star player is playing individual basketball inside a team offense, and that Scottie Pippen is making sure the team is playing great, so Michael Jordan gets to keep playing one-on-one, and you can't target him. Draymond Green is getting everybody the ball, so you can't key on Curry when Curry's doing all the running around and stuff. That's what a great third option or second most important. That's what Draymond Green is having a problem with Jimmy Butler, because they're both the same type of player.
Jimmy just started trouble. I'm a Miami Heat fan. Jimmy just like to start trouble, man. Jimmy just chill, man.
Jimmy Butler never had no goddamn talent. Like, I'm sorry. Like, Jimmy has.
Oh, you know what? He's one of the players though that we can say was a defensive guy that kind of got good offensive. Maybe not as good as Kawhi, but he did start off as a solid defender and then became a good offensive player.
Okay.
So we can add him to that list. But let's let Tony up. Tony, go ahead. We didn't mean to stop the conversation. Go ahead, Tony. What you got for Gil?
Yo, good night. How y'all doing?
That's good, man.
Blessings, man. We're doing good.
Yo, Gilbert, I have a question, a two-part question. This barbershop thing, and I need you to please try to clear this up for me. I'm an 80s, 90s kid, hard-nosed basketball, and I love it. Because you explain to me why LeBron James is in the conversation of a GOAT, where he played 1,597 games. He only played 82 games once. So if you use those numbers against Michael Jordan numbers, which I think Michael played 1,082 plus playoffs and another 113, LeBron technically only played 15 years at most because he's never on the court. That's one. And number two, if you got to pick 12 players that ever played it.
I'm sorry, Gilbert Arenas. Let's move on to Old Diggity. You have a question for Gilbert Arenas?
Wait. No. Wait. So here. Okay. Now, to answer your question is 80. So your GOAT debate starts with how many games you played, how many times you played 82 games. That would be unfair because the drugs that was used in the 80s and the 90s is illegal now, right? Not I mean steroids too, but there's things that medicine that they used back then that they can't use today. So like a sprained ankle. What was the drug called that you can rub? It was horse tranquilizer. Put steroids inside of a horse. They use that, like they sprinkle it, put it on aspirin, they put it on our leg, and we're good. It was called DMSO.
Yep.
So I think that's banned now, but playing 82 games that's a gift, right? That's Iron Man shit for an elite player. Right? There's not a lot of players that can say they did that. That is a Jordan title. But you can't use that as an argument against someone else because business is the reason that players aren't playing as much now, right? Here, let me give you an answer. Let me give you Michael Jordan, right? For that Michael Jordan fan, we're gonna look at his stats. And I'm going to give you an option. The option is he played, we're going to start at year 3 since he hurt his ankle. He hurt his foot. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 years, he played an average of basically 81 games, right? 80 games. If I told you, let's take 10 games off of each year and give you 99, 2000, 2001 back for him to be able to play those years. As a owner, do you take it? because you get to sell merch, right? You get to sell more merchandise. You get to sell more tickets. You can possibly win more championships. So what these guys are doing today, owners, is realizing I don't want this player for 10 years. I want him for 15 to 20 years playing at this high level. So I'm taking games off the front line of his career so he has more games in the back end of his career. So if you think about somebody like the Lakers, if this was back in the 90s, LeBron James would not have basically much of anything in a Laker uniform. You can basically cut his career off at 2020. Right? So if you cut his career off at 2020, do you sell today at 10 billion? No. You know what I mean?
But the reason I cut that question short, to be honest with you, Gil, was because you already established that Jordan is your GOAT. You already established that you respect LeBron James' legacy and what he established and what he put forth in the game. Because not only one, you're a basketball fan, but the two, you actually played against him and witnessed it beforehand. So there's no need for somebody to come up here and ask you some silly question about why you think LeBron James is as great as Jordan. When you already said it should be Jordan, Kobe, LeBron. That's what it initially said. These dudes are very sensitive. They want to come up here and argue. I'm not here to do that. I should. If we're gonna have a GOAT debate, I'll go debate Gilbert Arenas right now. But let's move on to some other people.
You know what I mean? This. You know what's so funny? This is why I don't like having the debates. If I say I have Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, Kobe, Jordan, LeBron, Jordan, Kobe, we will sit here and go through blows, right? Over fucking who is the number 1 and 2 and 3 of all time ever.
You wouldn't like my answer, but
what I'm saying is, think about the people who we're arguing about out of 5,000, 6,000 people, who is 1, 2, and 3, and niggas will fight over it. Like, why you have them 2? Where do you have them? I have them 3. Nigga, what? You arguing to me like you got this nigga 20 or something, and I'm just fucking silly as shit for having them 2, and you have them 3. Like, what the fuck are we arguing about?
You have
It's
too
the
close to
silly
Jordan.
niggas who got niggas 10. Who's in the 1, 2, 3 category? Because there's no logical reason that you can justify them being 10 or 11 or 12. You just will sound stupid.
Yeah.
Because whatever your criteria is, if we put the bitch through Chat GPT, your own
Don't say that, Gil.
have them niggas 1, 2, or 3.
They don't get mad at that.
GPT. They'll get mad at you for saying Chat GPT, man. They get mad. We want Chat GPT.
No, but it's a real thing, because our criteria is a criteria because it's built off of what we like, then what we hate.
Yep.
Right? So if I say, all right, MJ fans, what is your criteria? It will start off first, everything it has over whoever they hate. So if they hate LeBron or Kobe, they're going to say, all right, 6 rings first. Okay, cool. Then what else? Finals MVPs. Okay, cool. What else? 10 scoring titles. So they're going to put the accolades they know they can't compete in. Because if you start off with 6 rings, they're going to say, what about Bill Russell? Oh, nobody talking about that AAU basketball league. And you start doing that. Right?
Yeah.
So it's this. It's put it in. The fairest thing to be neutral is put a value on everything and then calculate the points there, right?
We did that in GOAT James Kingdom. Have you ever seen our GOAT James Kingdom formula for the top 50 greatest players? And we use you as an example too, Gil. We use your career, your stats to show everybody it too. They were so upset when we came up with that formula, and like you said, it was we gave everybody a point system that was measured to the greatest accomplishments of all time, and how you fared to that. So, like you said, Jordan has 6 Finals MVPs, right? Well, how does your Finals MVP grade to Jordan's 6? 11 championships. How does your championships grade to the most championships of all time? And we did that across the board, stats, accolades, and even advanced metrics. And we came up with the top 50 greatest players list.
Okay. I gotta look at that.
You ended up like 78th, to be honest with you. We went all the way to 100. You ended up like 78th.
But that's where I put myself anyway, because the niggas couldn't guard me. You know what I mean? But that's neither here nor there. But when it comes to this, so as a player, this is kind of a different metrics that we go by on who you are, right? The MVP holds more weight. Your regular season MVP holds more weight than a finals MVP. Right? Because the MVP itself, it's you versus the field. Meaning when the season starts, if there's 350 people have a chance to win this award. In theory, right?
Yes.
So it's you versus the field for that award. Finals MVP, it's these two teams, these starters. So it's basically you have a 1 in 30 chance of winning the finals MVP.
Really, 1 in 10. 1 in 10. There's only 10 players, really, because nobody really.
Yeah. I mean, but when you think about Iguodala, he was a bench player.
So would you say an all NBA selection is more valuable than the finals MVP?
Yeah, I do.
I think so. Yes, yes, because that's top 15 player in the league.
Okay. No, I mean I would agree with you.
Yeah. The point system is what's so funny is it actually had rings. It had rings a lot lower than you expected. It actually had It had finals MVP over ring. Because finals MVP, there's one ring. There's one of those. A ring, 15 players get that day.
And sometimes the people who work in office get it.
Yeah, but when the player is a team wins that. So last year, right? 15 to 17 players won that. They all claimed that same trophy, that same thing. So what Shea has over them is what?
Finals MVP.
Finals MVP. So when you're talking about when you're talking about ratings and stuff, it is. You're talking about MVP, scoring title, defensive player of the year. But have you ever noticed defense is not actually rated that high? Because to be a great defensive player of the year or be a great defensive player, you don't even have to be a top
20.
He muted himself.
No, he's back.
Himself by accident.
No, I said so. So think about a top 5, top 10 defensive player, right? You can make the defensive team and you ain't even top 50 in the NBA. So all defensive teams don't really hold weight like people think it does. Like Dyson Daniels was all NBA, right? I mean, all defense, right? Was he top 50 in the NBA as a player?
No. I think all NBA is more valuable than the all defense selection as well. I think the all NBA
it's not even in the same realm.
No, to me, it's the closest thing to MVP. To me, that's an individual award.
Yeah, scoring title is scoring titles. Then it's
you think a scoring title is more important than like getting the block title or rebounding title? Is that
yes,
it is. Okay.
Yes, because block title again, you don't have to be a great basketball player to get that award. Right? You don't have to be a top 15 player to just blocks or assists or steal. That's why those points of those is kind of at the bottom. Steals, blocks, right? You don't have to be a great basketball player to win those awards. Right? So if you, like, let's say Dyson Daniels, right?
Last year, defensive player first team, he averaged 14, 4, and 6. Where did he rank in the NBA itself?
I don't think he's the top.
I think people have the top 30 max.
I think max 30, but I would say maybe 30 to 50.
Yeah, 30 to 50, right? So you know what I mean? So no one looks at that first team all defense like, oh my God, these are some balling ass niggas. Right? It's only credited to offensive players who actually plays defense too. So it only benefits Kobe, who plays defense, Jordan, who plays defense, or LeBron, who plays defense. If Luka makes that bitch, if he plays it only credits if you are the go-to guy who actually puts in work on that defensive side. You get credited for your defense because how much output you have to put on offense.
That's interesting. Diggity, go ahead. What's your question, man?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. So you like watching the NBA players today, like which one resembles your game the most?
I'll say I'm like probably Maxey. It was like my style of play, but I posted up a little bit more than him, but using speed, getting to the rim, shooting the 3 ball, right? Just trying to play as fast as possible. But I was a foul merchant. Like an early Dame Leonard back in the day, mixed with like some type of Harden. Like I was either getting to the lane or I was getting to the lane trying to get fouled, or I was shooting the 3 ball.
Yeah, Max is balling this year, man.
You ain't lying.
Glad he got it. I'm glad he got the opportunity.
Hold on, Gil. Let me ask you.
It's been in and out with him.
The one question, I think the biggest, and I actually said this the year this dude won his first MVP. But I said when he won his first MVP, I did a live and I said, this is when the Sixers, I said, they need to trade him right now. Trade him while the entire world thinks he's at his peak because he's already shown you who he is. Joel Embiid.
Yeah.
What like, is he holding them back? Because when he's out there with them young dudes, it don't look right. It don't fit. He holds the ball too long.
Yeah.
They up and down. He half court. Is it time for them to try to find somebody, trick a team like the Charlotte Hornets, get something for him?
You don't
gotta buy him out.
You don't have to trick. You don't have to trick anybody.
Mm-hmm.
You just had to convince somebody he's going to take them over the top. Right? This is the last piece that can fill in what you're missing to take you over the top to win the championship. Right? He doesn't need to be your cornerstone anymore, but if you can get him for 45, 50 games or healthy in the playoffs, he will take you to that promised land. They will trade for him. They should have, because you know his knees and you get the reports, you know he ain't him no more. After he won that championship, you should have traded him, but then you will look stupid as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
It was a lose-lose.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It was probably more of a curse that he won the MVP.
Mm-hmm.
Because now you're stuck. Because now the city is invested. Oh, see, he's him. He did it. He did it. You know what I mean? You trade him, you lose your fan base.
Yeah, you can't trade the league MVP. You look crazy.
No, you look crazy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
So like right now.
Let's trade Luka.
Yeah. Like right now, I guess it is the best time to get rid of him. Because he's clearly not part of the future. He's outdated. You have guards. So what I would do, I would take him, mix him with Jared McCain, and see
I really would try to say, hey, OKC, let me. Y'all got the world over there. Give me Chet and 4 picks, and I'll give you Embiid and McCain.
You think they'll come off Chet? Ooh, wee.
Man, yo, come on, girl. That's why you sit on the couch talking with Kenyon and Nick.
What I'm saying,
like this, man. Come on, man.
Ooh, wee. I don't know.
No,
I would
think
have
about what
to
I'm
blow
saying.
that one over. I don't know if I'm coming off Chet right now, but
If you're OKC, right? What you do know is Chet is going to be maxed out with the rest of the maxed out players you're going to have.
Yeah.
Can you win a championship without Chet? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So we know you can win a championship without him. So Embiid coming there and not playing as much doesn't affect you. You add an Embiid offense, takes you to another level when he's balling. And then if you ignore him on the offense, you still have Shea that would dominate and they play the same game. You get a guard in Jerry McCain, which that is kind of an important piece.
Yeah.
Where you add another guy who can do that damn thing.
He'll fit with them perfectly. He would fit with them perfectly.
And no, I'm just saying.
You talking about a team that's about to win 70-something games, talking about bringing that beat over there?
No, I'm not talking about this year. But 77 games.
I hear what you're saying. If there's a trade that could happen, it would be something like that. But I think Jordan Embiid is stuck.
No, I'm saying it's the only team who can trade for him and nothing happens for him. That's what I'm saying. It's the only team that we can trade him and nothing happens, but a talent like Embiid will make us dominant as long as he plays some games in the playoffs, right? You know what I mean? Just like USA, right? He turns that series, the game against Jokic.
Mm-hmm.
That was his game that he won for us. So, you know what I mean?
What if they swap him straight up for Anthony Davis?
Hell no, bro. I'm keeping AD. Hell no.
I don't want either one of them motherfuckers. Did you see that shit Anthony Davis did last night?
What you mean? But you trying to send Embiid to OKC?
Hold on. What did AD? What did AD do?
No, what I'm saying is because OKC is so good that if Chet went down right now, they can still win 70-something games.
Hey, this ain't your 2K league, brother.
You know what I'm saying? But they still can because that's how good they are. Just like they didn't even have their second best player the whole season, and they were still moving like nothing happened. Right? It's just a very dominant, well organized team. Now with fucking Anthony Davis, he reaches, then he pretends he jammed his finger in the middle of the play. He's holding it. Then the nigga dribbles. The guy dribbled to the wing. He reaches again, hurts his hand. Then the guy runs into him. He falls, and now he's holding his knee.
But it's a perfect situation. You put him with VJ. You put him with Maxey.
How you get hurt three times on one play, dog? This is it was the funniest shit ever. I was like, this is crazy. No one is going to be straight.
I gotta find that clip, man. I gotta find that, man.
It's the only people who are going to make the trade for Embiid is someone where they are good enough without him and can make the jump. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if, depending on who they got rid of, Houston making a pull for him.
Damn, Houston just breaking up everything they doing.
No, as long as you can keep A-Man, Sengun, and KD, everybody's tradable.
So send out Eason. Who else? Jabari.
Bright can come off Van Vliet's contract.
Send out Reed Shepard too. Just throw Reed Shepard.
Yeah, I don't at that point because I know I have the big three. I have my big three already. Now, think about it. If Embiid gives me 45, 50 games, I got a big.
Lowe said nobody want Embiid. But look, Somebody will take him. I'm telling you, somebody will take Embiid. I promise.
No contender want him. No contender want him. No contender wants him.
I promise you, somebody will take Embiid. I know they will.
Players, listen. This league is dumb. Like you don't have. Like I'm gonna just be honest. Most of you guys that talk basketball is smarter than the people who's making decisions in the organization. I talked to a nigga. He was a manager at Kinko's, and he got the job because his best friend, mama, was dating the nigga who owned the team. And the Kinko's nigga was the smartest nigga his friend knew. That's crazy. That's the problem with the NBA is you got business people coming in making business decisions. They don't know basketball. So most of those people don't know what they're looking at. Like I told Philly, like, I got somebody in Philly, hey, listen, you're going to need a replacement. If what I'm hearing about Embiid's need, there's nothing you can do about it. Go get the kid from Maryland. Go get Queen. He is the replacement. He is a 5-man who can get buckets, who plays more like Jokic. Can score, can play 1 through 5, can pass. He is your big man for the future that you can team up with Maxey. And he was, oh, well, he can't do this. He can't or he won't. That's two different conversations. Can't is physically. Won't is just lazy.
They're both a problem.
Right? So, they went with VJ. So, he's gonna be a fucking good ass player. But once you lose Embiid, you're gonna need a big.
Can't rely on Drummond.
Nah.
No, you can't rely. No, of course not. No, I mean, they done with Embiid. But they got to hold on to him until they can buy him out. That's all they.
I'm gonna tell you who is gonna be a problem if he gets bought out or he gets let go. Is Zion Williams.
Yep.
Oh wow. That'd be crazy. The Pelicans are another horrible franchise.
Whoever trades for him is gonna change the franchise. Here's why. He has in his contract
the weight clause?
Huh?
Are you talking about the weight clause?
No. Because he didn't reach his max plays, like he had to play a certain amount of games, his contract can get voided. Right? So they can just get rid of him tomorrow, whatever. It's in his contract. So let's say a team like New York Knicks. Let's say they trade Carl Anthony, they probably make the same amount. Him and Carl, and let's say Josh Hart. They get Zion, or should not even. No. Let's say Milwaukee makes that trade with Milwaukee, Cat and all whoever goes over there. Then Pelicans, if you're Knicks, you say, hey, I will trade you, Mikal, whoever's left, OG for Zion. When Zion gets here, say, Zion, I'm going to cut you. You're making $40 million this year. I'm going to cut you. I'm going to get you off the roster, but I want you. So I'm going to re-sign you for $20 million. I got the same player. Now I got $20 million less. Now I can go out and get any fucking body.
But if they cut him, if they do that, does he have to re-sign with them?
He don't have to resign, but I'm going to make that deal with him and basically tell him this under the table shit, get you on the back end, get you some, you know what I mean? Do one of those, them secret deals that nobody needs to know about.
See, this is what happens when you don't ask basketball questions. We get given arenas trying to play the GM.
No, because
late
look,
night, telling us some crazy trade scenarios.
No. Okay, now here, let me tell you why he's so important to free agency. Because he has this clause. Owners don't care about paying you $40 million a year. What is that 40 close to my cap? So if I can say, hey, Lamont, let me give you 20 on the books, 20 under the table.
Yeah.
You're gonna take it, right?
Oh yeah.
Of course. We know they do that. We know
now that 20 instead of 40 on the books, think about the players I can go get. So with Brunson in his deal, now Zion James gave me this deal. I can go get another max player or two great additions.
That sounds like something the Clippers would do.
With Zion, Brunson, and Giannis on the team. I can fuck around and still go get two good players. I can fuck around and go get Austin Reeves with $20 million a year. Right? But so there's contracts you got to look at that changes history.
Yeah.
And that Zion clause is you got to watch out. You got to look at it because he can be dropped any minute, which means he can go anywhere he wants and changes the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
I have a funny
they're try to
feeling.
trade him.
I don't think Zion is as hurt as the Pelicans say.
No, I think he is.
You think he is? Because Zion he put out a tweet, man. He said they sitting me, but I should be playing. Like he was.
Oh, then they might be trading. Then they might be trading him because they don't want him to get hurt. Same thing with Giannis, right? Giannis is still out.
Yeah,
Giannis is gonna be out for a couple of weeks. They say he got a cash strain.
Yeah, that's a trade set up. They trying to set up a trade.
Yeah, like that's what I said. You know when somebody getting traded because they'll be sitting on the bench with some fake ass injury.
Yeah, and listen, for everybody who's patiently waiting, please wait. We're not rushing Gil. If you get a chance to get up here, get up here. We're gonna let people get their question in. We're having a great conversation, bro. It's not like you're gonna get this opportunity again, so please be patient. Well, you know, there's only so much we can do here. But let's let Money Law get his question in. Go ahead, Money Law. What's your question? Are you there, Money Law?
He up out of there.
There you go.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
What's up? So, Shea, after this season, is about to have 4 consecutive seasons, averaging 30, shooting 50% or better from the field. You have to look at guys like a George Gervin or a Michael Jordan to compare him to. Otherwise, you have to look at small forwards, power forwards, and centers to measure his production and efficiency against. If you look at a lot of guys in the top 10, they're winning rings when they're not winning the Finals MVP. Guys like Tim Duncan losing to Tony Parker, Magic Johnson losing Finals MVP to James Worthy and Kareem, Bird losing to Cornbread and Maxwell, Stephen Curry losing to Kevin Durant. So assuming Shea stays healthy and he plays another 10 years, and he probably won't surpass those guys, but gets closer as far as all NBA teams and get closer in all-time points. Do you think he has a conversation if he wins this second ring, wins the final MVP, gives me another 30 ball, shooting, averaging 47 to 50% from the field? Do you think he has a case for top 10 all time?
Nope.
Damn. Why not?
Longevity, man.
No, yeah, it's
after this year though.
Yeah, you gotta do it. You gotta do it for a long time.
But yeah,
he said for a long time, but he said he's gonna win a championship this year, get the finals MVP,
win the
plus
championship
give us,
is good.
and then get to give us 4 or 5 all NBA seasons after.
Now in the top 10, there's only there's Will Chamberlain that has only 2 championships, and Oscar Robertson.
Oscar Robertson's not in my top 10. I don't know what top 10.
No, I mean I'm just talking about when I say top 10, I always say consensus where the people who
ESPN. Yeah.
So it'd be Oscar Rob if he's still there, but most of those guys at least got 3 rings besides Wilt, I think.
But Wilt got 2 and Oscar got 1.
Yeah, so Oscar, because I always had problems. How was Oscar in front of Kobe when there's no metrics in none of his stats that should have them? There's no accolades. There's nothing. which is weird. But when you're talking about, okay, 2 rings, 2 final MVPs, and then you keep averaging 30 the rest of your career. Yeah, I mean
27 and 30. 27
and 30 for, let's say. So right now he's a 3-time All NBA player. So to even get in that category, he's going to have to at least break at least 9.
It's 10. It's 10. You got to be 10.
Because Oscar Robertson Oscar Robertson has 11 All NBAs, 12 All Stars.
Yeah, anybody in the top 10 is going to have at least 10 All NBAs.
Yeah, so which means you are top 15, 10 years or more. Right now, he's 3 going on 4. So he's going to need at least 7 more on each side to even be considered.
All right, so
but let me ask you a question.
Well, I just dropped them off, but
okay. Let's say Shea wins MVP's finals, Western Conference Finals MVP.
Mm-hmm.
Championship, Jalen Williams wins MVP, Finals MVP. Does that take away Shea's legacy?
It shouldn't.
It shouldn't, but it will to certain people.
It will in certain people because they don't understand the only way Jalen wins it is if the game plan worked to stop Shea, to make Jalen Williams see if we can you beat us? You know, like why
I said that about 2011 with LeBron.
Yeah, but no, the problem with that is that's like somebody saying, right? Like your career is better because you're a 3-time All NBA player as the first option instead of playing alongside LeBron James. Because you played alongside somebody that was better than you, so that shouldn't diminish what you are and how good you are. You understand? So like just because Jalen Williams is playing behind SGA, that doesn't mean he shouldn't win a Finals MVP.
No, it did no.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like that's the problem.
But people will look at it like something's wrong with Shea because he didn't win that one award in those 4 or 5 games. That's only a 4 or 5
exactly
award.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right, and
when y'all done with your topic, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, you'll give your turn, SGA. Everybody's. I didn't even want to bring you up because I had a feeling you was gonna do something like this, but
let him go. But what do you got?
Gil.
No, let him.
Yeah, what do you got?
Man, no. Let's go because listen, it's JB turn. Boogie's been waiting. No, not Luka. All these guys have been waiting patiently.
They have.
We can't just keep lying because they. Come on, man. Like, let's be real. Because to be honest with you, Gil, me and Lamont really want to ask you a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
But
what's so funny is they don't. You know what's so funny is someone said they hold it against Curry. Actually, they don't. The reason I say they don't is Kobe. He has 4 rings. One Finals MVP or 2? No, one. He has 1 Finals MVP.
Yeah, Curry.
Yeah,
he has 1.
He has 1 Finals MVP, 4 rings, and they have him in front of Kobe on their all-time list media. So you see how
Curry got 11 All NBAs now, though. I think 11.
Yeah, so you see what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is they have him in front of Kobe. So obviously, Finals MVPs ain't worth a shit in the totality of it because it changes on who you like when you're doing this judgment.
Yeah.
I still haven't figured out how Curry is in front of Kobe and the resume.
Yeah, he's not. I don't have Curry in my top 20, so let's not even go there.
No, I mean I'm just saying, but our opinion is our opinion. We have our own criteria, but their criteria.
No, mine is based on the point system that I have. That's why it's based on.
No, I'm just saying, but their criteria is based off of something. So I'm sitting here like, okay, off y'all criteria, this doesn't even make sense.
You don't think the MVPs push him, give him a slight edge?
What MVPs?
Like the
league. 2 league MVPs.
Two?
We got 2 of them.
2 gives you
It's a
to
slight
give you
edge and legacy. Kobe, I mean, Steph go down as the greatest shooter of all time. I don't know if Kobe goes down as the greatest of anything all time.
But I mean, the shooter's a category.
It is.
Yeah, it's a category that Lamont count.
No, I don't count a category.
But that's what I'm saying. Shooter is, that's just like saying the best.
He counts that being the greatest at something. So
Best dunker of all time, best free throw shooter of all time. I didn't know that was just a category. It was just something they used because they didn't say best shooting guard of all time or best point guard of all time. He created his own category of shooter because most shooters were shooting guards, but they couldn't say he was the best shooting guard of all time. So they named just shooter of all time. But okay, whatever that is.
Yeah. And SJ, I dropped you because I'm the minister of defense. My job is to make sure everything goes in order while we're here. So let's let JB up. JB, you've been patient. What's your question for Gilbert, please?
Yo, what's good, everybody? Appreciate y'all letting me up. Two-part question, real quick. One, Gil, what do you think about analytics?
Oh man.
And then secondly, let me ask you, during the regular season, from a player standpoint, when you're playing during the regular season and then get into the postseason, how different is it from a player standpoint, scoring the basketball in a regular season game to when guys could actually prepare for you in the postseason in a 5 or 7 game series, if that makes sense?
Yeah. Okay, so analytics was used by agents to get their players money, right? So here I can tell you because what is his name? He was in Kenya's draft, number 1 pick. Oh, not number 1 pick, but he was the Miller.
Mike Miller?
Yeah, so Mike. So we're gonna go with Mike. So take someone like Mike Miller, right? So Mike Miller averaged 11 points, 4 rebounds, 6 assists. Right? He shot 50, 48, 80. Now, what an agent did or does is you take his numbers and say, if he got the ball this many times and played this many minutes, this was what he'd be averaging. So they started using the analytics of what ifs to get these players paid the same as somebody who was averaging 18 or 19. So they were tricking the system with what we call today analytics. So, so guys like that they will in heighten say, oh shit, he will be averaging 15, 9, and 9 if he was the main guy and do all that jazz. So that's where analytics actually came from, tricking general managers to overpay for mediocre basketball because they had great numbers because they were selective on the shots that they took. Now, when it comes to playoffs and regular season is easy compared to it's not even close. Because what happens is, say, we play tonight. So let's say we play tonight and we play tomorrow, right? We go to the city, we land we just finished the game, we eat, we land 2, 3 in the morning to wherever we're playing. We sleep all day, we come to the gym at 5:30, we go over whatever you're gonna do for 30 minutes, right? There's no scouting report. You just have your keys to how you're playing. All right, Shay, you put the stats up there, what the motherfucker's been doing in the last 5 games, whatever. Little sheet that nobody looks at on your what's the name. And then that's it. Then we go through them. Then we have a day off, and then we play. We have a day off Tuesday. Then we play Wednesday, Thursday against somebody that we don't even know. You know what I mean? So there's no real scouting in regular season basketball. Now, when the playoffs come, the biggest change is play calling. Fouls. So referees hold the whistle more, which that becomes an adjustment. Because what happens is you can fuck off around trying to get your normal fouls, right? Like imagine if we go into the round 1 and they don't call normal Luka fouls or normal Reeves fouls, right? Them niggas out there looking stupid, fucking the game off. We can be down 20 in a series. OKC when they played Miami in the finals, and James Harden was out there looking crazy trying to foul bait, and they didn't call it, right? So that's what happens in the playoffs. And then what happens is you do get a book. You get a book on that player and all the things that they want to do, all the things you're going to take away, all the second options, all the third options, right? You're going over out of bounds plays these niggas did in November. Right? There's one play they won a game with on this backdoor play. That part is going to be part of, just in case you see that. Right? So it's so detailed. So if a motherfucker is getting off in the playoffs, he's him. He's him if he's getting off in the playoffs, because we know what you want to do, right? So that's why some players can get paid by their playoff performances. So let's say someone who's not really, they don't really have a good team, but this nigga just do his thing. So like, let's say, who's always good in the playoffs? A Donovan Mitchell and a Brunson. Man, I can tell you right now, the scouting report on a Brunson is so fucking, he wants to do this, and they can't stop that little nigga. Because he's just that gifted at doing what he does. But a playoff scouting report is like fucking damn near with the FBI. But some people are stupid. Right? Some people are just dumb. I can look at I can look at a game and tell you who fucked up on the scouting report on how this person plays this game. So if you're playing against, let's say, Jokic, and the goal was push Jokic towards his left. So when he's on the right side and he's trying to go middle, and you want him to go back across his body, and you're coming with the baseline shot block or baseline defensive player to make him shoot over longer arms, and he keeps getting middle, and that shows you're there's a breakage in that game plan, and they're not playing very, very smart basketball. But you're supposed to be taking away everybody's like, I know all your plays. I know what you want to do when you're running it, when you're calling something. And
question. Those are great. That was a great question.
Someone likes, that's where I'll give Ginobili his credit. Because he is the type of player that you can't scout. Because it's that left hand erratic jerk basketball, and he just sees things that doesn't need to be seen. You can't see, and you put him in, and he swings and forces you to get out of the defense because he's on the floor. And that's when, like, if San Antonio sees that, okay, they're bogging down, all right, put the ball in Ginobili's hands the next 5 plays, and hopefully he can go 3 for 5, and then it forces them out of that defense. So you need those players. When those players become bench players to option ones in the fourth quarter, and you didn't scout them. And you know what I mean? You didn't have a scout for Ginobili in the last 5 minutes being the number 1 option. And now he's changing the outcome of a series because, you know, you did your homework, but the homework wasn't really meant for, you know, or TJ McConnell. Yeah, you see how TJ kept getting, they didn't scout for him like that. The defense was set to really stop kick threes, drive and kick threes. Everybody stay home and stay and don't, you know, and he's like, well, I don't do none of that shit. I like layups. So since y'all don't got nobody that's gonna sit here and stop me from making layups, goddamn it, that's where I'm going. And how do you notice every time he came in, whatever lead it was, he personally cut it.
Yeah, that's working on their skills. Like you say, these guys work on their game. They work on their game. All right, Boog, it's your turn, brother. You've been patient. Go ahead and ask your question for Gil.
I just want to say I appreciate everybody's time. My first question is, if you had to put an amount on it, who would you pick to win the NBA Cup? And then my second question is, do you think the Lakers right now are able, like talented enough to make a deep run in the playoffs, or do they need to make a move?
I think right now who's going to win it is bias as being the Lakers, as long as we don't play OKC. So hopefully someone is more disciplined than us to beat them, which I doubt, but fuck it. You know, it's hopes.
It's Phoenix.
And wishes.
Phoenix.
Yeah.
Yeah. Phoenix got
I mean, yeah, you know, Phoenix, I'm hoping, but I'm hoping we win. But now, Lakers is, I don't think we're disciplined enough to win a championship.
And not to cut you off, the reason why I asked is because when I was looking at the stat sheet from yesterday, Brian did his thing or whatever. I was looking at the bench and I'm like, it's looking a little thin.
No, like I'm just being honest. Like as a Laker fan, yes, I'm bragging because no one had us 17-6 right now, right? But how we play the game of basketball, we're not disciplined. We're not gonna beat the Jokic's and the Shea who play disciplined, smart basketball. We will be on a 20-0 run because of how we played, and we will give up that run because of how we play. And how we play is we're looking for fouls. So that means most of the shots we take or most of the fouls we get, look at the shot we're taking to get those. One-handed, like off balance, trying to get bumped, throw it up, right? If they don't call none of those, we're down 20. The only way we're up or close is because we get the fouls. Then we have that horrible behavior of taking these random 35-footers on a fast break after we done missed 3 or 4 threes. So we don't have the concept that we need to take a good shot, and that just is irrelevant to someone like Austin and Luka, where we just missed 4 shots, and then you guys are doing this step back 25-footer 3 on a fast break. So we have a bunch of flaws that could work against us in the playoffs. Right, there's nothing in our game that says we're unbeatable. Like it's if we win and make it to the playoffs, it means Luka doesn't complain, he gets fouled, he just gets back, and we don't give up 15 to 25 fast break points on, I missed this shot, I got fouled, then I sit there with my hands up while they're going on the fast break for 4 or 5 seconds before, then I trot down court, right? Him and Austin Reeves do that. We give up 15 points just on that stupid shit. You get fouled, now there's a guaranteed 4-on-5.
Mm-hmm.
You can't. Those are the things you can't do in the playoffs. You gotta minimize mistakes, right? And certain teams that play disciplined basketball, you have to play perfect. That was like San Antonio back in the day. No matter where they were, you know, seated. You didn't want to play with them because you got to play damn near perfect basketball against them. So I don't. We can make a deep run if we play the Clippers and shit like that first. You know what I mean? We play
got to be the right matchups.
We play Memphis, you know.
Gil want to play the Clippers so bad. You know,
Golden State. You know, we play teams. Golden State. We play San Antonio Spurs. You know, we play some motherfuckers like that. We good. You know, we play defensive teams that just, you know, that move a lot, that run up and down. That aren't as wild. Yeah, we're beat them. We're gonna get beat.
I think the Lakers too. When I watch them play, I think my biggest worry with them is they give up big leads fast, and that is a big sign of like you said, a team that's not disciplined. Because OKC, they get a big lead and they stars is resting in the fourth. The Lakers get a big lead and they still playing in a tight game. going late in the fourth, man. Is like that's a huge.
It's, you know why? It's because you have the wrong person as a free agent.
What you mean?
You have so Austin Reeves. If Austin Reeves didn't play the way he played, right? Most of our bad shots and erratic movement sometimes is Austin Reeves, and some of our great moments is Austin Reeves hitting big shots.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he's a free agent and that money is on his mind, I don't think he's gonna be disciplined. You're gonna to get him to not take such wild shots at bad moments. You're gonna have to guarantee in his money now to settle down his mind, because right now he is trying to get as many points as he possibly can. And that's the goal. If I got 20, I'm trying to get 30. If I got 30, I'm trying to get 40. And that's the way he plays. Right? It's not like a Jalen Williams where I'm going to sacrifice to try to get the win. I need to get my points so I can get my contract.
Yeah, well, it sounds like my Miami Heat about to win this NBA Cup, man. Y'all got trouble coming up. Miami Heat. What you mean who? Miami Heat. What? Don't get me started.
You know what? I'm sorry for you.
For me, why?
Because
you the Laker fan.
No. You have the sorriest group of players that plays very hard to the point where you actually cheer. You know what I mean?
What you mean, man? Hey, listen, man. Let's get the next question. Let's get the next question.
No. Elaborate on that.
No, man. No, what I'm saying is you have leftover players who they get to play hard and buy into a system that they win games that gives you guys hope.
So you wouldn't want to play in Miami. You wouldn't want to play in Miami.
Have you noticed in the last maybe 10 years, I don't think any Miami Heat player went anywhere else and was actually a decent player.
Nah, it's true. We don't do that.
No, because
only in Miami.
Yeah, you're only good in Miami, and that's
exactly.
So
that's not the problem. That's a good problem for me to have as a fan.
No, because man, listen, make me the GM of Miami. I guarantee you.
We wouldn't keep you out the strip clubs. Come on, man.
No. It ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm gonna sell Miami. See, what you gonna Miami's say? Not being sold. You know what's being sold?
Pat Riley and that bullshit.
Boot camp.
Yeah.
Nah, it's culture. You know, it's culture. It's a cultural town. No, I listen. The culture, like you say, it's a boot camp. But again, Miami's a cultural town. It's very ethnic down here. Culture matters.
I'm gonna tell you that culture shit was some bullshit.
Thank you.
Let me tell you why. He's never won a championship with a culture. See, the culture is this. We got Showtime Lakers, right? Magic Johnson and them partying. Think about who they were, right? Partying, fucking, winning, fucking. That wasn't Pat Riley's culture. Pat Riley goes to the Knicks, put in that brute basketball, beat 'em up style. That's him. He gets to Miami, beat 'em up style. Then he gets who? Shaquille O'Neal.
Shaq changed everything.
Shaq. You get Shaq. You get Gary Payton. You get Antoine Walker. Now you tell me what culture they had down there in the strip club. Everybody.
I can tell you. I know what culture they had. And I keep telling people. I know what culture they had. I keep telling people that.
So that wasn't Heat culture. What happens when LeBron James came? That wasn't Heat. What Heat culture is this. When the stars leave, he flashes the ring, and then he puts them sorry niggas into boot camp. Heat culture. But whenever this nigga wins a championship, it's whoever he brings in that he's gonna let do whatever. Think about Heat culture, what you hear about it, and think about Jimmy Butler. Think about what they said Jimmy Butler was doing. The nigga didn't stay in a hotel with the team. The nigga got his own Airbnb. He didn't fly on the plane with the team. He flew there when he wanted to. That ain't Heat culture.
No, they didn't like that. That's why.
No, they didn't like that when he was upset.
I know that. You ain't got to tell me. I told you I was upset when we lost Jimmy. Now I'm happy because we're playing. We're looking good. But
yeah, no. But the problem is you don't never have no assets good enough to make a trade to get like all Pat Riley's championships came off of trades. No, yeah, but trades. But it is GOAT type players.
Yeah, superstar.
Of course, I know that. You ain't got to tell me. That's why we got 3.
Like it's like out of the top 5, like consensus, media's top 5. This nigga's had 3 of them. 4.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you count outside.
I mean,
of Miami.
3. No, I mean 5. No,
yeah, you count outside of Miami. Yeah.
No, I mean, they some consensus have Shaq as a top 5 player, right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Right. So you had Magic, Kareem, LeBron, and Shaq.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah. So first of all, you're just gonna quit talking shit about my Heat, though, Gil.
No.
Not Luka. You good?
That's just the truth, man. And y'all got the worst front office in basketball.
I think
whatever, Mr. Portland.
I think when Pat Riley leaves, if you get for you to really get teams and players there, the day you get rid of Pat Riley and Spo,
I told you,
get rid of both of them.
Man, I told you. I'm not listening to Gil all of them.
Because Pat Riley has brainwashed Spo to think like him, and that is wrong if you're trying to get. See, everybody, this is the problem. Everybody wants to be in Miami or LA or New York. Especially for basketball season, you want to be in Miami or LA because of the weather all year. So the fact that you can't get a free agent where everybody has summer homes is a problem, don't you think? Niggas got summer homes there, but don't want to play there. Why?
We get people. We got
no. You get niggas y'all trade for. You telling me you can Clay got a boat? Clay got a boat. You can't get Clay down there.
We didn't want Clay. Why would we want Clay? Oh my God, we don't want no Clay.
But that's the point. I've been saying for the longest, Gil. I've been saying this for years. I said Pat Riley and that whole front office got to go. I said they outdated. They don't know how to go get players. They running this old style. Nobody wants to do that, man. Nobody's doing all that.
Supposed innovative. We had no more offense for a while until something happened. But let's not Luka in because y'all disrespecting my team a little bit too much. I can't grab y'all through this phone. Go ahead, not Luka.
It was. I just want to ask, from a player perspective, what's the one thing in NBA scouting reports that fans would be shocked teams actually game plan around?
Interesting.
Okay, let me. I think you think some of these scouting reports, these niggas are smart.
I think it's all simple shit. I don't think it's all really that complicated.
But in the playoffs, right? For the playoffs, some that you was in the playoffs and you was like, "There's no way we doing this."
Yeah. Okay. So regular season is you guys will probably have a better scouting report than a coach. Because let me tell you why.
So the coaches be drinking too, right? The coaches be drinking too.
Yeah, but the coaches what I'm saying is you guys. I will say confident. You guys probably watch more basketball, overall basketball, than NBA teams do. Right? So if you are the Lakers, right? You're not watching fucking Detroit basketball or Cavs basketball from the coaching staff. The players is going to watch because they're going to watch basketball, but the coaches ain't watching that shit. So all they're gonna do is this: they're gonna go to the stat sheet. They're gonna go to the basketball references, type the nigga name in, let me see Cade. We're gonna go to Cade Cunningham. We play Detroit in a few days. We're gonna go to him. We're gonna look at it. Guess what? The last 5 games, they even have it for you. Last 5 games, and I'm gonna copy that shit. He is averaging 35 points in the last 5 games, shooting 54%. That's all they're doing, man.
They box score merchants.
Yeah, they're box score. Yeah, they're giving us the box score. They can't tell you, oh, we're gonna push him left. What is he, left-handed, right-handed? They don't. It's not as complicated. Once you get into the playoffs, then they start using synergy report, and then like some of their advanced scouts start coming into play.
That's because you played in Washington. See, you'd have played in Miami, you would have had better scouting reports. See, that's the difference right there. See what I'm talking about?
I mean, yeah, y'all got some good scouts over there. Like there's certain people, there's certain teams that got better. Like there's certain franchises got better. This team has better locker room, right? This one has a better medical staff. These guys have better scouting. These have better amenities like food, plane rides, hotel selections. So everybody has a little bit of their own little unique things to get players there.
Yeah. All right. So I mean, just so that you can answer his question, is there anything that you saw in the scouting report that you would say that we wouldn't know? Like we would never think you guys actually do that.
No. There's okay. The one thing that a fan wouldn't know is a scouting report, meaning. All right, so the biggest thing is LeBron James scored only 17 against Barrera in the playoffs. No, that was the goal. The goal was the scouting report from Dallas Mavericks is we don't give a fuck who beat us, long as it's not LeBron James. So this is how we're going to guard him. If he plays point guard, we're going to pick him up full court, tire him out, and then in a half court, we're going to guard him like this. Jason Kidd, we're going to we're going to let D Wade be the number 1 option because D Wade is not going to be scoring and get everybody involved. He's just going to be one-minded. So we will put this, okay, let's go the Matrix. You guard him. He starts bopping him and posting up and doing this. Okay, fuck that. Jason Kidd, you guard him. Then we're going to say, Barrera, you stop LeBron James for picking the ball up full court. And then in the half court, we're gonna carve him up here because what we know is when he gets a smaller guy on him, he wants to go into the post without a post play. Then we're gonna corral him this way because he's gonna turn and face and do all this stuff. So we're gonna corral him, make him become a passer first. Try to keep him under 20 points. If we can keep him under 20 points and let D Wade be the number 1 option to average 28, we won. Because if it was the other way around, LeBron James to average 30 and Dwayne Wade to average 26. So if we can get Dwayne average 28 and hold LeBron under 20, we win the series. So I asked Haywood what the game plan was on them, and that was the game plan. Let Dwayne Wade be the number 1 option. Don't let LeBron do nothing. Give up shots to everybody. Keep LeBron from manipulating the game. Right? So the problem, why I said that is, if you don't know the game plan itself, you won't know who's fucking up on defense or offense.
Wow.
Gil, I said this because they were talking about the 2011 finals. And I guess the conversation was that they were, everybody likes to say that LeBron choked. And I said, the reason why I don't jump to conclusion about a player choking or not is because I said a coach can game plan your offense out the game. He can make you take less shots. If they execute it well, he can make you not hit your numbers and force others to beat you. So when you see the second and third option with a lot of points and maybe the first option was inefficient or didn't get to all of his shots, look to the defense. Maybe that was the game plan and they did a good job of executing it, right? And if they execute it well, that's what it's going to look like. That's why I say, how about you just shake Dallas' hand, give them credit for damn near perfect execution. And they did exactly like you said. They did exactly what the scouting report said.
See, and that's why your number 2 option has to be in tune, because if he is hurting the game plan, it makes him come out of it. Right? So let's look at someone like, how Curry and how Iguodala won, right? The game plan was to stop who? Curry. I don't give a fuck if Iguodala fucking wins Finals MVP or Iguodala scores 20. I don't think he can score 20 a game. If he can, bravo to him, right? Because what I do know is there's not enough games in season where Iguodala was the number 1 option in a sense, right? So when you're talking about a playoff series and winning a playoff series, it's a chess game. So if we say, all right, we're going to play straight up, do we win? No. All right, if we trap Curry first half, second half, right? So it's like, okay, how about this? Do we think Draymond Green can average 30, 8, and 7 assists for this series to beat us? And if you say, I don't think you can do that, then we will make him the primary scorer. So we're going to say, all right, every pick and roll between Draymond and him, we're going to blitz it. We're going to blitz everything, let Draymond make all the decisions. So if Draymond has 15 assists or 20 assists, that was the game plan. And that's really how it is. You can look at it. You can kind of sometimes look at a game plan and kind of see what someone does, but then human behavior kicks in too. And I can tell you this. If I'm guarding, let me see. If I'm guarding Lou Dort and you're telling me, Gil, we're hedging on Shea. We're gonna play like a net defense, meaning I'm following my defense. I'm following Shea. So anytime he's trying to drive, I'm the net guy to keep him from going all the way to the basket. We're gonna let him make passes to Lou Dort, right? Because he's shooting 30%. And we don't think he's selfish enough to take 20 fucking shots. Now, what you think will happen if he makes 5 threes? No, shit, what you happen if he makes 3 threes? You really think I'm going to be netting the way I need to be netting? Hell no. That's my man. I don't want the nigga to have 30, so I'm going to be going a little bit slower on Shea because I really don't want my guy to score. That happens a lot too. Where your man starts scoring and then you fuck that game plan, and I don't want to do that no more. Right, my nigga averaged 3. He already got 12. Nigga making me look bad. So selfish behavior kicks in too, and you go away from the goal and start thinking about self.
Told y'all basketball deeper
facts
than
out
that.
here, ladies and gentlemen. We having facts. I don't know how much later we can do this tomorrow, but
I know, man. Gil been up here for 4 hours.
Yeah, I got one more question. Then it's 11 here, and wifey is cooking dinner.
Yes. All right, yeah. So apologize for all you guys. I gotta let King get the last question in here, man. He was patient as well. I'm sorry for you gentlemen at the bottom. I was doing it in rotation. I tried my best to get y'all in, but Gil was cooking, so we gotta let Gil keep this thing. So King, get your last question in, and then we can get the live over with, so that Gil can get back to his lovely wife. Go ahead and ask the question, Ken.
Hey, appreciate for having me up. But I hope this ain't cliche, and I hope nobody asks this yet. But the question that I got is, okay, you know how people say that the only reason why LeBron is in the GOAT talk is because of his longevity. So if you take away his longevity, what makes him still be in the GOAT case?
If you take away LeBron's longevity, okay, I'm gonna just be honest with you. 2018, meaning he's 33 years old. Wait, it was a 2008, was it 2018? No, whenever they won that Cleveland championship.
That was 2016.
Okay, so 2016. I don't know if anybody ever noticed. He was ranked number 2 then over Kareem in the media's eyes. A lot of people don't know that. That's why they were confused on, like the Kobe fans are confused, like, when did LeBron jump Kobe? Consensus had LeBron over Kobe back in 2012 when he won his second championship, second finals MVP, and I think that would have been his 4th league MVP. The media had him already in the top 10 at 7, around that age. When he won his Cleveland championship, the consensus of media had LeBron James already number 2, and he's been number 2 since then, trying to be number 1. So when people talked about clutch sports, it was never against Kobe Bryant. The clutch sports argument was Jordan fans and the push for number 1 all time. So if you cut his career off in 2016 or to 2018 at 33 years old, he has 3 finals MVPs, 4 league MVPs. Where do you rank that? Because the media ranked it number 2. Where do you rank it at? Is the question. 34 through 41 is him just trying to get the number 1 in a sense, or him just playing basketball. Right? It's there because I can tell you this: there's no stat of a Jordan fan from 2018 LeBron could have done for a Jordan purist to put LeBron. Like, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say this so we can be clear. If you're a Jordan fan and you're a diehard Jordan fan, there's no argument no nigga can make that you're gonna say, oh yeah, okay, you know what, you're right, Jordan's number 2. You're not doing that. No LeBron fan can look at no Jordan stuff and say, you're right, we're just gonna keep Jordan 1 and we're gonna move LeBron. No, you're not gonna do that. If you're a fan of something, there's no accolade, there's no metrics, there's no real conversation you can have with someone that is actually gonna concede to what you're saying. Even if you're 2 plus 2 don't mean fucking 4 if you're trying to remove my player from where I have him. It's 5. Okay, we're carrying some shit. We're gonna carry the 1. Make it 5. I don't care. If I have Donkey Kong number 1, nigga, Donkey Kong is number 1, and I don't care about whatever stat you have. Right? So 6 finals and 6 finals MVP does not mean shit to a LeBron fan. Okay? It doesn't. No matter, you can keep using it, they're not gonna concede. Right? 4 and 6. 4 and 6 finals and moving and transfer and moving houses and doing this and doing that and Balco. LeBron James fans don't want to hear none of that shit. Right? They don't give a fuck what you're talking about.
Yeah, right. But Gilbert Arenas, at the end of the day, Jordan's career is what it is because of longevity. How's Jordan go without longevity?
Yeah, what is taken away? Like, what years are you taking away if you take away somebody's longevity? Like, what is that? Like, what does that mean?
You're gonna shorten somebody's career to 5 years, 4 years, 5 years.
No. What happens is if you're arguing for Jordan, you're stopping his career at 34. Which means you don't. The Wizard years don't count. So at 34 is his career. So all his stats of everything he did stops at 98. So if they get to stop everybody at 90 at 34 years old, that's the argument. And the problem with that is that ain't even you can't even argue that.
Yeah.
Because I remember I did the math for someone like Jokic. He would have had to play like 15 more years, averaging about 41, playing about 60. Because this is what I said. I said the NBA, if the NBA moved it from 82 games to 65 games, the top 10 is sealed forever. Because with a 65-game season, let alone trying to catch Jordan accolades with 82, or trying to catch LeBron scoring title with what he has, if you cut it to 65, these niggas got to average. They got to play 65 games for 25 years, averaging about 41 a game. So they can't miss not one game. It's ridiculous. So look, when you take away Jordan's, when you just say, all right, let's take away bias and just look at Jordan's career, it's the unreal thoughts of 82 games, 81 games, 80, 78. Like, it's just an unreal thought, averaging 30 on every championship for regular season. Like, so basically what Shea did in the last 3 years, that is all of Jordan's scoring titles and chips for 11 seasons or whatever. You can't argue the dominance of it. This resume don't need 6 rings to be called the greatest of all time. You just get to use 6 rings to keep everybody away. That's what the ring culture is for. The ring culture is not about who's the greatest. It's about
making it impossible to catch Jordan.
Use it to start the conversation. Because what the NBA, what you realize is Jordan's career
ain't enough.
Was not enough. No, what I mean not enough, it wasn't.
You said it right. It ain't enough. It ain't enough.
No, it's not enough for a longevity player. So what happens is this. He has, is it 11 real years? Right? So you take away the Wizard years, that puts him at 13. You take away the comeback year, that puts him at 12. You take away the broken leg, right? So that means out of 11 real years, he led the league in scoring 10 of those. The one he didn't was he was a rookie, came in 3rd. So that means every healthy year outside of his rookie year, he led the league in scoring.
Wasn't Dominique number 2 though, behind him every season?
Yeah, but nobody cares.
Yeah. but you can leave whenever you want, man. We appreciate
No. But what I'm saying is,
you
so
know.
when you think about just the idea of what he did, you can't think about it because it can never happen again. In front of him on the scoring title and win championships. That is not likely to happen. So that's what a Jordan fan gets to hold on to. Right? You get to hold on. Even if someone matches them with 6 rings and 6 finals, they get to lean on what? Does the nigga got 10 scoring titles? Nope. Right? It's just if you had to carve up a career to be the idea of it, you're looking at a Jordan resume with 10 out of 11 years he led the league in scoring, right? 6 championships, went undefeated, never played in a game 7, right? It's one of those you look at it and be like, yeah, but the concept of the future didn't apply here. Right? If you told Jordan in 90, in 92, there will be a Kobe Bryant that's going to do this. There's going to be a LeBron James that's going to come in and be dominant at 41, averaging this. He would have never retired. Because he understands there's only so long you can hold on to. Because I can tell you this, LeBron James, Michael Jordan #1 legacy, I don't know if it holds up by 2030. I think LeBron will have removed him. Because I don't know if you know, on the voting, Jordan had 1 vote above, which means is Skip Bayless will probably be gone. That's a vote gone. Stephen A. Smith, right? You got to think about all the Jordan, Rob Parkers and the Chris Bouchards. Once those niggas remove, the Jordan legacy is removed.
Facts.
Because everybody else didn't see him. They only seen what's left is Kobe. So Kobe's legacy will move from 11 down to the 4 or 5s. Because the media that's gonna be next up is everyone who played against Kobe.
Did you see that poll, Gil? That poll that came out?
They're gonna put Kobe ahead of Mike? I can't wait.
No, Gil,
No.
Gil, they
No,
did a
I'm saying,
poll
we
with
gotta
players
remember.
under 30. And with players under 30, just to show people how it's going to change, players under 30 overwhelmingly had, like you said, Bron 1 and Kobe 2.
Yeah. So now, think about the age. Like the Skips number is 70. So basically, when I'm 50, it's my voice. It's Richard Jefferson. It's Kedrick Perkins. It's Jeff Teagues. It's all these guys. And they never seen Michael Jordan play in the game. Right? So that legacy don't sit with them like it does a Skip and a Shannon and all those guys who get to vote Jordan. Everybody who's voting now, they're in their 60s and 70s.
They still let what's his name vote? Like Woody Page and them?
Yeah. Those are the guys who are voting still. So
it's over with. They out of there. They about to be done.
The
Mike Wilbons, the Tony Kornheisers.
That's what I said. When they remove, that's when LeBron will be 1. Kobe will go from 11 to probably 2 to 3 off the rip. And that's when it's going to shift.
Yeah, you dropped some gems here, Gil. You done gave us a lot of gems. You gave some to the LeBron fans. You gave some to the Jordan fans. You gave some to the Kobe fans. Again, this is what we do here on these FYF Goat James Kingdom TikTok lives. We talk hoops, and we get real hoopers up here to talk as well, man. So
Gil, I need a jersey. Gil, I need a jersey. Oh, my mama, I need a jersey, Gil. What's the deal?
Get out of here.
I'll try to get you one.
I'll DM you.
Get a life. Get a life before you ask for a jersey. Get a life.
I'm sorry, y'all. I appreciate it. Hey, Lamont, you got to tell me how to go live on TikTok.
I got you. We can set it up, man. I told you.
And nah, hit me up, Gil. Give me $50. I'll show you.
Gil. What I do need, Gil, because I want to do a giveaway, man. I need some more color waves, man. You sent me this one. But I need
fire. Yeah. I still have you know what? I still have a box. I got a bunch of probably 10s, 11s.
You got
I'm 11.
What size? You got those.
I got some 10s. I got some 10s and 11s left.
We got to do a giveaway, man. You got to shoot.
I'm size 11. That's my size.
I want to do it now because I gave away. You sent me 3 pairs, Gil. I gave away one of them. Age 30 got one of them. I did a giveaway to the chat, but
okay.
But I know the people. I like the funniest thing about them when I was kind of like, because I wasn't never a Adidas guy. I'm mostly Nike. But then when I wore these, I was like, these might be one of the most comfortable shoes I done rock, man. I ain't gonna lie, right? But yeah, we got to do another giveaway, man. You got to. I don't know.
They just make better shoes than Nike.
I didn't look those up. It's so many colorways to this shoe. It's crazy. This shoe might have one.
They did put out a lot of colorways. Yeah, you're right.
I said it's crazy. I mean, I'm talking about you know they got some of your shoes on sale. Some of the colorways are so rare. Some of them is going for like $1,500, $2,000. Yeah, it's crazy, man.
So the rarest one was the ones they're like all silver undercrown. it was supposed to be the Carter threes. So I was trying to sign Lil Wayne under me before anybody knew about that. So I was signing him, and Adidas at the time said, we don't think rappers can, sell. It was my Gill 2s, and it was all silver, made by Underground, and it was going to be the Carter threes.
Wow. Put LeBron on the podcast, Gil.
I what's so funny is I don't like using my resources, man. Like I wouldn't, you know what I mean? It's like KD, Kyrie. Like I go to Kyrie's house all the time, right? When he's here, my son and Chris Paul, we work out at Chris Paul's house. I just don't be like trying to. I like to build it without the celebrity. Stuff because it's
once you start bringing in the stars, that's all they're gonna want to see.
Yeah,
you good. That makes
And
sense.
I know you got to leave, Gil, but if I could just get off a 10-second question, it was like a 10-second answer, even.
Last.
Thank you. I appreciate you, and I appreciate y'all boys. And it just has to do with Zeke, Isaiah Thomas. I just really need to know why does he get bashed? I feel like he really gets discredited a lot. I'm talking about someone that averaged about 20 points his whole career, two championships, an MVP award, a finals MVP. He's probably the only one to beat all the GOATs, Jordan, Bird, and Magic. So, and he got one in the late 80s. So I feel like he, in the ranking list, he gets discredited so much, and people put all these other people right ahead of him. But I'm like, he really beat all the GOATs that are ranked way higher than him. Not that he should be like right there.
Like he beat. Like I don't know how good Boston was at the end because they won at the end of the decade. Right, so Bad Boys was like when people talk about the 80s basketball, Bad Boys in defense is 89 and 90, right? It wasn't the 80s itself. Like a nigga averaging 35, you can't say that league is fucking defensively very, very great. You got a 23-year-old averaging 35 on you. That's crazy to even think about it. But I think the problem with Zeke was Detroit Pistons themselves were so nasty as a group, and he was the face of it. Right? And if you are out there whooping nigga asses for a living, roughing niggas up, body slamming, and you are the face of it, nobody likes you. Right, even though he was a good dude, he wasn't clotheslines and busting. But these are your pit bulls, and you just unleashing these niggas on everybody. So that was more of the thing with Isaiah. It's like Isaiah had the power of brute and didn't hold it back. He let his killers kill. And people didn't like the idea of it. And that's where him and Jordan had to falling out because Jordan's like, yo, these niggas is clotheslining me and trying to really hurt me. I thought we friends. I thought me and you were friends. Like, I'm living at your house, when I'm in Chicago. We you know what I mean? Like, you protected me here, but you got these players out here clipping me, clotheslining me, and doing all this dirty shit. Like, what's up? Are you telling them to do this? Like, it was one of those type of things.
Can I ask you something, G? Your top 5 guys that never won a ring, top 5, do they have a chance potentially to beat the top 5 guys that have a ring? You know what I'm saying? The top 5.
He said that there's two type of players. He said there's the players that stand on by themselves. They're allowed to be in the ring. In the room, whether they got a ring or not. And there's other players who got rings because they're team players. They don't never get to sit in there. He was saying guys like Allen Iverson, Carmelo Anthony, you know, the Charles Barkleys, the Malones. They stand on their own, so they can be with the Jordans, the LeBrons, the Kobe's, because they stand on their own. There's players that stand on their own, and there's players that just are team players, so they got championships.
Yeah.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Do you think the top 5 guys that don't have a ring, if you were to put them together and take your top 5 players that don't have a ring, is there a chance they could beat the top 5 guys that do have a ring? And I wanted to know what his team would have been, the top 5 guys against the other top 5. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I think that would have been a good game. He left. I mean, it depends on who the top 5 you're talking about that don't have championships.
Okay, yeah. So top 5, you're saying. Okay, so let's say top 5. So you're talking about the consensus top 5. So that's
no. I mean, in your opinion, top 5 guys that don't have a ring throughout NBA history.
But who are they playing against? The consensus top 5. So that's Michael Jordan, LeBron, Kareem, Magic, and Shaq.
I mean, whichever way you want to spin it. You know, like what game would you want to see that you think the guys without a ring would have a chance to say?
So now we're taking at the point where you're pulling in with John Stockton.
No, Iverson. It would be Iverson, Carmelo.
Iverson. And then you have
Charles Barkley.
Carmelo. Carmelo Anthony, Patrick Ewing.
Yeah, good luck with him with that.
They're getting destroyed. No, the reason they're not going to beat the top 5 is because the top 5 is actually generational talents. You're talking about in their position, Jordan, Jordan, Magic, Shaq, LeBron, and I don't know how freakish Kareem was, but you still got 4 out of 5 that are considered from young age generational.
Because I would have said guys like T-Mac, Dominique Wilkins, there's a lot of guys. That's why I asked, because to me, there's a lot of guys that, were basically unguardable when, a lot of guys were number 2 behind those number 1 guys. Like, Wilkins. A lot of people don't know, bro. He was giving Jordy 50, 45, 50. Like, he was giving him buckets, bro. Like,
he wasn't top 5 though without a ring. That's the thing. You said top 5 without a ring.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you're when you're talking about the top 5, think about just Michael Jordan's your shooting guard, right? His athleticism. Then you have the 6'9" point guard in Magic, in his vision and how he played. Then you have LeBron James. His behavior. We're not talking about the 40-year-old LeBron James. We're talking about the 20s, who was faster and stronger than everybody. Then you have Kareem or Shaquille O'Neal.
Oh yeah.
All right, so if I said give me Melo, Penny, Grant Hill, T-Mac, and any other center, you don't think they can give them a run of their money?
Maybe one game.
No.
Hell no.
Wow, I'm shocked. I'm shocked, man.
Bro, you said prime Bron, prime Jordan, prime
No.
Shaq.
I mean, it's a good question, but I don't think he understands being a good player and being the generational has attributes. Right? We're not talking about regular men. We're talking about like the top 5 is the Wimbies of the world. That's who these guys. That's who these top 5 guys. Right? They were already coined growing up. If you go back and look at the 80s when Jordan was in college and winning USA games, like he was already coined when he was whooping the NBA team. Wait, what team did they have that? Was it the All-Star All-NBA team?
Yeah, it was the All-Star team.
When he was whooping their ass,
going to the Olympics.
Yeah, when Jordan was whooping their ass while he was in college. right? So these guys are from young already showed the ability for takeover. So we're not talking about just, like a Tim Duncan. Like if you're talking about like a Tim Duncan, right? No, but that top 5 is generational, like attributes where you're talking about Shaquille O'Neal, high school, college, number 1 pick, right? All that top 5 is all number 1 picks besides Jordan. Right? Like number 1 players, you know what I mean? Everybody on that was, besides Michael Jordan, was, and you know what I mean? Everybody else is number 1 picks, and they lived up to the hype.
Yeah.
So putting a bunch of you put up, let's say Karl Malone and T-Mac and all of them, even at their best, they can compete, but because I don't know, you got Patrick Ewing versus Shaq.
That's not working.
Mm-hmm.
We saw what Patrick Ewing did when Jordan did an in and out on him. It made Jordan look like he could contribute.
Like when people talk about Hakeem over Shaq, it's not Hakeem over Shaq.
No, exactly. It ain't Phil Jackson Shaq. It ain't Phil Jackson Shaq. I'll tell you that much.
It's, you know what I mean? It's a young Shaquille O'Neal, right? Like Shaq was what? Was Shaq 22 then?
Yeah, Shaq was what?
No, he was like 24, 25.
That was his 3rd year in the league.
No, he was 22.
No, he was like 22, 23. Yeah.
Yeah, it was 22 years old.
He was young. Yeah.
And then Kareem, and then Hakeem was coming off what? Just winning the MVP. That's just like when Embiid them whooping on Wemby's ass his rookie year. What are you supposed to?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's time frames, man.
I think part of that problem is Shaq is a little bit too humble when he talks about the 90s and when he talks about Hakeem.
Hey, can we hold on? Let's do this, y'all, because I know
they got the best. Go. They got the only reason because they got the best of them.
Yeah, we gotta let Gilbert go because Gilbert's sitting there talking to us. And next thing you know, he gonna blame us because he left his suit coat on the table. Don't blame us. We told you to go.
But we got
salute to you, Gil.
Gil ain't left yet. But
thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Gil, I appreciate you, man. I'm gonna be in touch, man. We gonna definitely help you get set up on TikTok, man. Because
we're gonna get you set up.
Man, because you're right, man. But I appreciate
it's crazy over here. I'm gonna warn you. These dudes are crazy on TikTok. I'm just letting you know that.
No. Hey, go. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Like, if you because when you go live and stuff, because I do gotta ask you like a couple questions about like Elijah, because Elijah and Kobe and stuff like that. But because I ain't gonna ask you now because so you gotta go and stuff like that. But yeah.
All right, bet.
This is, again, if you guys missed anything Gil said, he said a lot. We've been live for over 4 hours now. All of this is going live right now on our YouTube channels, both on FYF Sports Debate and the FYF Sports Clips channel, and also on the GOAT James Kingdom channels. So all of this is available for you. You can go back and watch any part of the show.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be available. We're not like these other TikTokers where y'all never going to see the live again. This is why we're changing it. It's a TikTok takeover. All the stuff that y'all see here is recorded live and available for people to see. So be careful what you say because you might get clipped up. Like Gilbert Arenas said, Jordan's career is not enough.
Yeah,
I feel like
he shouldn't have told you that. He shouldn't have told you that.
He said it right. He said it right in unison with me too. He said it's not enough. It's not enough.
Lamont, how often are you on here, Lamont? Hey, Go James. Let me ask you something though. Like, so I want to ask you an FYF. So I was thinking about this like earlier today. I was thinking to myself, like, I think that LeBron's peak at his best was like 16 through 18 because I feel like LeBron as like a playmaker, rebounder, defender, I think he was like so like such great at it, like all around as like him as a complete player, like a better jump shooter, like all around. I think like through 16 through 18, I feel like LeBron as a playmaker as well and a facilitator. I think that he slowed the game down so much at his own pace, and I think he just understood the game so much through 16 through 18. Do y'all agree?
I give LeBron multiple peaks, and that's one of the peaks he has. So it's hard for me to say which one is the best one, because when I go back and watch 2009 LeBron, I'm still like in awe. Like, man, look, that
Nah,
LeBron,
facts though. Facts.
that LeBron had everything that you said, but was just more athletic and raw. Like, just I mean, you're right though. The one in 2016 to 18 was more calculated, more skilled, more. You know what I'm saying? He had a better pace to his play. But man, that wild, raw 2009 LeBron, man. I don't
That
know,
was
bro.
fun
That
to
was
watch.
yeah, it was fun to watch. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was fun to watch. But you know, again, to me, the peak conversation is hard because to me, a peak is only a year or two. So like you did a good thing by saying 16 to 18, so that's like 2 to 3 years. So that's actually a good way to say it. But he has multiple peaks to me, and that's definitely one of them. He was definitely brilliant between 2016 and 2018 for sure. I don't know if you want to add to that, Lamont.
Nah, I'll let you handle the LeBron talk. You really, you got that on.
No, that was good. That was good, Lamont. You know, I think we did something unprecedented on TikTok.
What?
Usually these dudes get an NBA player up here, they'll just start arguing and trying to debate, and so they can have one on their belt. I guess
I could tell that some of them were trying to go that way, but I'm not about to. I'm not. We gonna keep
Lamont, how often are you on?
Not with the Minister of Defense here. The Minister of Defense is here, and all that gets shut down. And I'm quite sure Gil felt comfortable to tell us everything he told us because of it. So y'all, you know, again, y'all want to listen to anything Gilbert Arenas said. He gave us a lot of gems, just like Sharon Wright did, and he gave us even longer time than we expected. So appreciate that, Gil. Thank you so much.
How often can we see this, guys?
Not too much. We can't. We listen. Gil is just doing this on his own favor. We ain't paying him for this and nothing like that. He just wanted to step up. He actually, the real reason he stepped up here was because somebody ducked out on $6,000. That's why he really stepped up here. That's what he really stepped up here for. Bubble Viz was scared to come collect. What happened to Bubble Viz and the GJK City Girl Groupie Posse? Where they at?
That shit gonna remain in FYF and Go James Kingdom history.
Man.
Yeah, man.
Nowhere to be found, man. But look, but that's why we do this. But you know what? It actually turned out to be better because the entire live, we had well over 200 people watching. I mean, we had so many people in the backstage trying to get in just to get comments in. And I gotta give salute to everybody that pulled up because for the most part, everybody came up here and nobody was
asked great questions.
Yeah,
There's great questions too. Yeah,
man. That's all. I got nothing bad to say. So,
Lamont, how often do you go live?
We go so for us, and obviously me and Go James, the only day that we have that we try to be the most consistent on is Saturdays. We trying to because of our schedule. He busy and he got his own channel. I'm busy. I got my own channel and I do a whole bunch of other stuff. So we trying to find a balance throughout the week where we can do more shows because. I mean, as y'all can see, that they starting to pop a little bit better. So it's hard to say right now, other than every Saturday, just like you see on the screen, at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's where you can catch us. But if you follow both me and Johnny, if we ever do an impromptu live, you'll know. So
yeah, we're gonna do it live tomorrow for the
NBA
in-season cup. Yeah, so we're gonna do a play-by-play for the Knicks and the Raptors and the Heat and the Magic's game. So come check us out at Go James Kingdom. Become a member of the channel. Support what we're doing here. We're gonna keep talking hoops, man. That's all we want to do is talk basketball, man. We don't care if you got LeBron is the GOAT, if you got Jordan is the GOAT, none of that other stuff. Now we don't mind the GOAT debate, but again, we just want to talk hoops.
Bro, somebody tried to argue with Gil earlier. He's like, "No, I was there. I played them."
Bro, that's what I don't get these dudes,
I wasn't
man.
gonna allow that to happen either. Yeah, we're not gonna allow y'all to sit here and argue with no professional basketball player who has given us his time to just talk to us. Again, we just regular dudes. We ain't nobody special. You know what I'm saying? We just regular dudes. He likes how Lamont talks hoops. He likes the way I talk hoops, and he decided to join us and definitely appreciate it. So yeah, we're gonna talk hoops, man. We're gonna talk basketball, man. That's what we do, man.
Love right there.
Yeah, man. So yeah, make sure, like I said, we are going to be doing this every Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern. We're going to try to do it during the middle of the week. Catch us at night. And if you, like I said, just follow FYF Sports Debate on TikTok, and same thing with Go James Kingdom. And we're going to try to do more lives during the week. It's just difficult, like you said, because we do have other platforms, and TikTok does not really collaborate with other platforms like that. But we're going to be doing more of these. Trust me, we're going to be doing more of these, and we're going to try to bring more people up and see what we do, man. So just support us and let people know, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Shit, man. But I listen, Lamont. $6,000, Lamont. $6,000. This is how this started, ladies and gentlemen. Friday night exposure with the exposer. We have a normal Zesty Jeffrey showing up trying to challenge me. And Gilbert Arenas told him, I'll pay you $500 to debate A. Johnny right now. He kept copping pleas in the middle of the show. He was on the show. Then he said, all right, I'll boost it up to $1,000. Then the guy had the nerve to say, nah, I'm not debating for that. That's too little. Gil said, okay, $2,000. He's like, nah, make it $5. Gil said, nah, fuck it, $6.
Oh my Lord,
man! Send me the motherfucking link.
Hold on. Think about this, y'all. Tell him what the next response was.
He said, "I see you on Sunday." He was like, "I see you on Sunday. Let's do it on Sunday."
He
like,
said, "Give me 2 days to get ready." And I'm like, "Motherfucker, it's for right now. What you mean?"
Gil was like, "No, right now. Do it right now," and I got it. Then he had the nerve to tell
me, "Nigga, I'll take that immediately."
You heard me. Send me the link. What the fuck?
Then he had the nerve to say that he
Thank you. Hey, everybody on the panel. That's how any normal human being would have reacted, unless you don't. Think about this. No matter if you're for or against LeBron, if that challenge gets thrown up and you know it's legit, you gonna take it up, win, lose, or draw. You gonna take it up right now. Ain't no way.
Lamont, bro, I'm telling you, nigga, I don't give a fuck if I'm getting fried. I don't
care if I'm forgetting information. I'm gonna try to.
I tell you what, though, that lets you know, Lamont, that lets you know a Zesty Jeffrey pride and ego is worth more than $6,000.
Ain't no way, bro.
The crazy part is that he could have used the fact that he lost the debate as a way to get more clout.
Right. So dude was on the panel and he just left.
Yeah.
No, he didn't leave. But he was on the panel. But at the end of the day, he wouldn't engage in having the debate. He wanted to like argue with my GOAT James Kingdom member New World here and other members on the panel. And we was having a good show. Gil just was in the comments, just like he always does, trolling. And and he just said it because he knew dude was not going to accept the debate. He knows that they run for me. So like they be trying to act like they want to have the debate, but they don't.
It's funny because he was totally fine with debating me on the spot, but he didn't want to debate A. Johnny on the spot. So I was like, nigga, come on now. Like, you ready to debate me, nigga? Like, you got $6,000 on the line.
Wait, Lamont, how do you actually know Gilbert?
No, I met Gil. So I don't know if y'all know the YouTuber name, Suge. I don't know if y'all know him. So Suge actually connected me with Gil. Damn, you know what? That's how you know time be flying because it don't feel like it. But I connected with Gil about 2 years ago, man. Ever since then, man, I just been, we're doing other stuff behind the scenes, working on other projects, man. And, he's came onto my show on YouTube a few times. We set up the debate with him and Scap Attack, and it's been all types of stuff, man. Gil been rocking with us for a minute, man. So, when I asked him to pull up today and I told him what the topic was, he didn't hesitate because Gil, just like me and A. Johnny, he just want to talk basketball. Like Gil just likes talking back. Yeah. Like you see how he took all y'all questions. He didn't hesitate. He didn't say he had to go. Yep. Gil, if it wasn't for Melly, his wife, he probably would have did this for another couple hours. We could have probably kept it up. Like that's how Gil is.
Facts.
Yeah, you could tell he loved talking, bro. Like the whole time.
Bro, Gil
you could tell like how someone engages with you. Like, you know what I mean? How much they love just talking hoops and everything.
But you also got to respect this. So I'm not trying to Gilbert, you ask respectful questions and all that.
Because I ain't gonna lie, also respectfully, I ain't gonna say it like this, but like I didn't want to cut nobody off from like, hey, this is my question. Nah, because at the end of the day, it's just a respect thing. Because I said,
you wouldn't have been able to do that anyways. You wouldn't have been able to do that anyways. I can guarantee you weren't gonna be able to do it.
I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't gonna do no shit like that.
You weren't gonna be able to. Listen. I know people. I got a reputation, but I tell people I'm a respectful man. I respect all of y'all coming up here. Listen, Lamar and I could have had Gil up here, just him and I talking here without any one of y'all popping.
Facts. Yeah.
So we allowed that because again, this is what we do. We want to have people up and have this. We don't think we're bigger than anybody because we can have a conversation with Gil. We had plenty of questions. Trust me, I wanted to ask him a lot, but we let y'all ask him. You know what I'm saying? And y'all were respectful. That's why I was glad that y'all was patient, and we appreciate that. And again, if we ever have anybody up, trust me, we'll let y'all speak to them. We ain't gonna be, you know what I'm saying? They know what's the deal. They know what FYF and GOAT James Kingdom is about.
But GOAT James, also the only thing is, brother, like
the arguments that are on TikTok, it's so refreshing hearing an NBA player talk because the normal arguments we have, he'll come out of left field and he'll say something that's not public that we have no idea about that actually has. It makes us go, dang, we didn't even think of it like that.
No,
Like,
it's
what?
true.
What?
That's
why I took so.
Oh, perfect example. When we had Sharon Wright on, and we didn't know who he was. He told us, he was like, yo, I was an NBA player. I played in the league. Quickly, people was like, yo, who are you? Name yourself. And I was like, nah, you don't have to tell us who you are. Let's just have a conversation with him. He opened up to us about stories, about how he said how, this was a funny story. He talked about how Stackhouse was like a rookie in the league and he was playing good and they were about to play the Bulls. And the media guy from Philadelphia was asking Stackhouse like how he feels playing Jordan. And Vernon Maxwell came in there saying, man, we about to bust Jordan's ass and we about to kick Jordan's ass. So the reporter went and told Jordan what they were saying about Jordan.
Set up.
So he said, listen, man, he said, as soon as I got on the court, looked on the other side, he said he saw the look in Jordan's face. He already knew that somebody told Jordan something that Jordan was on. And he said Jordan went ham on them. He was like, man.
This is Wizards Jordan?
This was 96, yeah, 96 and 97.
Jordan. Remember, Sharon Wright and them was one of the only teams to beat Jordan.
Sharon Wright was drafted in 94. He was drafted in 94.
He was from Villanova, right?
Yeah, he was the sixth pick in the 94 draft. So so he gave us tidbits like that, and that was because we didn't challenge him. We weren't trying to debate him. We wanted to just get his insight, and we even had people upset at us because we did that. They really wanted us to get into arguments with him
because Sharon is a Jordan guy. They wanted us to sit up here and argue with him on his perspective on Jordan. Like, we're not here to argue with everybody, man. Like, what?
Yeah.
And then there's nothing you could say that could trump anything because he was there in person seeing it and going up against it. So
and plus that's what we want. We are here for that insight. So why are we fighting against it? Why are we going to restrict it? Allow him to tell us what he's going to, you know what I'm saying? And then we can chop it up.
Y'all need to know we need information. Like talking to these NBA players, it's better just to listen. Because we just need the information. The information is the most important thing. That's why I liked all the questions, because now we have 5 hours of reference points on all types of questions that we can always go back to. You know what I'm saying? Other than arguing. Now imagine if we was up here on like one of these other live just arguing with them. Nah, it's just Jordan this and it's bro, we sound dumb.
Lamont, do like the part of like when somebody asks him about the analytics question, did you like that the most?
I like the analytics. Well, my thing is, I'm not surprised. You know, I know Gil. So I've already known what he feels about analytics. Me and Gil have had a whole bunch of conversations. So I knew what his answer was going to be. The thing is, all you have to do is do research on analytics to know that they don't really mean that much in these conversations. They have a value, but the value don't belong in trying to rank players in these conversations.
I'm gonna tell you my favorite part. My favorite part was when I brought up Herm. When we allowed Herm up, because Herm's a constant supporter, so we always make sure he get up here. And his dumb ass asked the question before he got his turn, so he never got to ask his question.
And low key,
trying to argue with Gilbert Arenas.
And I was the one that asked that. I was the one that asked that analytic question, and I hate analytics. I just wanted to hear another person who before say that, bro. Because
I was going to ask him that too. That was one of the questions.
Bro, I've been saying this, man. I've been telling everybody, stop relying on these analytics. It makes you look dumb, man. It makes you look dumb.
Yo, JB.
I asked Gil about the what half court set would he go if he needed a bucket. If you drop him and the NBA now against that OKC team. Dude, it took me forever to think of a question. I was like, that's what I was going to ask.
Bro, my heart was pounding. My heart was pounding. When he called my name, I was like,
bro.
I was like, no, Loki, this man, he was fanned out.
Hey, don't feel, listen, man, that happens to all of us, bro. That happens to all of us. I remember the first time I saw him.
Bro, my heart was pounding.
I was a teenager when that nigga used to battle LeBron in the Eastern Conference. So I wanted to ask about if he had any stories about a time where he got one up on LeBron, because we always hear about stories of LeBron whooping these niggas' asses. I wanted to hear a story that Gil might have had about.
He said nothing. He said they tried everything. There was no.
He told us, bro. This is how you know. There's gonna be so many Jordan fans that are gonna be so mad. Like there's so many people listening. I saw all the people hate watch. It's so many of them that was listening to Gil when Gil literally said, We tried everything. We sagged. We pressured. We did everything. That shit don't work. And so that's why it was good to have an NBA player who not just was an NBA player, but an all-star come up here and say that a lot of these narratives, a lot of these talking points are all BS.
All NBA, Lamar, stop disrespecting. All
NBA. My bad, Gil. My bad.
Yeah, they disrespect all NBA so much. It's crazy.
And
if he comes back up here, I do want to ask him how much he thinks who helped him earlier in his career between Brian Winters and hell, even Jay Rich when he was with Golden State. I want to ask him like the best advice he got as a young player when he was with Golden State.
He probably gonna say BD.
You don't listen to no advice.
I ain't gonna lie, Cody. He probably gonna say Jay Rich or BD for sure.
No, hold on. Gil had a vet. Gil told everybody who his vet was. I forgot what his name was, man. It was an older player.
Mo Spates?
No.
Damn, I forgot his name.
He told us.
Him too.
It was somebody you wouldn't even think. It was an older guy that helped.
It was an Iceman?
No,
he was on
I
the team.
forgot his name.
Mo Spates. It was Mo Spates.
No, it wasn't no.
No.
Mo Spates was recently in the league for real.
Hey, Lamar.
I'm just thinking.
I forgot the name. But it was an older player.
Old Warriors team.
What about somebody said Speedy Claxton?
No, it wasn't no Speedy.
I knew it wasn't Speedy Claxton. I knew it.
Yo, Lamar, he said it in like an interview once.
The funniest thing, Gil.
He said on the
I don't remember saying this in an interview. That's why I was playing
funniest thing Gil ever said publicly was when that lady was like, "How much you made?" He was like, 171. She was like, "Would you trade that away for rings?" He was like, "I can go buy a ring right now for $200." It was hilarious.
Bro,
Somebody said,
I don't know why
Blaylock.
people act like we not
Mookie
humans,
Blaylock?
bro. Like, bro, I'm not, bro. These NBA players, like, when it comes down to it, man, it's a lot of money. Like, decisions made off money, man. Like, it's like if you're an NBA player, there's no way you can just make all your decisions based on winning a championship. It's absolutely impossible.
No, and that was one thing we learned from Sharon Wright when he said another thing. He said, "Man, NBA players are just like you and I." He's like, "Yo, bro, you don't go to work and have a good day at work every time." He's like, "Sometimes you just have stuff that happen in your life, things that happen, and you know what I'm saying? Yeah. He said that. He said players go through things, bro. He said sometimes it just be just that. They just go through things. He said sometimes you shoot with the perfect form, everything, and you just miss."
Yeah.
So
they got a routine, and if anything fuck up their routine in that one day, they could fuck up their whole night.
Bro, get Kobe 60, bro. What?
Hey, new. So that was another question I want. That was a question I wanted to ask him about, like when I said about Kobe and stuff. I wanted to ask him like, what was the experience playing alongside Kobe and playing against him? Like,
he answered that. Somebody answered that. Yeah, somebody asked him that. Somebody asked him that. Yeah, you can go back and watch it. We can't tell you at what point, but somebody did ask him that. He did say something to the effect that he was a Laker fan, so it was kind of like he couldn't believe. He said that he remembered that Kobe knew who he was when he was on Golden State on the bench. That was like
he knows my name. He knows my name.
He said Kobe knows my name. Kobe knows who I am. Yeah. So he did. Somebody did ask him that question about him putting that 60 on him and how he felt, and he did answer it. So again, all that's available on the FYF Sports Debate YouTube channel or Go James Kingdom channel.
That motherfucker was cold, bro.
Yeah, man.
That
Gil was the
bro.
truth. Gil was the truth when he played, man. And he went, and even he's a perfect example of what Sharon Wright said about how mentally sometimes these players don't be there. And Gil will tell you there was times in his career he just wasn't there mentally.
Yep.
Yo, did he answer the question where he was, where Kobe, like when Kobe died, like how he felt about that?
Damn, that would have been a good question. I didn't know. I know. I remember what I was doing. That was crazy.
I remember exactly what I was doing too.
Bro, I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it. I saw Stephen A. Smith crying on the TV, and I'm like, "There's no way."
I ain't gonna lie. I was literally playing. I was literally hooping.
I was at
like
work
all day. Like I literally was hooping from like 7 in the morning to like 8 at night. And then I seen that shit when I got on my phone.
Bro,
I thought it was in the afternoon because I was driving to a game.
It was after church. It was after church.
It was.
He was going to his daughter's game.
It was, but like shit, I ain't. You know, I was
I was
on my
at
phone.
work.
So I was hooping all day.
That was midday.
Like
it was like midday in the East Coast.
Like anyone who was
flying, he was flying.
Fan, like bro, like their hearts dropped when they saw it.
Yeah, if you was on the West Coast, that was
definitely a sad day.
Yeah,
that was definitely a sad day for every basketball fan.
The biggest reason why it was bad is because he was one of those people that wasn't supposed to die. It didn't make sense. Like it's not Like you don't expect that. It was like one of those people that you're just like, no, that doesn't make sense for that.
Yeah, like he couldn't die.
I think, hey Johnny, I think this is a good stopping point for it, man. We just got Gil off
It
here,
is.
man. It ain't. We can't.
is.
There's
I'm
nothing we
ready
can
to
do
go.
from here on out to make it any better than what it was. Like,
No, it ain't. Again, y'all, man, we appreciate all you fellas, man. Again, we sorry we didn't get a chance for you to get to ask your questions. You did. You did have one, but again, we had him for a while, and he kind of was long-winded on a lot of his stuff. But again, that's what we wanted him to do. We wanted him to tell us all he knew and all he wanted to spit out.
I'm all right with that.
That's probably one of the first times nobody told Gil, yo, just shut the fuck up. Nobody wanted to hear that shit.
nah, but look, I'm telling y'all, I'm telling y'all, it's not hard. Like when Gil was asking about getting on TikTok, yeah, I think he joking. Like,
no, he gonna be on there.
Gil gonna be on TikTok.
I can imagine. Yeah, he'll be on there. He'll
Hey,
be on
Lamont,
there.
all I'm gonna say is, brother, nigga, you better warn him about all the motherfucking the
Bro,
cuss
I told him.
words.
Hold on.
See, this is the problem. This the thing. I
No,
don't think y'all know how crazy Gil is. Like when Gil,
I know.
engage like
That
Gil,
motherfucker,
and
bro.
then the crazy thing about Gil is Gil will not just like if he even feels that you got the slightest one up on him in a conversation.
Oh, Petty Pendergrass.
He about to
it's a
come
wrap.
research.
He gonna get your research team on. He gonna get your research team on you. He gonna get
how many times?
research team on you.
Hey Johnny, how many times have I hit you up saying, Gil, we got to
research
get Gil
team.
some information. He needs some extra information, man.
Research team. Research team.
Hey, Mike,
Get that research team on your head.
Am I
I
lying?
know it. Yeah.
No. Hey, Mike, you ain't lying, cause nigga, that's how he be with Rashad House.
Bro, with Rashad, bro, he gonna come back with information on top of information.
Oh yeah. Don't say something that'll make him go do some research overnight. Y'all be in trouble. The next thing
that's the one thing I'm telling you. He an NBA player, and he still be doing like when I tell y'all he be having notes, he be having research, bro. He be having ChatGPT on deck during the
he
live.
be coming on Friday nights taking notes. I know that he be on Friday nights taking notes on Friday Night Exposure. I know already.
Good episode, fellas. Next time have Michael Jordan on next episode.
Hey, Lamar, I ain't gonna lie. This is Jalen. Jalen, you sound like somebody very familiar that be used to.
I've heard this.
Yeah, hold on. This the guy. Hold on. This the guy on the live stream. Everybody in the chat was confusing with T Perfect.
Even my wife said it. She was like, "Is that Travis?" I was like,
I
no,
thought it was him too. I
didn't understand who that
he was.
was.
Like, who T Perfect? I'm like,
Lamont literally called me that. I'm like,
they were in the comments. They were even in the comments saying that they was like, yo, that's not who he is. They thought you was somebody else. But you sound just like
no.
him,
And the thing was, one of the comments were like, I was like, no, that's not me. He was like, nope, it's you. I'm like, no, like what? He was arguing. I'm like, bro, what?
Bro, you sound just like him. I ain't gonna lie,
you
bro.
sound dead ass like him, bro. It's so
just
bad,
like
man.
you sound just
so
like him.
bad.
You got a little bit
You
of a
could go on the Johnny's channel
say
and watch some of his old videos.
But you sound just
No,
like
it's
him.
a Bigelow. Bigelow's the same person. He said, look, I tried to tell y'all he's the same guy that told me nope. I'm like, what, bro?
Yeah,
nigga,
you sound just like him. You sound just like him, bro. You sound just like him. To be honest with you, all of us know New World's heard his voice. We've heard him for years. You sound just like him, brother.
Well, he has a TikTok. I'm gonna look him up.
No, he's on
YouTube.
He's really on Facebook. That's where you're really gonna find him. But he's on YouTube as well. So
just type in T Perfect.
No, you
can look at T Perfect.
So he's what you call a Benedict Arnold from Go James Kingdom, man.
I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go back. He's a Kobe guy who likes Michael, but he was on Goat James Kingdom show a lot, and we had him as a regular on our panelists, and he was supposed to be the opposite side of the coin because me and my partner we can go off the ledge a little bit. So they got to make sure we really back in Goat James Kingdom, not saying too much crazy stuff. So
y'all didn't let Low up.
Low didn't ask to come up.
No, Low didn't ask to come up. Low usually
Low knows he can come up here. Low knows he can come up here.
Low is always on our YouTube. When we live on YouTube, Low always pull up. I don't know why.
Low is always welcome. Low's over there doing playback.
Oh yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
Well, man,
I appreciate y'all.
We gotta get up out of here, man. We gotta get up out of here, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man.
This was a great
show. Again, remember every Saturday night, 8 p.m. GJK, FYF, TikTok Takeover.
Yes, sir.
All Zesties advised. We talk hoops. See y'all on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Discord. We're all over the place. I'm A. Johnny the Exposer. That's Lamont, and we out of here. Peace and blessings.
All right, y'all.
Peace.